Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Fellow Hunters. Before we enter this gate together, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like reinforces the shield. Now let us begin. The mana backlash hit Kang Seojin like a collapsing building made of lightning. 3 seconds. He had held the Void Emperor's attacks for exactly 3 seconds. Enough time for Yoo Haneul to channel his transcendent edge and drive the killing blow through the creature's dimensional core. 3 seconds of defense so thorough that even the Void Emperor's reality-tearing strikes could not pierce it. Every barrier technique Seojin had mastered over 16 years of service, layered and compressed into a wall of silver-white energy that absorbed attacks capable of erasing city blocks. He succeeded. The Void Emperor shrieked, a sound that existed in frequencies beyond human hearing, felt more in the marrow than in the ears, and its massive form began to unravel. Dark energy spiraled outward from the killing wound, tearing apart the Abyss Gate's internal space. Seojin's barriers cracked, not from the Emperor's attacks, those had stopped, from the mana backlash of its death. A dying SS-rank entity released energy equivalent to a nuclear detonation compressed into a sphere 30 meters wide. Seojin looked at Haneul. The Sword Saint stood 6 meters to the left, close enough to extend a hand, close enough to step forward and place himself within the radius of Seojin's remaining barrier, the same way Seojin had stepped into kill zones to shield Haneul 1,000 times before. Haneul didn't move. His golden eyes, the eyes that cameras loved, that the public trusted, that smiled with such practiced warmth, were calculating. Seojin recognized the look. He'd seen it before every major battle. The tactical assessment, the resource allocation, the cold mathematics of survival. Seojin was a resource, a used resource, and used resources get discarded. Haneul, the backlash consumed him. Pain was too small a word. His barriers shattered in sequence, 16 layers, each one a technique he'd spent years perfecting. Adamant Fortress collapsed first, then Mithril Ward, then Steel Bastion, each dissolution stripping away a part of his life's work like pages torn from a book. The raw mana tore through his combat suit, his skin, his meridians. Behind the wave of destruction, he could hear cheering. Not from the raid team. Most of them were unconscious or dead from the battle. From outside the gate, where the monitoring stations were broadcasting, the crowd was chanting, "Sword Saint! Sword Saint! Sword Saint!" Seojin hit the ground. The Abyss Gate's stone floor was ice-cold against his cheek. Blood filled his mouth, not the sharp copper of a fresh wound, but the thick, syrupy taste of internal hemorrhaging. His mana core was cracked. His meridians were burned to ash. Every barrier he'd ever formed had been ripped away, and without them, his body was just flesh, fragile, mortal, finished. He watched Haneul through blurring vision. The Sword Saint sheathed his blade with a practiced flourish. His white-gold armor was immaculate, not a scratch, not a scuff, because Seojin had absorbed every blow meant for him. For 16 years, Haneul glanced down at him, not with malice, not with regret, with the mild inconvenience of someone stepping over a puddle. "Medic team to the boss chamber," Haneul said into his communication crystal. "We have casualties." Casualties. Plural. As if Seojin were just another body among the fallen. As if 16 years of blocking, absorbing, shielding, and sacrificing amounted to a line item in a mission report. Seojin's fingers clawed at the stone. His body was failing, organs shutting down, mana core fragmenting, life force hemorrhaging from a dozen internal ruptures. He'd always known this was possible. Every shielder knew. The job was to take the hit. The risk was always that one day, the hit would be final. But he'd expected Haneul to at least try. 6 meters. That was all the distance. One step, one extended arm, one fragment of shared barrier energy, and Seojin would have lived. Haneul could have managed it without breaking stride. He chose not to. The edges of Seojin's vision went silver. Not the silver of moonlight or steel, something deeper, structural, like seeing the framework beneath reality. A web of hairline fractures spread across his perception, as if the world itself were a barrier about to shatter. A voice spoke, not sound. Meaning pressed into his dying consciousness like a fist into wet clay. You who shielded the unworthy. Your shields remember every blow they absorbed. 847,293 impacts. 16 years of sacrifice converted to potential energy. Seojin couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The world was cracking apart, or he was. Would you like them to strike back? The crowd was still chanting Haneul's name. The Sword Saint was already walking toward the gate exit, where cameras waited. He didn't look back. Seojin's answer was not a word. It was the crack that runs through a shield before it shatters, a sound that contains 16 years of absorbed fury and a single, blazing realization. He had given everything to a man who considered him furniture. Yes, the silver consumed him. Reality broke apart. Time folded. The last thing he felt was every barrier he'd ever raised, every blow he'd ever absorbed, every impact his body had endured. 847,293 moments of sacrifice, compressing into a single point of white-hot potential that burned in his chest like a newborn star. Then he was falling backward through time, and the fracture marks etched themselves across his left forearm in lines of broken silver light. He woke screaming, not from pain, from rage so concentrated it bent the bed frame. Kang Seojin sat upright in a narrow bed in a cramped apartment that smelled like instant ramen and mildew. Sunlight streamed through a window with a cracked pane. A calendar on the wall read March 15th. The year was 16 years ago. He was 18. His body was weak, untrained, and unmarked. His mana core was dormant, a cold seed waiting to bloom. But on his left forearm, a network of hairline silver lines glowed, pulsing like a second heartbeat. Shield breaker system online. Impact memory archive. 847,293 entries loaded. Fracture site. Active. Current rank. Iron shell, 1/12. He stared at the markings. They looked like a shield that had been broken and painstakingly reassembled. Every fracture line a scar, every scar a memory. Today was the day of the awakening exam. The day he'd first been classified as shield class and told by an examiner with bored eyes that he'd amount to nothing more than a human wall. In the life he'd left behind, that classification had chained him to a hero who used him as a disposable barrier and let him die for applause. Seojin swung his legs out of bed. His 18-year-old body felt alien, too light, too soft, too unbroken. He flexed his hands. No calluses from barrier channeling. No scars from mana backlash. No evidence of the man he'd been. Except the silver web on his forearm. Except the archive of 847,293 impacts burning in his chest. Except the knowledge of exactly how it felt to die shielding someone who didn't care. He walked to the bathroom mirror. The face staring back was young, unmarked, unguarded, still carrying the naive hope of a boy who believed that protecting others was enough. That if you shielded well, people would protect you in return. Seojin touched the mirror. A crack spread from his fingertip across the glass, fracture site activating involuntarily, identifying the structural weakness in the mirror's surface. Not this time, he said. His voice was steady. His eyes were not the eyes of an 18-year-old. They were the eyes of a man who had spent 16 years being the wall and had finally decided to become the wrecking ball. He got dressed and walked out the door. Today, he'd awaken again. But this time, the shield wasn't going to hold. It was going to break everything that stood in its way. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. The Seoul Hunter Registration Center occupied an entire city block in Gangnam, a brutalist concrete fortress that the government had repurposed from an old military processing facility after the first gates appeared. Its walls were reinforced with mana-conducting steel, its windows were blast-rated, and the parking lot could hold 200 buses. On awakening days, it needed every one of them. Seojin arrived at 7 in the morning and found a line that stretched around the block. Hundreds of 18-year-olds, fresh-faced and vibrating with nervous energy, queued beneath a banner that read, Awakening Examination, Division 7. Most of them wore their best clothes, as if dressing up could influence what class of hunter they'd become. Some clutched Lucky Charms. A few prayed to gods that predated the gates. Seojin wore a worn gray hoodie and jeans. He didn't need luck. He needed patience. The line moved at bureaucratic speed. 2 hours of shuffling forward, broken by occasional excitement when someone inside the building triggered their awakening with enough force to rattle the windows. Each detonation sent murmurs through the crowd. Was that an A rank? Sounded like a mage class. My cousin awakened as a swordsman last month. Seojin leaned against the wall and watched the crowd with eyes that saw more than they should. Fracture sight was distracting in dense environments. Every surface revealed its structural weaknesses: hairline stress points in the concrete walls, fatigue cracks in the steel reinforcement, load-bearing joints that would fail under sufficient pressure. The registration center was well built, but Seojin could identify 11 points where a concentrated strike would bring down the eastern wing. He blinked the sight away. It wasn't useful here. Not yet. At 9:30, he reached the intake desk. Name: Kang Seojin. Age: 18. Any family history of awakening? My father was a D-rank tank. Retired at 40 due to mana core degradation. My mother never awakened. The same answers he'd given 16 years ago in the timeline he'd left behind. The same board clerk with the same chipped coffee mug. Proceed to examination room 12. Follow the blue line on the floor. The blue line led through sterile corridors that smelled of antiseptic and ozone. Examination room 12 was a reinforced chamber with absorption panels on every surface, designed to contain awakening energy spikes without damaging the building. A technician in a white coat sat behind a blast-rated glass partition, adjusting a mana resonance scanner. Stand on the circle. Place your hands on the activation pillars. Channel your intent. The activation pillars were waist-high columns of processed monster core material. They resonated with dormant mana cores, triggering the awakening process. The last time Seojin had stood before these pillars, he'd placed his hands on them and felt a surge of warm, dense energy. Bastion energy, the defensive aligned mana that defined shield class. He placed his hands on the pillars now. The reaction was immediate and violent. Bastion energy erupted from his mana core like a dam breaking. The absorption panels on the walls crackled. The resonance scanner's display spiked into the red. The technician lurched back from the glass partition. The last time, the awakening had been gentle, a warm glow, a soft shield forming between his palms. That was because his mana core had been genuinely dormant, a seed experiencing its first rain. Now, his mana core remembered. It had been dormant once, then cultivated to rank 8 over 16 brutal years, then shattered at death and compressed through regression. The seed had been planted, grown into a tree, been cut down, and replanted, and it remembered being a tree. The energy output was orders of magnitude beyond what a new awakener should produce. Seojin reined it in. Hard. He crushed the output down to acceptable levels, compressing the bastion energy into a thin, controlled layer around his palms. The resonance scanner dropped from red to yellow to green. The technician exhaled and wiped sweat from his forehead. Shield class, the technician announced, reading the scanner. Bastion energy alignment. Iron shell rank. He paused, frowning at a secondary readout. That initial spike was unusual. I'm logging it as equipment error. Probably the pillars, Seojin said. I felt a surge when I touched them. The technician nodded, grateful for the explanation. Nobody wanted to file an anomaly report on Awakening Day. The paperwork took weeks. Seojin moved to the classification desk. A different examiner, older, with the tired eyes of someone who'd processed 10,000 awakeners and been impressed by none, reviewed his results. Shield class. Iron shell. Support designation. The examiner stamped a form without looking up. You'll receive your hunter license within 30 days. Field training begins next week. Any questions? Here it was. The same moment. The same words, delivered with the same dismissive tone. Shield class. That's basically a human wall. Don't expect glory. The examiner said it like a joke. Like friendly advice from someone who'd seen too many bright-eyed shield class kids walk in and broken-down shield class veterans limp out. The last time he stood here, Seojin had nodded and accepted it. He'd spent 16 years proving the examiner right. Good, Seojin said now. Walls can crush what stands against them. The examiner blinked. His pen stopped moving. He looked up, actually looked, and saw something in Seojin's eyes that didn't belong in an 18-year-old. Next, the examiner said, a beat too late. Seojin took his temporary registration card and walked out of the examination room. In the hallway, he stopped and examined the card. Shield class. Iron shell. Support. The fractured silver lines on his forearm pulsed warmly. Impact memory archive synchronized. 16 years of absorbed damage loaded. Current stored impacts, 847,293. Classification, support. Recommendation, reclassify. He tucked the card into his pocket and walked toward the exit. Outside, the crowd was still lining up. Somewhere in that crowd, or perhaps already inside the building, an 18-year-old named Yoo Haneul was about to awaken as a swordsman. Seojin didn't look for him. He had a different plan this time. In the parking lot, he found a quiet corner, leaned against a concrete pillar, and opened the system's full interface for the first time. The fracture marks on his forearm expanded into a translucent silver display that only he could see, hovering in his field of vision like a heads-up display in a video game. Except this game had killed him once already. The main screen showed Kang Seojin, Iron Shell, Rank 112, Shield Breaker System version 1.0, Impact Memory Archive, 847,293 entries S-Rank impacts, 12,847 A-Rank impacts, 89,234 B-Rank impacts, 234,891 C-Rank and below. 510,321 fracture site. Active, passive, Bastion Energy Reserve, 3%, Iron Shell Maximum. Active quests, none fracture points, 0 Guardian Resonance, 0. 3% of Iron Shell Maximum. His mana reserves were tiny. His body hadn't built the channels to hold more. But the Impact Memory Archive was loaded to capacity. 847,293 impacts, stored and ready for release. It was like having a nuclear arsenal, but only enough electricity to press the launch button once. He needed to build his cultivation base. Fast, but carefully. Too fast, and the association would notice. Too slow, and events would outpace him. He also needed to never stand behind Haneul's sword. That was the critical divergence. The last time around, Haneul's recruiters had approached him during field training, a newly awakened shield with excellent instincts, who would spend the next 16 years blocking every lethal blow aimed at Korea's golden hero. This time, there would be no approach, no recruitment, no servitude. Seojin pushed off the pillar and headed home. He had a week before field training. 7 days to begin reshaping a body that remembered being rank 8, but was currently rank 1. 7 days before the world started trying to put him back behind someone else's sword. And this time, the sword would find nothing but empty air where its shield used to stand. Chapter 3. Chapter 3 Field Training for New Awakeners was held at the Association's Sector 4 training facility, a complex of reinforced buildings, outdoor arenas, and supervised E-rank gates on the outskirts of Incheon. 300 newly awakened hunters arrived on the first morning, divided into groups of 20, each assigned an instructor and a supervised gate orientation. Seojin was placed in Group 14 with 19 other freshly classified hunters. The instructor was a C-rank association veteran named Sergeant Byun, a compact woman with a scarred jaw and a voice that could cut through stadium noise. Listen up. You are the weakest hunters alive. Your job today is to enter an E-rank gate, follow my instructions, not die, and leave. If you manage all 4, you pass orientation. If you die, the paperwork is on you. Questions? Good. Pair up. The pairing system was standard. 1 combat class, 1 support class per pair. The combat hunter would engage, the support would assist. It was supposed to teach teamwork. Seojin was paired with a spear class hunter who was already scowling before they met. Nam Yura was 5'7", with sharp features, sharper eyes, and the posture of someone who'd been fighting something her entire life. Her training spear, association-issued, basic mana-conducting steel, rested on her shoulder like it belonged there. She looked at Seojin's registration card. Shield class. She said it the way someone might say umbrella in a hurricane. She turned to Sergeant Byun. Can I get a different partner? One that does something. No, said Byun. Pair up or fail out. Yura turned back to Seojin. Fine. Just stay behind me and try not to get hit. I don't need a babysitter. Seojin studied her. In the timeline he'd left, he'd never met Nam Yura. She'd been a footnote, a talented spear hunter who died at 22 in a gate collapse because the raid party's shielder prioritized the main DPS over the flank. He'd read about her death in a casualty report and felt nothing, because by that point, casualty reports were wallpaper. Now, standing 2 meters from her, He could see what the reports hadn't captured. The calluses on her hands. Not from spear training, which she'd just started, but from something older. Manual labor, maybe. Or climbing. The faint tension in her left shoulder. An old injury, improperly healed. The way she positioned her body between herself and every potential angle of attack, even in a safe training facility. She fought with everything she had because she'd always had to. "Let's go," Seojin said. The E-rank gate was a controlled portal at the edge of the training facility, a shimmering oval of blue-white energy, 2 meters tall, held stable by association barrier generators. E-rank gates contained the weakest monsters, goblins, slimes, low-tier beast types. Dangerous to civilians. Manageable for hunters. Group 14 entered in pairs, with Sergeant Byun leading and 2 additional instructors flanking. The interior was a forest dungeon. Artificial-feeling trees with slightly wrong bark textures, a sky that was luminous but sourceless, and the persistent hum of gate energy that made Seojin's teeth itch. Standard E-rank topology. He'd navigated 1,000 environments more dangerous than this, though his current body had never set foot inside a gate before today. "Formation," Byun ordered. Combat pairs spread across the clearing. "Engage targets on my mark." "Supports, your job is to assist, not lead." Assist. The emphasis was not subtle. Seojin and Yura took position at the west edge of the clearing. Within moments, the first monsters appeared, forest goblins, knee-high creatures with stone daggers, and a coordination level somewhere between aggressive squirrels and drunk toddlers. Yura didn't wait for Byun's mark. She lunged forward, spear extending in a fluid thrust that caught the lead goblin through its center mass. The creature dissolved into mana particles. 2 more rushed her. She pivoted, swept the spear low to trip one, then reversed the shaft into the other's skull. She was good, raw, untrained in formal technique, but her instincts were razor-sharp. The problem came from behind. A 4th goblin, sneakier than its brethren, circled through the underbrush and launched itself at Yura's exposed back. She didn't see it. The instructors were 10 meters away, dealing with another pair's crisis. Seojin moved. He formed an iron shell barrier between Yura and the goblin, a basic disc of bastion energy, textbook defense. The goblin's stone dagger bounced off. Then the barrier cracked. Not because the goblin's attack was strong, because Seojin allowed it to crack, feeding a fragment of stored impact memory into the fracture line. The barrier didn't just deflect. It shattered outward. The released force, kinetic energy from an A-rank gate boss's tail swipe, absorbed 7 years ago during the previous timeline, punched through the goblin like a cannonball. The creature didn't dissolve. It disintegrated. Fragments scattered across the clearing. Silence. Every trainee in Group 14 was staring. Sergeant Byun's hand had frozen mid-gesture. The goblins remained settled as a fine mist of mana particles. Yura turned around. She looked at the spot where the goblin had been. She looked at Seojin. She looked at the fading remnants of his barrier, which had reformed cleanly, as if it had never cracked at all. "What?" she said flatly. "Was that?" "Barrier feedback," Seojin said. "Standard defensive technique. The impact rebounds." That was not standard. That was not feedback. That was a shield-shaped missile. Sergeant Byun approached. Her scarred jaw was set. "Kang Seojin. Shield class, iron shell. That output exceeded your classification by a factor of 8. Explain." He'd overdone it. The goblin attack was nothing. He could have deflected it with a basic barrier and 0 drama. But his body had reacted on instinct. 16 years of combat experience compressed into reflexes that his 18-year-old frame could barely contain. "Adrenaline spike," he said. "First real combat." I panicked and channeled too hard. Byun stared at him for 4 seconds. She'd been an instructor long enough to know when someone was lying. She'd also been an instructor long enough to know that documenting anomalies created paperwork avalanches. "Control your output," she said. "Next time, I'll flag it." She returned to the center of the formation. Seojin exhaled. Yura hadn't moved. She was still staring at him with an expression that combined suspicion, curiosity, and the beginning of something that might, in a different person, be respect. "You moved before it reached me," she said quietly. "You saw it before I did. I have good peripheral vision. You have good everything, and none of it makes sense for a new awakener." She planted her spear in the ground and held his gaze for 3 full seconds, measuring, calculating, deciding. Train with me after this. Same time tomorrow. It wasn't a request. Seojin considered refusing. Getting close to people was a risk. Attachments were vulnerabilities, and vulnerabilities got exploited. 16 years of being Haneul's shield had taught him that lesson in blood. But the fracture marks on his forearm pulsed softly. Not a quest notification. Something more like a suggestion, a faint warmth in the silver lines, as if the system approved of connections made by choice rather than assignment. Same time tomorrow, he agreed. Yura picked up her spear and walked back into formation. Over her shoulder, and don't hold back next time. I don't need a babysitter, but I don't need a sandbag either. He almost smiled, and the fact that someone could still make him almost smile after everything he'd endured felt like its own kind of revelation. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. They met at the Sector 4 outdoor arena the next evening. After the day's orientation sessions had ended and most trainees had gone home to nurse bruised egos and aching muscles, Yura arrived first. She'd changed out of the association training uniform into workout clothes, compression leggings, a tank top, and training gloves that had seen heavy use. Her spear was the same association-issued model, but she'd wrapped the grip with athletic tape in a specific pattern that improved friction during high-speed rotation. Seojin noticed that detail immediately. It was the kind of improvisation that came from someone who'd been adapting equipment her entire life because she couldn't afford better. Rules, she said when he approached. No mana techniques above iron shell classification. No impact memory or whatever that was yesterday. Just barriers and movement. I want to see how you actually fight, not how you show off. You noticed the impact memory. I'm not blind. You channeled stored energy through a cracking barrier. That's not in any shield class textbook I've found, and I've read all 3 that exist. Who taught you that? Nobody. Liar. She settled into a spear stance, feet shoulder width, weapon at a 40-degree angle, weight on the back leg. It was a standard opening that most spear instructors taught. Seojin saw the flaw immediately. Your left hip drops on the 3rd thrust, he said. You compensate by over-rotating your shoulder, which gives you power but exposes your entire left flank. Against anything faster than C rank, that gap will kill you. Yura's eyes widened. She didn't deny it. She was too honest for that. Instead, she adjusted her stance, moving her left foot 2 inches forward and shifting her hip alignment. How long have you known that? She asked. Since yesterday. You thrust 3 times during the goblin fight. The pattern was consistent. She stared at him. You analyzed my technique while fighting goblins and watching your own back. I was watching your back. That's the whole point. Something shifted in her expression. The suspicion didn't leave, but it made room for curiosity. Okay, show me more. But first, she lunged. The spear came fast, faster than any non-enhanced 18-year-old should manage. Yura had natural speed, the kind that came from genetics and years of physical conditioning that preceded her awakening. The spear tip cut the air towards Seojin's center mass. He didn't form a barrier. He moved. 16 years of combat experience lived in his muscle memory, even if his current muscles hadn't earned it. He pivoted left, letting the spear pass within centimeters of his ribs, and stepped inside her guard. His hand came up, not to strike, but to rest 2 fingers against her collarbone. Dead, he said. She blinked. You didn't block. Blocking is a response. Positioning is a choice. If I'm in the right place, I never need to block. That's not shield class doctrine. Shield class doctrine got me. He stopped. Recalibrated. Shield class doctrine is designed to keep you standing in one place, taking hits. I prefer not to be hit at all. Yura pulled back. She reset her stance, correctly this time, with the adjusted hip. Again, they sparred for 90 minutes. Yura attacked with increasing speed and creativity, adapting her angles after every exchange. She was a fast learner, not just physically, but tactically. By the 30th exchange, she'd started reading his positioning patterns and preempting his movement. Seojin was impressed. In 16 years of service, he'd watched thousands of DPS hunters fight. Most of them were reactive. They attacked patterns, not principles. Yura attacked principles. She didn't just thrust where he was. She thrust where his positioning logic would take him. By the end, they were both sweating. Yura sat on the arena floor, spear across her knees, breathing hard. "You're not a new awakener," she said. "Not an accusation this time. A statement. I am. Your body is. Your mind isn't." She wiped her face with her arm. "I don't know what your deal is, but training with you makes me better. So here's my offer. I don't ask questions you won't answer. You don't hold back when we spar. And if I ever find out you've been lying about something that puts me in danger, I put this spear through your liver. Fair. Good." She stood up. "Same time tomorrow?" He nodded. She walked toward the exit, then turned. "Your footwork is ridiculous for a shielder, by the way. You move like a swordsman. I spent a lot of time watching swordsmen." "Watching. Right." She left. Seojin remained in the arena. The evening air was cooling, and the distant hum of the training facility's barrier generators created a low, constant vibration that he felt through the soles of his feet. He examined the silver web on his forearm, the intricate network of fracture lines that pulsed faintly in the dimming light. Each line was a memory. Each memory was a blow he'd taken for someone who never thanked him. Now those blows were ammunition. He opened the system interface and scrolled through the archive. 847,293 impacts, cataloged by rank, type, and origin. 12,000 S-rank entries alone. Each one a moment where he'd stood between annihilation and Yoo Haneul's unmarked skin. But the archive wasn't his only weapon. Fracture sight, the ability to see structural weakness in everything, was arguably more dangerous. A man who could see where anything would break could break anything, including systems, including institutions, including the carefully constructed lie that shields existed to serve swords. The question was where to start. As if in answer, the system pulsed with a notification he hadn't expected, warm and urgent, the silver lines on his forearm brightening until they cast faint light across the concrete floor. Quest available. Breaking point. Seojin read the details, and for the first time since waking in this timeline, something other than rage burned in his chest. Something sharper, something hungry, something that felt like purpose finding its first target. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. The quest was specific in a way that made Seojin's teeth clench. Breaking point. The training facility's E-rank gate has a hidden chamber containing a trapped hunter from a failed expedition 3 months ago. The association knows about it and has written him off. Break in and extract him. Reward, Stone Guard advancement. A living hunter, abandoned by the people sworn to protect their own. The association had weighed the cost of rescue against the cost of paperwork and chosen paperwork. The math was familiar. It was the same math that put shields behind swords and called it strategy. Seojin waited until the facility emptied after training hours. The E-rank gate was unmanned overnight. Association protocol called for a guard, but budget cuts had reduced overnight security to a single camera that covered the entrance and nothing inside. He walked past the camera without hesitation. He'd study the footage later and find a way to explain his presence if anyone reviewed it. Inside, the forest dungeon was quiet. E-rank gates cycled their monster spawns on a 12-hour timer. The morning goblins wouldn't regenerate until dawn. The artificial trees rustled in a wind that came from nowhere, and the sourceless sky cast everything in a flat, directionless light that made shadows optional. Seojin moved through the dungeon with the confidence of someone who'd navigated thousands of gates. The layout was simple, E-ranks always were. A central clearing, 3 branching paths, and a boss chamber at the far end containing a monster that trainees would face under supervision tomorrow. The hidden chamber was below the boss room. He activated Fracture Sight with focused intent, and the world shifted. Every surface gained a secondary layer of information, stress lines, structural weaknesses, material composition. The dungeon floor, which appeared solid, revealed itself as a lattice of compressed mana stone with varying densities. Beneath the boss chamber, the lattice was different. Denser, deliberately reinforced, and cracked. The barrier sealing the hidden chamber was woven into the dungeon floor itself, a sophisticated mana construct rated somewhere between A-rank and S-rank. In a normal scenario, nothing short of an S-rank attack would breach it. The association had tested it, failed to break through with their available resources, and classified the chamber as sealed. But Fracture Sight didn't care about rating classifications. It cared about structural truth. The barrier had 3 critical fracture lines, points where the mana weave was improperly anchored, probably because the dungeon's internal mana flow had shifted since the chamber was sealed. like a dam that had been weakened by years of water pressure. Still holding, but no longer at full strength. Seojin knelt on the boss chamber floor. He placed his palms flat on the manastone surface and channeled Bastion energy into the barrier, not to break it, but to feel it. His energy traced the fracture lines like water following cracks in concrete. Point 1. The northwestern anchor, where the barrier connected to the dungeon's structural spine. A mana flow irregularity had weakened the bond. Point 2. The eastern seam, where two barrier layers overlapped imperfectly. Point 3. The central keystone, which bore the entire barrier's load. 3 precise strikes. Not powerful strikes, precise ones. A sledgehammer wouldn't work. A scalpel would. Seojin pulled one impact memory from the archive. Not an A-rank impact. That would be overkill and would alert every sensor within a kilometer. He selected a C-rank impact, a rock golem's hammer strike, absorbed 4 years into the previous timeline during a routine gate clear. Moderate force, excellent structural resonance. Perfect for cracking stone. He channeled the memory through his palm and into the first fracture point. The barrier shuddered. The northwestern anchor separated from the dungeon's spine with a sound like tearing fabric. Second point. Same technique. The eastern seam split. Third point, the keystone. This one needed more force. He chose a B-rank impact, a steel mantis's claw strike, absorbed 8 years into his service to Haneul. The memory was sharp, precise, and carried enough penetrating force to puncture reinforced steel. He drove it into the keystone. The barrier collapsed. Not explosively, it folded inward like a house of cards, each layer losing cohesion as the load-bearing structure failed. The dungeon floor opened. Beneath, a chamber roughly 5 meters square, carved from raw manastone. The air that wafted up was stale but breathable. Gate atmosphere supported life indefinitely, which was why the trapped hunter had survived. Seojin dropped into the chamber. Go Wansik was huddled against the far wall. A man in his late 20s, D-rank hunter gear in tatters, face gaunt from 3 months of subsisting on gate water that condensed on the chamber walls and bioluminescent fungus that grew in the corners. His eyes were glassy, unfocused. Not dead, not entirely alive. Hey, Seojin said. Wansik flinched. His eyes tracked to Seojin and widened with the desperate confusion of someone who'd given up hope and was afraid to reclaim it. Can you walk? Wansik tried to stand. His legs buckled. 3 months of minimal nutrition and no movement had atrophied his muscles to the point of near uselessness. Seojin crouched, pulled Wansik's arm over his shoulder, and lifted. His 18-year-old body protested. Wansik was dead weight, probably 65 kilograms of skin and bone, but Seojin's core stability was informed by 16 years of holding formation under assault. He could carry this. They climbed out of the chamber, using a series of footholds that Seojin carved into the wall with precise Bastion energy bursts. At the top, Seojin paused to assess their route. The gate exit was a 7-minute walk through the dungeon. No monsters until morning. Clear path. He carried Wansik through the dungeon in silence. Wansik didn't speak, couldn't, probably. His breath came in thin wheezes, and his eyes kept darting around as if the dungeon might seal again at any moment. At the gate exit, the night air hit them like a cold shower. Seojin stepped through the portal and onto the training facility grounds, carrying a man the association had declared dead 3 months ago. An association supervisor was standing at the entrance, not security, but someone important. A woman in a tailored uniform with 3 silver stars on her collar, deputy director level. She stared at Seojin and the living dead man on his shoulder. What is this? Go Wansik, Seojin said. D-rank hunter, assigned to the failed Sector 4 deep survey 3 months ago. Listed as Kia. Not actually dead. The supervisor's expression cycled through surprise, confusion, political calculation, and damage control in roughly 2 seconds. How did you breach the sealed chamber? That barrier was raided. It was already broken, Seojin said. I just finished the job. He laid Wansik down on the ground and stepped back. He needs medical attention. 3 months without proper nutrition or medical care. The supervisor was already on her communication crystal, barking orders. Within minutes, a medical team arrived. Wansik was loaded onto a stretcher. He gripped the edge and whispered the first word he'd spoken in 3 months. Thank you. Seojin nodded. The words settled somewhere in his chest that wasn't occupied by rage or calculation. A small, warm space that he'd forgotten existed. The supervisor turned to him. Your name? Kang Seojin. Iron Shell. Group 14. An iron shell broke an A-rank barrier? Like I said, it was already broken. She didn't believe him. But the alternative, that a newly awakened iron shell could breach A-rank defenses, was so impossible that her disbelief defaulted to his explanation. This incident will be classified, she said. Report to my office at 0800 tomorrow for debriefing. Seojin walked into the night, and the system pulsed against his forearm with warmth that had nothing to do with combat, because saving a life the world had written off was the kind of shield work that no classification could contain. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. The debriefing was handled by Deputy Director Lim, the supervisor from the night before, and 2 association intelligence analysts in a windowless room on the 3rd floor of the administrative building. Gray walls, fluorescent lighting, a metal table bolted to the floor. The kind of room designed to make people feel small. Seojin sat in the metal chair and felt nothing. He'd spent 16 years in rooms like this, filling out after-action reports while healers treated injuries that the team lead didn't consider urgent enough for immediate attention. This room was a vacation compared to the debrief after the Pochin A-rank gate disaster, where he'd spent 14 hours answering questions about why his barriers had failed to prevent 2 civilian casualties in a blast zone that should never have contained civilians in the first place. They asked him how he'd found the chamber, how he'd identified the barrier's weakness, and how he'd breached it. He gave them a version of the truth. He'd noticed unusual mana patterns during orientation, investigated after hours, found the barrier in poor condition, and exploited existing fracture lines with focused bastion energy. The analysts scribbled notes and exchanged glances. His story was technically possible. Barrier degradation was a documented phenomenon, and focused strikes at stress points could theoretically cascade a failure. They couldn't prove otherwise. Deputy Director Lim wasn't satisfied. You've been awake for 6 days. You navigated an E-rank dungeon alone at night, identified an A-rank barrier's weaknesses, and breached it with iron shell energy. That's not normal. I study a lot, Seojin said. Study what? Shield class has 3 textbooks, and none of them cover barrier analysis at this level. I read beyond my class materials. Lim leaned forward, her silver stars catching the fluorescent light. She had the sharp gaze of a woman who'd risen through the association's ranks by being smarter than the men who tried to block her path. Let me be direct. Your awakening exam showed a mana spike that should be physically impossible for an iron shell core. Your combat behavior in the E-rank gate demonstrated reflexes and tactical awareness consistent with years of active service. And now you've breached a barrier that 2 A-rank assessment teams failed to crack. She folded her hands. Either you're the greatest prodigy in the history of the registration system, or you're something else. I'm inclined towards something else. I'm just thorough. You're deflecting. Is there a law against being thorough? Lim stared at him for a long time. The analysts had stopped writing. The room was very quiet. The incident is classified, she said at last. Go Wansik has been transferred to recovery at the association's medical facility. His family has been notified. The association will not be publicizing his rescue or the fact that we left a living hunter in a sealed chamber for 3 months. If you discuss this with media, your hunter license will be revoked. Understood. You're dismissed. She paused as he stood. And Kang Seojin, the association watches anomalies. Try to be less anomalous. He left the building. Outside. The morning was gray and humid, the kind of soul spring weather that couldn't decide between rain and fog and split the difference. Seojin checked the system interface. Breaking point complete. Advancement, Stone Guard, rank 2, ready to claim. Note, advancement will generate a mana signature detectable within 50 meters. Choose location wisely. He needed somewhere private. The advancement couldn't happen here. The association's headquarters bristled with mana sensors that would flag any unexplained energy signature within a kilometer. He walked 3 blocks to the most isolated spot he could find, an empty storage lot behind a decommissioned warehouse. No cameras, no foot traffic, no mana sensors. He sat on a concrete block and opened the advancement interface. Advancing, Iron Shell Stone Guard, rank 2, channeling Bastion energy. The process felt different from what he remembered. Before, Each advancement had been a gradual widening of his mana channels, like opening a faucet incrementally. Now, with the system driving the process, the advancement was structural. His mana channels didn't just widen. They fractured and reformed in new patterns. The same hairline pattern that covered his forearms spreading through his internal energy network. His barriers would no longer be smooth walls. They would form with edges, angles, stress points that could be selectively released. A shield with built-in breaking points. The advancement lasted 30 seconds. A pulse of silver-white energy radiated outward, contained, but present. His mana reserves expanded 4 times over. Stone Guard was a genuine leap from Iron Shell, and with the system's modifications, his barrier quality was closer to mid-C rank. Advancement complete. Stone Guard, rank 2, new ability. Barrier edge formation. Shields can be shaped with cutting surfaces. New ability. Controlled fracture release. Shatter your own barriers to release stored impact memory energy in a directed burst. Impact Memory Archive. 847,293 entries available for withdrawal. Note: current body can safely channel C-rank impacts. B-rank and above will cause physical strain. A-rank impacts will cause injury. S-rank impacts are currently lethal. Good. He had a clear power curve. Channel what his body could handle, advance his physical limits, and gradually unlock higher impact releases. The 847,293 impacts weren't useful if channeling them killed him, and dying twice would be, at minimum, embarrassing. He flexed his hands. The silver web on his forearm glowed brighter now, more intricate, like the crazing on antique porcelain. Beautiful, in a broken sort of way. He headed back, toward the facility. He had a training session with Yura in 6 hours, and before that, he needed to research something that had been nagging at him since the debriefing. Lim had said, the association watches anomalies. But who watched the association? That question would keep. For now, he had a more immediate concern. Go Wonsik's rescue would make minor news. The association couldn't suppress it entirely, because Wonsik had a family who'd been told he was dead and would ask questions when their supposedly dead son reappeared. The story would be sanitized. Hunter found alive in Gate Anomaly, rescued by Association Response Team. Seojin's name wouldn't appear. That was fine. He didn't need credit. But Wonsik would remember. And in a world where the system discarded people, a man who remembered being rescued was worth more than headlines. Because loyalty earned through genuine salvation was the one resource that no institution could confiscate or redistribute. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. The news broke 3 days later, exactly as Seojin predicted. D-rank Hunter Go Wonsik found alive after 3 months in sealed gate chamber. The association's press release credited routine dungeon maintenance operations for the discovery. Seojin was not mentioned. Wonsik's family appeared on the morning news, his mother crying, his younger sister gripping his arm as if he might vanish again. The reporter asked how he survived. Wonsik, still gaunt but coherent, said, "The association rescued me." Then, off camera, according to a clip that circulated online before being scrubbed, a kid broke through the barrier. Not the association. A kid. The clip was minor. It didn't trend, but it existed, and certain people noticed. Seojin, meanwhile, had returned to his routine with the new advancement burning through his channels like fresh fuel. Morning orientation at the training facility, afternoon solo cultivation in abandoned lots around the city, evening sparring with Yura. The schedule was relentless, but his body responded with the eagerness of a vessel that remembered holding 10 times the power it currently contained. The system updated during his afternoon cultivation session. Guardian Resonance Update. Go Wonsik has begun rehabilitation. His recovery trajectory has improved beyond medical projections. Guardian Resonance Bonus. Plus 15. Sustained protection yields sustained results. The system tracked consequences. It wasn't just about the moment of protection, it measured the ongoing impact of his actions. Every life he saved continued to generate resonance as long as that life continued to heal and grow. The implications were staggering. If he built a network of people he'd protected, genuinely protected, not the hollow servitude the association called shielding, the cumulative guardian resonance could accelerate his advancement beyond anything brute force cultivation could achieve. Protection as power. Not the association's version, Stand here, absorb this, die quietly. His version: save people who matter, build something worth defending, and let the resonance of genuine guardianship fuel the strength to guard even more. On Thursday evening, after a sparring session where Yura had managed to penetrate his guard twice, he'd let her once. The second was genuinely earned. Seojin sat on the arena bench and reviewed the week's progress. Stone guard barriers with cutting edges. Controlled fracture release allowing directed impact memory bursts at C-rank power. Mana reserves quadrupled since awakening. Physical conditioning improving. His 18-year-old body was responding to the cultivation with vigor that his older body had long since lost. But it wasn't enough. C-rank power wouldn't protect anyone in the A-rank world he needed to reach. He needed to advance faster, and the system's quest seemed designed to push him toward exactly the opportunities that would enable rapid growth. As if reading his thoughts, the next quest materialized, the silver lines on his forearm warming with familiar urgency. Quest available. Fracture Point. The D-rank gate in Sector 7 has a hidden boss room sealed behind a barrier rated A rank. The Association knows about it, but lacks the resources to break through. Inside, a treasure that will accelerate your cultivation. Break in alone. Reward: Steel Bastion advancement. He studied the quest details. Sector 7 was an industrial district on the city's eastern edge, a cluster of D-rank gates used for resource harvesting by low-tier guilds. The sealed boss room had been documented for 6 months. The Association had sent 2 A-rank teams to breach it, and both had failed. The official assessment: seal integrity exceeds available force projection. Recommend monitoring for natural degradation. But Fracture Sight didn't care about official assessments. He'd need to scout first. Identify the barrier's structure, map the dungeon's internal mana flows, and plan his breach with the same precision he'd used on the E-rank gate's hidden chamber. This barrier would be stronger. D-rank gates had more ambient energy, and whoever had sealed this boss room had done so with deliberate intent. His phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. This is Go Wansik. The Association gave me your contact info after I asked 47 times. Thank you. I owe you my life. If you ever need anything, I'm here. Seojin saved the number. He stared at it for a moment. 47 requests. Wansik had pestered the Association bureaucracy 47 times to get the contact information of the person who'd saved him. He might need a scout soon. Someone loyal. Someone who understood what it meant to be abandoned and then found. Someone who wouldn't flinch when the world told him to stay buried. He texted back, "Glad you're alive. Rest up. I might call." Then he headed towards Sector 7, and the evening shadows stretched long behind him, as if even the darkness knew that what he was walking toward would change everything that came after. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. The district known as Old Gangbuck had the kind of bars that didn't appear on maps, places where the liquor was cheap, the lights were dim, and the clientele preferred to drink away memories rather than make new ones. But before the Sector 7 quest, Seojin needed something more valuable than a hidden boss room's treasure. He needed a teacher. He found the specific bar on a side street between a shuttered pawn shop and a welding supply store. The sign above the door was hand-painted and faded. Iron Cup. Inside, the air was thick with cigarette smoke and the sour-sweet smell of soju that had been spilled more than it had been served. Dako Cheol occupied a corner booth. He was a large man. Even at 62, the berserker's physique was evident in his broad shoulders and thick forearms. But time and alcohol had softened the edges. His gray hair was unkempt. His eyes, which had once burned with S-rank killing intent, were dulled to the flat sheen of a man counting the days until the count stopped mattering. 6 empty soju bottles stood on the table. A 7th was in progress. In the timeline Seojin had left behind, Dako Cheol had died within the year. Liver failure, loneliness, and the Association's systematic erasure of his legacy combining into a quiet, ignominious end. Seojin had never known the man personally. He'd read about him in an obscure hunter history archive, the S-rank berserker who'd been discarded by the system after a single mistake. A single mistake that cost 2 lives, after 30 years of saving hundreds. Seojin sat across from him. Dako looked up. His gaze was unfocused, but not unconscious. The man had been drinking at this level for so long that his baseline now included a blood alcohol content that would hospitalize a civilian. Wrong booth, kid. Dako Cheol. Former S-rank berserker. Registered name, the Iron Madman. 30 years active service. 87 A-rank gate clears, 12 S-rank. Retired 9 years ago after an A-rank gate collapse that killed 2 party members. The association classified it as berserker-induced structural failure and used it to force your retirement. Dako's hand stopped halfway to his glass. Since then, Seojin continued, you've been living in a one-room apartment in Gangbuk, collecting a pension that covers rent and alcohol. The association erased your record from public databases to avoid embarrassing questions about how they treated a 30-year veteran. You have no listed next of kin, no active social contacts, and based on the state of your liver, fracture site activated briefly, involuntarily, showing Seojin the organic stress points in Dako's body, about 11 months before organ failure. Silence. The bar's ambient noise, clinking glass, muttered conversations, a TV playing a hunting competition rerun, filled the space between them. Dako put down his glass. His eyes had sharpened. Not much, but enough. Who are you? Kang Seojin. Shield class. Stone guard. I need someone who understands that the best defense is breaking everything that threatens you. Dako laughed. It was harsh, a bark that came from somewhere deep and damaged, like a door being forced open after years of rust. Kid, I'm retired, drunk, and the association would rather I stay both. What makes you think I have anything to teach? Seojin placed a D-rank monster core on the table. Small, amber-colored, worth about 500,000 won, a month's worth of drinking money. Currency that Dako's pension didn't cover. I'm not asking you to fight, Seojin said. I'm asking you to teach me how to stop holding back. Dako stared at the core, then at Seojin. His old eyes that had seen the inside of more gates than any living human, searched the young man's face with a thoroughness that belied his drunken exterior. 30 years of reading combat situations had given him an instinct for truth that no amount of alcohol could drown. You said Stone Guard. That's rank 2. You've been awake. What a week. 6 days. And you tracked down a retired S rank in a dive bar to ask him to teach you offense? Shield class hunters don't learn offense. The association makes sure of that. I know what the association makes sure of. I also know what happens to the people they make sure about. Something flickered in Dako's expression. Recognition, maybe. Or the ghost of recognition. The shadow of a man who'd once believed the system valued its warriors and learned, 9 years too late, that it valued compliance. He picked up a bar stool one-handed, a solid wooden stool that weighed at least 15 kilograms, and hurled it at Seojin's head. The stool covered the distance in a fraction of a second. Seojin's barrier formed in a tenth of that, a stone guard disc that materialized between his face and the projectile. The stool hit the barrier and stopped dead. The impact transferred into the barrier's structure, and Seojin held it there, didn't let it dissipate, didn't let it rebound. Just held the kinetic energy in suspension, visible as a faint shimmer across the barrier's surface. The bar went silent. Patrons turned to look. The bartender reached under the counter for something that was either a phone or a weapon. Dako studied the barrier. His expression had transformed. The alcoholic haze was still there, but something underneath it was waking up. The professional assessment of a man who'd spent 30 years evaluating combat capability in the fraction of a second before life or death. Your barrier formation speed is at least A rank level, he said quietly. That shouldn't be possible at Stone Guard. And you caught the kinetic energy instead of dispersing it. That's not absorption technique. I don't know what that is. Seojin let the barrier dissolve. The stool clattered to the floor. He met Dako's eyes. I have knowledge I shouldn't have, Seojin said. I can't explain how, but I can tell you this. Everything the association taught me about being a shield is wrong. Absorbing is not enough. Holding the line is not enough. Being the wall is not enough. I need someone who knew that before I did. Dako was quiet for a long time. The bartender relaxed. Patrons returned to their drinks. The TV continued its hunting competition broadcast, the crowd cheering for a swordsman who'd just killed something large and photogenic. 5 a.m., Dako said. The abandoned training ground behind the old arena in Yongsan. The one the association closed after my incident. He picked up his glass, stared at the soju inside it, and set it down without drinking. And bring food. I'm tired of drinking dinner. Seojin nodded and stood. At the door he paused. 11 months, he said. That's how long your liver has. If you start eating and cut the drinking in half, it's 3 years. If we add healer treatment, it's 10. Dako's hand hovered over the glass he'd set down. For the first time in what was clearly a very long time, something crossed his face that wasn't apathy or cynicism. It was smaller than hope, but larger than curiosity. The first tremor before an earthquake, the first crack before a dam breaks. How do you know my liver timeline? I told you. I have knowledge I shouldn't have. He left the bar. Behind him, he heard the faint sound of a glass being set down, not thrown, not drained. Set down. And then the quieter sound of a chair scraping back, as if a man who'd been sitting in the same corner for 9 years was, very slowly, beginning to stand. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. The abandoned training ground behind the old Yongsan Arena was a concrete wasteland. 3,000 square meters of reinforced flooring, crumbling walls, and rusted barrier generators that hadn't been powered in 9 years. Weeds pushed through the cracks. A faded sign read, Association Combat Training Facility, decommissioned. Seojin arrived at 4:55 a.m. carrying 2 bags of kimbap, 6 bottles of water, and a thermos of black coffee. He set the food on a concrete block and waited. Dako appeared at 5:03. He looked like a man who'd slept in his clothes, which he probably had. His eyes were bloodshot, his posture was hunched, and his right hand trembled with the micro-shakes of alcohol withdrawal. But he was here. That was the part that mattered, not the condition of arrival, but the fact of it. He took a kimbap roll without comment, ate it in 4 bites, drank half a water bottle, and then straightened. The transformation was subtle but unmistakable. His posture shifted from broken to balanced. His shoulders squared. His feet moved to a natural stance, wide, grounded, weight-centered. The trembling hand steadied. Dako Cheol, drunk and ruined, was one man. Dako Cheol, standing on a training ground, was something else entirely. The body remembered what the mind tried to forget. Show me your barrier, he said. Seojin formed a stone guard barrier, standard configuration, a disk of silver-white bastion energy, 2 meters in diameter. Dako walked up to it. He tapped it with a knuckle. The barrier hummed. Solid construction. Density is above average for stone guard. Formation speed is exceptional. He tapped again, harder. But it's passive. A wall. You form it, and it sits there. That's what shield class does. That's what shield class is taught to do. There's a difference. Dako stepped back. Here's my philosophy, kid. Listen carefully because I'm only going to say this once, and then I'm going to prove it by hitting you. Seojin listened. A shield is just a weapon you haven't swung yet. Dako's voice was different now, not the slurred growl of a bar. It was the clipped, precise cadence of a combat instructor who'd forgotten he was retired. Every block is a wasted attack. When you form a barrier and absorb an impact, you're converting that energy into nothing. Heat, sound, vibration, waste. A berserker doesn't waste energy. We take it, redirect it, and put it into the next swing. Your shield class does the same thing, except you've been trained to eat the energy instead of using it. The impact memory archive, I don't know what that is, and I don't care. I'm talking about the fundamental principle. When a force hits your barrier, that force doesn't disappear. Physics says it goes somewhere. The association says it goes into the absorption matrix and dissipates. I say, make it go somewhere useful. He cracked his knuckles. The sound was like small caliber gunfire. Drop the barrier. Spar with me. No barriers. No techniques. Just your body, your bastion energy, and whatever instincts that impossible knowledge of yours gives you. Seojin dissolved the barrier. His hands came up in a guard position, not a shielder's guard, but a fighter's. Dako moved. For a 62-year-old alcoholic with a failing liver, the old man was terrifyingly fast. His fist came in on a line that combined the efficiency of a professional boxer with the raw, overwhelming force of a man who'd spent 30 years channeling berserker rage into single-point strikes. Seojin dodged. Barely. The fist passed his cheek close enough that the displaced air stung his skin. Dako followed with a knee. Seojin deflected it with his forearm, channeling bastion energy into the contact point. Not a barrier, but a reinforcement. His arm didn't break, but the impact sent him skidding back 2 meters. Good, Dako said. You reinforced instead of blocking. That means your instincts understand what your training denied. The best defense isn't a wall. It's controlled contact. You meet the force, you redirect it, and you give it back. He came again. Faster. Seojin fell into a rhythm that his body shouldn't know and his mind remembered with crystalline clarity. 16 years of standing behind Yoo Haneul, watching every fight from the shield position. He'd absorbed the blows, but he'd also absorbed the techniques. He knew how berserkers attacked because he'd shielded against them. He knew swordsmen's patterns because he'd watched Haneul train 10,000 times. He knew mage timing because he'd blocked their miscasts. He didn't just have defensive experience. He had encyclopedic offensive knowledge, cataloged and sorted by 16 years of forced observation from the one position on the battlefield that saw everything. Directly behind the hero, where nothing ever looked. Dako threw a right hook. Seojin read it as a setup. The old man's weight shifted to his left foot, loading for a spin kick. Seojin stepped inside the hook, let it whistle past his ear, and drove a bastion-reinforced palm into Dako's center mass. It was like hitting a boulder. Dako's body was dense with residual S-rank physicality, even degraded. But the palm strike had bastion energy behind it, shield Dao force channeled offensively, and it pushed the old man back a full step. Dako grinned. The first genuine grin Seojin had seen from him, not the bitter bark of the bar, but something alive, something hungry. There it is. Shield energy in a palm strike. The association would call that heresy. What do you call it? A start. They trained for 3 hours. Dako was merciless. He attacked at roughly C-rank power, which was the diminished baseline of his once S-rank physique. For Seojin's stone guard body, it was brutal. Bruises layered over bruises. His bastion energy flickered as his reserves drained and refilled and drained again. But every exchange taught him something. Every blocked strike was an opportunity to redirect force. Every dodge was positioning for a counter. Every impact against his reinforced body was data. How force traveled through flesh and bone and mana channels, and how that force could be rerouted. Near the end of the session, something happened. Dako threw a straight right, a clean, devastating punch aimed at Seojin's chest. Seojin raised his palm to block and channeled bastion energy into the contact. The force hit his palm, and didn't stop. It traveled through his mana channels, not into the dispersal matrix that shields used, but through a new pathway. The system's pathways. The force entered his arm, circulated through his core, gained momentum from his bastion energy reserve, and exited through his other fist. Seojin didn't plan the counterpunch. His body executed it on instinct, 16 years of denied offensive potential erupting in a single moment. His fist, charged with Dako's redirected force and amplified by bastion energy, slammed into the concrete floor. The floor cratered. A 3-meter circle of reinforced concrete fractured into rubble. Dust erupted. The old barrier generators rattled on their mounts. Silence. Dako stared at the crater, then at Seojin's fist, then at the crater again. That wasn't an impact memory release, he said slowly. That was real-time force redirection. You took my punch, cycled it through your shield energy, and gave it back with interest. Seojin stared at his hand. The silver web on his forearm was glowing brightly, the fracture lines pulsing with residual energy that hadn't fully discharged. I didn't plan it. It just happened. Dako sat down on a concrete block. He picked up a kimbap roll, ate it thoughtfully, and spoke with his mouth full. Kid, in 30 years of combat, I've never seen anyone cycle force through their mana channels like that. Berserkers can absorb and amplify, but we lose the original force in the process. We replace it with rage. You kept the original force intact and added to it. That's not berserker technique. That's not shield technique. That's something new. He swallowed, looked at Seojin with eyes that were fully awake for the first time in 9 years, clear, sharp, and burning with the kind of professional curiosity that had driven him through 87 A-rank gates and 12 S-rank ones. I was going to teach you how to hit things, but I think you're going to teach me something I haven't seen before. He extended a hand. I'm in. 5 a.m. every day, and I'm cutting the drinking to half. Seojin shook his hand. The grip was iron. The grip of a man who'd spent 3 decades holding weapons capable of splitting mountains, channeled now into a handshake that felt more like a covenant. One more thing, Dako said, not releasing the grip. That force you cycled, it didn't just amplify. It resonated. With the concrete structure. With the barrier generators nearby. Even with the air. His eyes narrowed. Whatever you just did, it's not limited to punches. If you can cycle and resonate force through any medium. He trailed off, but Seojin finished the thought in his own mind. Then every barrier becomes a conduit, every shield becomes a weapon, and every blow absorbed becomes a blow waiting to be delivered, at the exact frequency needed to shatter whatever stands in the way. The sun was rising over the Yongsan rooftops, painting the abandoned training ground in shades of orange and gold, and Seojin felt something he hadn't felt since the day before his death, the certainty that tomorrow would be worth reaching. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. The daily training sessions with Dako became the backbone of Seojin's cultivation. Every morning, 5 a.m., the abandoned Yongsan ground. Rain or shine, injured or not, hungover or sober, though Dako's drinking had halved, as promised. Half was still enough to fell a normal person, but for a former S-rank berserker, it represented genuine sacrifice. The philosophy crystallized over the first 2 weeks into something Seojin could feel in his bones. A barrier absorbs force. A wall redirects it. A weapon amplifies it. Dako circled Seojin on the cracked concrete, hands behind his back, voice carrying the authority of 30 years in the kill zone. The association teaches shields to be barriers, passive absorption, energy dissipation, self-sacrifice. That's not wrong, but it's incomplete. A shield can be all three: barrier, wall, and weapon. The question is which one you choose to be in any given moment. Seojin stood in the center of the training ground, barriers lowered, arms at his sides. The exercise was deceptively simple. Dako would attack from random angles, and Seojin had to respond with the minimum effective technique. Not the strongest response, but the most appropriate. Overreaction wasted energy. Underreaction meant injury. Dako threw a left jab. Low power, testing. Seojin formed a palm-sized barrier at the exact point of contact and angled it 30 degrees to his right. The jab slid off the barrier and redirected into empty air. Minimum energy. Maximum efficiency. Good. That's wall technique, redirection. Now, a spinning heel kick, C-rank force. No warning. Seojin reinforced his forearm with bastion energy and caught the kick. The force traveled through his channels. The new pathway the system had carved during yesterday's breakthrough circled his core, and he discharged it through his right palm into the ground. The concrete cracked in a star pattern. Barrier to weapon. Force capture and delayed release. Dako nodded. Your cycle time is getting faster. 0.2 of a second to redirect. In combat, you need it under 1/10. They drilled the technique for hours. Dako's attacks escalated in speed and variety. Punches, kicks, throws, even improvised weapons. He once ripped a chunk of concrete from the floor and hurled it like a shot put. Each attack was a new puzzle: absorb, redirect, or amplify. Wall, barrier, or weapon. By the end of the second week, Seojin's response time had dropped to 0.1 of a second. His bastion energy control had refined to the point where he could form barriers smaller than his fist. Precise shields that could deflect a needle's point or cover a football field. And the impact memory archive was no longer just storage. It was a library. During one particular session, Dako forced Seojin into a corner using a combination of strikes that overwhelmed his redirection capacity. Standard response: raise a full barrier and absorb. Shield class doctrine: the safe play. The play that kept you alive but never advanced you past where you started. Instead, Seojin reached into the archive. He selected an impact, a B-rank Steel Mantis's claw strike, and channeled it through his barrier at the exact moment Dako's fist connected. The barrier didn't absorb or redirect. It detonated. Controlled fracture release. The barrier shattered outward in a directed cone of force. Dako's own punch force combined with the B-rank impact memory, focused into a blast that knocked the old berserker back 5 meters. Dako landed on his feet, skidding. He rubbed his chest. That hurt. Sorry. Don't apologize. That was the best thing I've felt in 9 years. He rolled his shoulders. Again. Harder. The training was brutal. Seojin's body accumulated injuries that his stone guard constitution could barely handle. Deep bruises, strained tendons, hairline fractures in his forearms from blocking S-rank residual force with C-rank physicality. He healed between sessions through cultivation meditation, channeling bastion energy to reinforce his body's natural repair processes. The pain was constant, but it was honest pain, earned through growth, not through servitude. But the growth was undeniable. His mana channels widened. His barrier formation speed halved, then halved again. His force cycle, absorb, redirect, amplify, became second nature. He stopped thinking about whether to form a barrier and started choosing what kind of barrier each moment required. After one particularly intense morning, during which Dako had channeled genuine S-rank killing intent for 3 seconds, just to see if Seojin could withstand the pressure, he could, barely, his bones creaking and his vision widening at the edges. The old man sat on his concrete block and stared at the sky. In 30 years of fighting, I never trained anyone. The association didn't want me mentoring. My methods were classified as excessively destructive. They said I'd produce killers, not protectors. He snorted, as if the difference matters when there's a gate boss charging your position. But, Seojin prompted, sitting beside him and passing a water bottle. But watching you. You take the hits, you learn from them, you give them back. You're doing what I always thought shields could do if anyone bothered to teach them. Dako took the water. You're also the only person in 9 years who's treated me like I have something worth saying. Seojin let the silence hold. Dako wasn't a man who needed responses. He needed witness. I was going to drink myself dead by February, Dako said. The timeline was set. The liver was set. Then some kid walks into my bar and tells me exactly how long I have left and exactly what it would take to extend it. And instead of feeling scared, I felt angry. Not at you, at myself, for letting them turn 30 years of service into a death sentence served in soju bottles. He stood, rolled his shoulders, settled into stance. Enough sentiment. Your counterattack timing still drifts to the right when you're fatigued. We're fixing that today, or I'm taking back the kimbap. They trained for another 2 hours. Seojin's counterattack timing stopped drifting. The notebook Dako had mentioned during their first session, his 30 years of combat notes, appeared at the end of the 3rd week. He pulled it from his jacket like a man surrendering a piece of himself, battered, coffee-stained, handwritten in jagged but precise script. Everything I know about force dynamics, attack patterns, monster behavior, and how to break things efficiently. I've been carrying this around for 9 years like a drunk with a love letter. He held it out. Take it. Study it. And when you've absorbed everything in there, come back and show me something I haven't seen. Seojin took the notebook. It weighed almost nothing and contained 30 years of S-rank wisdom that the association had tried to bury along with its author. He opened it to the first page. The handwriting was jagged but precise. Chapter 1. The Berserker's Axiom. Anything worth protecting is worth destroying the things that threaten it. The axiom settled into his mind alongside 847,293 stored impacts, 16 years of bitter experience, and a growing certainty that everything, the system, the hierarchy, the lie that shields exist to serve swords, had structural weaknesses. And he could see every single one. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. 3 weeks after awakening, the association assigned Seojin to his first Real Gate raid. The raid briefing was held in a cramped conference room at the Sector 4 facility. Beige walls, a projector that flickered, and the persistent smell of stale coffee that seemed to be embedded in the building's infrastructure. Seojin's assigned team consisted of 5 hunters. Oh Sang-hyuk, a C-rank swordsman who led the squad with the enthusiasm of someone counting down to retirement. Park Jun, a D-rank archer. Lim Tae-ho, a D-rank mage. Shin Haeyoung, an E-rank buffer. And Seojin, designated shielder. The gate was D-rank, located in an industrial district in Incheon, a cave-type dungeon with insectoid monsters classified as blade mantises. Moderate difficulty for a D-rank squad. Straightforward clear. Oh Sang-hyuk delivered the pre-raid briefing with the flat energy of a man reading a grocery list. Standard formation. I lead. Park and Lim on flanks. Shin buffs. Shield. He glanced at Seojin. Stay in the back and block if something gets past us. The other team members barely acknowledged Seojin. The buffer, Shin Haeyoung, gave him a sympathetic grimace. One support class to another, the shared understanding of people who knew their names would never appear in after-action headlines. The archer and mage didn't look at him at all. Seojin said nothing. He'd been invisible for 16 years. 3 more hours wouldn't kill him. The D-rank gate was a 12-meter portal in a warehouse parking lot, stabilized by association generators. The team entered in formation, Sang-hyuk at point, DPS flanking, Buffer in the middle, and Seojin in the rear. Inside, a cave system with bioluminescent walls that cast everything in sickly green light. The air was humid and thick with a chemical smell, the blade mantis's territorial pheromones. Standard D-rank cave topology, central corridor, branching chambers, boss at the deepest point. The first engagement came within 2 minutes. 3 blade mantises, insectoid creatures the size of large dogs, with forearms that ended in chitin scythes capable of cutting through standard armor, skittered out of a side chamber. Sang-hyuk engaged the lead mantis with textbook swordsmanship. Park's arrows took the second. Lim's firebolt caught the third. Clean kills. Seojin stood in the rear and watched. His role, per doctrine, was to hold position and deploy barriers if anything broke through the DPS line. Nothing broke through. The DPS line was competent. For a D-rank gate, this team was more than adequate. They cleared 2 more chambers. 15 mantises total. No complications. Sang-hyuk's confidence grew with each clean kill. The team relaxed into a rhythm that Seojin recognized from hundreds of similar raids. The comfortable groove of competence that preceded every disaster he'd ever witnessed. Then the 4th chamber. It was larger than the others, an oval cavern with a high ceiling covered in crystallized mantis secretion. The green bioluminescence was brighter here, casting sharp shadows that moved with the team. 3 blade mantises waited in the center, already agitated. Sang-hyuk advanced. Park flanked. Lim charged a firebolt. Seojin saw the 4th mantis before anyone else. Fracture sight, operating passively, detected movement in the crystallized ceiling, a shimmer of displaced air, the faint thermal signature of a cold-blooded insectoid pressing itself against stone. The mantis was directly above Sang-hyuk's intended path, positioned for a diving ambush. And behind the team, in the corridor they'd just traversed, 2 more mantises were creeping forward on silent chitin legs. A pincer attack. The 3 visible mantises were bait. Seojin had 2 options. The shield class doctrine option, shout a warning, deploy a barrier over Sang-hyuk, and hope the DPS handled the ambush. The second option, handle it himself. He chose. The ceiling mantis dropped. Seojin was already moving, not to shield Sang-hyuk, but to intercept. He formed a stone guard barrier at a 45-degree angle beneath the falling creature and charged it with a C-rank impact memory. The mantis hit the barrier, and the force rebounded. Its own diving momentum plus the stored impact drove it back upward, slamming it into the ceiling hard enough to crack chitin. Before the stunned mantis could recover, Seojin formed a barrier edge, a shield shaped not as a disc, but as a blade, and drove it horizontally through the creature's exposed underbelly. The chitin split. Mana particles erupted. Behind him, the 2 corridor mantises charged. Seojin spun. Dual barrier edges materialized on his forearms like arm guards with cutting surfaces. The first mantis lunged with its scythe arm. Seojin caught the scythe between his barrier and his arm, activated fracture sight to identify the chitin's stress point, and snapped the arm at its structural weakness with a precise twist. Then he redirected the mantis's own momentum, using wall technique, not barrier technique, to send it crashing into its partner. Both mantises tumbled across the floor. Seojin formed a barrier dome over them and channeled a controlled fracture release inward. The barrier contracted and shattered simultaneously, a kill box that compressed force into a space the size of a closet. 2 kills. Clean. For seconds total, from the ceiling mantis's drop to the corridor pair's dissolution. He turned around. The entire team was staring at him. Sang-hyuk's sword was half raised. Park's bow was drawn. Lim's fire bolt fizzled in his palm. The 3 bait mantises were still alive in the center of the chamber, frozen in confusion because the ambush they'd been covering for had just been dismantled by the guy who was supposed to stay in the back and look worried. Incoming from the center, Seojin said. 3 targets. Standard engagement. Sang-hyuk snapped out of his shock and engaged. The team finished the remaining mantises in 20 seconds. Nobody spoke for a full minute afterward. That, Park the archer started, was not standard shield doctrine. Lim the mage finished. Sang-hyuk sheathed his sword and looked at Seojin. His expression mixed confusion, unease, and a grudging acknowledgement that the shield had just done something his entire career had told him was impossible. You moved before the ceiling mantis dropped. You saw it before any of us. Good peripheral vision, Seojin said. You killed 3 D-rank monsters with shield techniques. In 4 seconds. Barrier feedback. Sang-hyuk stared at him for 3 more seconds, then turned and kept walking. He didn't reassign Seojin to the rear. For the rest of the raid, Seojin moved with the formation instead of behind it, and nobody said a word about doctrine. Yura, who was assigned to a different team in the same facility, heard about it within the hour. She was grinning when Seojin arrived for their evening sparring session. 3 mantises with barriers. For seconds, the other trainees are calling you shield cannon. That's not shield cannon. She tested the words, still grinning. I like it. Come on, shield cannon. Let's spar. And if you can take down mantises like that, I want to see what happens when you stop treating me like glass. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. The first time Seojin saw Yoo Haneul in this timeline, he was standing in the lobby of the Seoul Hunter Association headquarters, surrounded by light. Not literal light, though the lobby's floor-to-ceiling windows cast afternoon sun across the marble floor. The light around Haneul was social. Camera flashes, phone screens raised for photos, the gleaming admiration in every face that turned toward him. 18 years old, already C-rank and climbing, wearing casual training clothes that probably cost more than Seojin's monthly rent. His hair was artfully styled. His smile was warm and practiced. The smile of someone who'd learned early that charisma was a weapon more versatile than any sword. Yoo Haneul was everything the public wanted a hunter to be: young, powerful, handsome, and seemingly humble. He waved to fans with the grace of a man who expected adoration and received it as his due. Seojin watched from across the lobby. He had come to file Breakpoint's preliminary registration paperwork, a minor errand that required his physical presence because the association's bureaucracy was allergic to digital efficiency. He'd expected to be in and out in 20 minutes. Instead, he was standing 30 meters from the man who had killed him. His hands didn't shake. That surprised him. In the memory that still burned behind his eyes, the cold dungeon floor, the backlash tearing through his barriers, the crowd chanting while he bled. He'd expected to feel rage, or fear, or the complex cocktail of emotions that 16 years of servitude and a violent death should produce. What he felt was precision. Cold, focused precision. Like fracture sight applied to a person instead of a barrier. He could see Haneul's structural weaknesses, not physical ones. Haneul's body was in peak condition, his mana core burning with swordsman energy that radiated authority. His weaknesses were behavioral. The way his smile never reached the corners of his eyes. The way he positioned his body to always face the cameras, even mid-conversation. The way his hand rested on his sword hilt not for readiness, but for image. The sword saint, always armed, always prepared, always the hero. And the way his gaze moved through the crowd with the systematic assessment of a predator cataloging threats and assets. His eyes swept past Seojin. Over him. Through him. The way you look at furniture. At walls. At things that exist to serve a function and require no further acknowledgement. The silver lines on Seojin's forearm pulsed with sudden heat. Target identified. Yoo Haneul Impact Memory Archive. Related entries. For 1,218 these impacts were absorbed while shielding this individual over 16 years of service. Combined force equivalent. Sufficient to level a city. Current threat assessment. Manageable. For 1,218 blows. Every one of them meant for Haneul. Every one of them taken by Seojin. Sword strikes, mana blasts, monster attacks, environmental hazards. 4,218 times he'd stepped between Haneul and death. The force contained in those memories alone was enough to level a city. And it was all sitting in Seojin's arm, waiting for permission to be returned to its intended recipient. Not today. Not yet. But the ledger was open, and the balance due was astronomical. Seojin watched the hero work the room for another 60 seconds, cataloging every gesture, every smile, every calculated moment of humility that masked the mathematics underneath. Then he turned and walked to the registration desk. The clerk processed his paperwork. Breakpoint. Shield-led team? That's unusual. Just file it. She filed it. He left the building. Outside, the afternoon sun was warm. Seoul spread out around him. A city of 20 million people, most of whom would watch Yoo Haneul on the evening news and feel safer knowing the sword saint existed. Seojin didn't look back at the building. He didn't need to. He knew exactly where Haneul was and what he was doing. He'd spent 16 years tracking that man's position as part of his job. Always 3 steps behind, always ready to step forward, always prepared to die so that the golden boy could keep shining. This time, the tracking was for a different purpose. His phone buzzed. A message from Yura. Training in an hour? I've been working on something. He texted back. On my way. The something Yura had been working on, he'd discover, was a rotating thrust technique that would nearly put her spear through his barrier on the first attempt. And that near miss would make him laugh, the second genuine laugh since regression, which would make her grin with the fierce satisfaction of someone who'd found the crack in an unbreakable wall. But he didn't know that yet. What he knew, walking away from the association building with the afternoon sun on his back, was that somewhere behind him, inside those marble halls, a young aide was leaning toward Haneul with a tablet displaying surveillance footage from recent trainee assessments. And the system's passive monitoring caught something that made the silver lines on Seojin's forearm pulse with cold warning. Note: Subject Yoo Haneul has accessed association training facility surveillance recordings. Your combat footage from the D-Rank Gate raid has been flagged for review. Recommendation: maintain operational security. The subject is beginning to notice. The hunt hadn't started yet, but the hunter was opening his eyes. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Yura was waiting at the arena, her spear planted in the ground beside her, doing stretches that looked more like combat forms. She'd been training independently. Seojin could see the improvement in her posture, the way her weight distribution had shifted since he'd corrected her hip alignment 3 weeks ago. You were at Association HQ, she said, not looking up from her stretch. Filing paperwork. You were gone 3 hours for paperwork. Bureaucracy. She stood up, pulled her spear from the ground, and faced him. Her expression was the one she wore when she'd been thinking about something for a while and had reached a conclusion she intended to state whether it was welcome or not. I want to talk about what happened during the D-Rank raid. 3 mantises, for seconds, barrier feedback. Not that. After. When you came back to the facility, I watched you walk through the lobby. You looked at the roster board, specifically at the active raid teams list. You stopped on one name. Yoo Haneul. You stared at it for 11 seconds. I counted. Seojin said nothing. You fight like someone who's been in 100 gates, Yura continued. Your analytical ability is years beyond your age. You correct my technique with precision that requires decades of observation. And you look at Yoo Haneul's name on a roster board like it's a knife aimed at your throat. She planted the spear again, the butt striking concrete with a sharp crack that echoed across the empty arena. I'm not asking you to explain. I made a deal. I don't ask questions you won't answer. But I'm telling you what I see, because if we're going to train together, I need to know that whatever's going on in your head isn't going to get me killed. Fair. More than fair. She was protecting herself by being direct, which was the smartest possible approach, and exactly the kind of pragmatic honesty that had kept her alive through whatever difficult years had preceded her awakening. Nothing in my head will get you killed, Seojin said. I'm building something. A team, a reputation, a different way of fighting. Some people won't like it. Yoo Haneul is one of those people. Not because of anything personal, but because what I'm building challenges what he represents. What does he represent? The idea that the strong matter more than the people who protect them. Yura was quiet for a moment. Then she adjusted her grip on her spear and settled into stance. Good. Because that idea already tried to kill me once. She didn't elaborate. But the faint tension in her left shoulder, the old injury he'd noticed on their first meeting, told a story she wasn't ready to share. A story written in scar tissue and compensatory muscle patterns that spoke of a time when someone strong had decided that someone weaker didn't matter. Let's spar, she said. And don't hold back. They trained for 2 hours. Yura had developed something new during her solo practice. A rapid thrust technique that used her entire body's rotation to generate penetrating force through her spear tip. Against a stationary target, it was devastating. Against Seojin's mobile defensive style, it forced him to create new barrier geometries on the fly. Triangular deflections, curved redirections, angled prisms that scattered her thrust force into harmless vectors. By the 50th exchange, They developed a rhythm that felt less like combat and more like a conversation conducted in steel and silver energy. Her aggression probed. His defense responded. Her adaptations forced his evolution. His corrections refined her approach. It was the kind of training partnership that neither of them had experienced before. Yura because she'd never found an opponent who could keep up with her adaptations, and Seojin because he'd spent 16 years shielding someone who never cared about the shield. At the end, dripping sweat on the concrete, Yura pointed her spear at him. I figured something out. What? Why you need me? You're building something that challenges the strongest hero in the country. You need someone beside you who isn't afraid of what that means. She lowered the spear. I'm not afraid. But if you're going to stand against people that powerful, you need to stand with people who can actually fight. Not behind them. With them. She extended her hand. Not for a handshake. Palm up, fingers open. An offering. Partners. Equals. No one stands behind anyone. He took her hand. Partners. Her grip was calloused and strong. The grip of someone who'd earned every callous the hard way. When she let go, her fingers lingered for a fraction of a second longer than necessary. A fraction that meant something she hadn't said and might not say for a long time. She turned away before he could read her expression. Same time tomorrow, shield cannon. He watched her walk away. The evening light caught the edges of her spear, making it glow like a thin line of fire against the darkening sky. Something in his chest that wasn't bastion energy or impact memories or rage warmed, briefly, before he locked it away. Attachments were vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities got exploited. He'd learned that lesson with his life. But watching Yura walk away with her spear on her shoulder and her head held high, he thought, maybe some vulnerabilities are worth the risk. The thought terrified him more than any gate boss ever had, because gate bosses could only kill his body, but trusting someone again could shatter something that no amount of regression would repair. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. The Sector 7 gate complex sat in an industrial district that smelled like rust and diesel. A cluster of 4 Durant gates managed by a rotating consortium of low-tier guilds who paid the association a licensing fee for the privilege of harvesting monster cores and mana crystals. The operation was unglamorous but profitable, like mining but with teeth. The specific gate Seojin needed was Gate 7C, a crystal cavern variant that had been flagged for its sealed boss room 6 months ago. He'd scouted it twice already, once during the day, walking the perimeter with a surveyor's eye, and once at night, entering the dungeon's first chamber to map the ambient mana flow patterns that Fracture Sight could read like a blueprint. Now, at midnight, with the guild crews gone and the facility's security camera cycling on a 90-second loop, he entered for real. He told Dako about the quest beforehand, omitting the system's existence, framing it as his own investigation. Dako's response had been characteristically direct. You want to break into a sealed boss room that 2 A-ranked teams failed to crack. As a stone guard. Alone. The barrier's weaker than they think. The barrier's weaker than they think, Dako repeated. Famous last words of every idiot who died in a gate. How do you know? I can see structural weaknesses. In everything. Walls, barriers, armor, bone. Dako had studied him with the flat-eyed stare of a man who'd learned to measure risk in body bags. That's not a shield class ability. It's mine. A long pause. Dako scratched his jaw. If you can break that barrier, you'll attract attention. The association doesn't like mysteries. 2 A-ranked teams fail, then a stone guard succeeds. They'll investigate. Let them. I'm not planning to hide what I can do forever. I just need to build a foundation first. Dako had nodded slowly. Go. But if you die in there, I'm not carrying your body out. My back can't take it. Now Seojin stood inside Gate 7C, navigating a crystal cavern dungeon that sparkled with refracted light from bioluminescent mineral formations. The walls were translucent, casting rainbow patterns that would have been beautiful if the cavern's inhabitants hadn't been trying to eat him. Crystal beetles, knee-high arthropods with diamond-hard shells and mandibles that could shear through steel, skittered from alcoves as he passed. D-rank, easily dispatched. He didn't bother with subtlety. Stone guard barriers formed and fractured in rapid sequence, each controlled fracture release punching through beetle shells like a hammer through glass. The cave floor glittered with dissolving crystal remains. 15 minutes. 23 beetles. The path to the boss chamber was clear. The boss itself, a crystal stag, D-rank apex, stood in a hexagonal room of pure crystal. Four-legged, antlered, its body a lattice of interlocking mineral formations that refracted its own mana into a blinding display. The antlers served as mana-channeling arrays, gathering and focusing the ambient crystal energy into devastating beam attacks. Seojin formed a barrier edge, activated fracture site, and identified the stress point where the antlers joined the skull, a junction of two different crystal types that created an inherent structural weakness at the interface. One strike. The antlers shattered. Without them, the stag was a glass statue with no way to channel its energy. It charged. Seojin sidestepped and drove a second barrier edge through the exposed mana core. 30 seconds. Clean kill. Behind the boss chamber, the sealed wall. Up close, the barrier was impressive. Layers of interlocking mana patterns, each one reinforcing the others. Standard analysis would show a uniform, impenetrable surface. Even A-rank force projection would just push against the whole structure, like trying to break a brick wall by leaning on it. Fracture sight showed the truth. 3 points. 3 precise strikes. Just like the E-rank gate's hidden chamber, the same principle of structural exploitation, scaled to a more complex target. But this barrier was stronger. The fracture lines were narrower, the stress points more deeply embedded. C-rank impacts wouldn't cut it. He needed B-rank force, which, according to the system's assessment, would cause physical strain. Physical strain. He'd spent 16 years enduring physical strain. This was nothing new. He pulled a B-rank impact memory from the archive. A steel mantis's claw strike, sharp, concentrated, designed for penetration. He channeled it through his palm and into the first fracture point. Pain spiked through his arm. The system wasn't exaggerating. The B-rank force tore at his stone guard mana channels like water through pipes rated for half the pressure. He felt micro-tears in his meridians, small enough to heal, but present enough to remind him that his body was not yet built for this level of output. The first anchor separated. The barrier's outer layer dissolved at the northwestern edge. Second point. Same memory, fresh draw. The eastern seam split with a grinding sound that reverberated through the crystal cavern. More meridian strain. His left arm went numb for 3 seconds. Third point, the keystone. This one needed more. The barrier's remaining integrity had redistributed to this single point, concentrating everything into a last-stand resistance. He needed a stronger memory. He scrolled through the archive and selected an impact he'd been avoiding. The first time the Void Emperor had struck his barrier in the Abyss Gate raid. A-rank force. The system had warned that A-rank impacts would cause injury. Seojin weighed the cost. Injury against advancement, pain against power, the body's limits against the soul's requirements. Then he drove the memory into the keystone. The barrier detonated. The keystone failed catastrophically, cascading the collapse through every remaining layer. The sealed wall disintegrated into a shower of dissipating mana particles that glittered like dying stars. Seojin's arm screamed. 3 meridian lines had ruptured, not destroyed, but cracked, leaking bastion energy internally. Blood seeped from his nose. His vision flickered between normal sight and fracture sight, the boundaries of reality stuttering like a broken projector. He held still, channeling what remained of his bastion energy into self-reinforcement. The cracks in his meridians stabilized. The bleeding stopped. The pain settled from searing to merely agonizing, and agony, at least, was an old friend. Behind the destroyed barrier, a chamber roughly 3 meters square, carved from pure crystal. In the center, hovering above a stone pedestal, a crystallized mana core the size of a fist. It pulsed with energy that made the silver lines on Seojin's forearm glow in sympathetic resonance. 2 broken things recognizing each other across the gap between destruction and potential. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. The crystallized mana core was warm against his palm. Not the heat of fire, but the warmth of concentrated potential energy. It pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat, and when his fingers closed around it, the system surged to life with an urgency that bordered on eagerness. Treasure acquired. Bastion Nexus Core, a crystallized concentration of pure defensive mana, formed over decades of gate energy compression. Absorbing this core will fundamentally expand your Bastion energy capacity and accelerate your advancement to Steel Bastion, rank 3. Absorb? He closed his eyes and absorbed. The energy flooded his mana channels, not the forced pressure of an impact memory release, but a smooth, expansive flow that widened his channels from the inside. The micro-tears from the A-rank impact healed as if they'd never existed, new tissue forming along the fracture lines that was denser and more resilient than what had been there before. His stone guard capacity, already stretched by weeks of intensive training, shattered its ceiling and reformed at a higher level. Advancing, Stone Guard Steel Bastion, Rank 3, new ability, full body barrier, encase your entire body in Bastion energy armor. New ability, barrier constructs, form three-dimensional structures, cages, bridges, platforms, from Bastion energy. New ability, force multiplication, impact memory releases gain a 2x amplification modifier. The advancement settled through his body in waves. His mana reserves quintupled from their previous capacity. His barrier formation speed jumped another order of magnitude. And the silver fracture marks on his forearm deepened, spreading past his elbow in intricate patterns that looked like shattered stained glass, catching light from a source that didn't exist in the visible spectrum. He stood in the crystal chamber, testing his new abilities. A barrier construct formed at his command, not a flat disk, but a three-dimensional box that he could shape, resize, and manipulate with thought. He formed a cage around the pedestal, then dissolved it into a bridge, then compressed it into a javelin-shaped projectile. His barriers weren't walls anymore. They were architecture. He was no longer a man holding a shield. He was a man building fortresses out of will and silver light. He turned to leave the hidden chamber and encountered two things simultaneously. First, the sound of footsteps in the boss chamber outside. Someone else was in the gate. Second, a notification from the system. Quest complete. Fracture Point Steel Bastion advancement achieved. Fracture points plus 50. Broke an unbreakable barrier. Note: external contact detected. Non-hostile. He climbed out of the hidden chamber to find a woman standing in the boss chamber, staring at the demolished barrier wall with an expression that combined professional curiosity and personal alarm. She was mid-20s, wearing a healer's combat coat, white with green trim, the universal identifier for medical class hunters. Her hair was tied back in a practical bun, and she carried a medical kit slung across one shoulder. No weapons. Healers didn't carry weapons. They carried the equipment to keep other people alive long enough to use theirs. Hanmairi looked at Seojin, then at the demolished wall, then at the crystal chamber beyond. That barrier was rated A rank, she said. I've been coming to this gate for 6 months, running a free clinic for the low-rank hunters who clear it. I've watched 2 A-rank teams fail to breach that wall, and now it's rubble. It had structural weaknesses. Everything has structural weaknesses. That doesn't mean a stone guard should be able to exploit them. Her eyes were sharp, diagnostic. The way healers looked at patients, reading vital signs in skin color and pupil dilation, and the 1,000 small tells that healthy people never noticed. She was assessing him. You're bleeding from the nose. Meridian micro-tears. 3 lines, judging by the energy leakage pattern. You channeled force way beyond your rank capacity to break that barrier. Seojin wiped his nose. It's stabilized. It's stabilized now. In 12 hours, without treatment, those micro-tears will calcify and permanently reduce your channeling capacity by 15%. That's a career-ending injury for most hunters, slow, invisible, and irreversible by the time they notice. She set her medical kit on the ground and opened it. Sit. I don't sit. I'm not asking as a physician. I'm telling you as the only healer within 3 kilometers of a D-rank gate at midnight. He sat. Mairi's healing technique was precise and efficient. The work of someone who'd treated 1,000 injuries with limited resources and learned to waste nothing. Green mana, life energy, the healer's counterpart to Bastion energy, flowed from her palms into his arm and traced the damaged meridian lines. The micro-tears sealed. The internal leakage stopped. The numbness in his fingers faded to a ghost of tingling. 3 meridian lines, hairline fractures, consistent with channeling B-rank force through stone guard pathways, she murmured as she worked, her fingers warm against his forearm. Except you're not stone guard anymore. You advanced mid-session. That mana core in there. Yes. Smart. Reckless, but smart. She finished the healing and packed her kit with the practiced efficiency of someone who cleaned up after reckless people for a living. Your meridians are repaired, but they'll be sensitive for 48 hours. No channeling above C-rank force during that window. I mean it. I didn't spend 20 minutes fixing your arm so you could break it again tomorrow. Thank you. She stood. Her expression shifted from medical professional to something more personal. A quiet intensity that had nothing to do with healing and everything to do with why she was running a free clinic in a district that nobody cared about at midnight. I run a free clinic for support class hunters, shielders, healers, buffers, the people the association treats as accessories. The worst healing, the worst equipment, the worst assignments. When a shielder gets injured on a raid, the guild healer treats the DPS first, the tank second, and the shield last. If the shield dies, they hire another one. She shouldered her kit. I've seen 3 shielders die from meridian injuries that could have been treated in 10 minutes, because the healer prioritized the swordsman's paper cut. Seojin said nothing. He didn't need to. He'd lived that reality for 16 years, had been the shield who waited for treatment that came too late, or not at all, because the hero's comfort was always more urgent than the shield's survival. Whatever you're doing. She gestured at the demolished barrier, at the crystal chamber, at the silver fracture marks now extending past his elbow. Keep doing it. Support classes need someone who fights back. She handed him a card. Plain white, simple text. Han Myri, healer. Free clinic. All support classes welcome. An address in a district that wasn't wealthy but was, apparently, where the people who mattered most were least likely to be found. Come by if those meridians act up, she said. Or if you decide to build something worth building. She walked toward the gate exit, her healer's coat glowing faintly in the crystal cavern's ambient light. At the threshold, she paused without turning. One more thing. That barrier you broke, the association will send someone to investigate the collapse. They'll find your mana signature in the debris. You have about 72 hours before the paperwork reaches someone who cares. Then she was gone, and Seojin was alone in the crystal chamber with a new rank burning through his channels and a healer's card in his pocket, and the growing understanding that the army he needed to build wasn't going to be made of warriors, but of every person the system had discarded. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Seojin visited Han Myri's clinic 2 days later. Not for treatment. His meridians had healed cleanly, as promised, but because a free clinic for support class hunters was exactly the kind of thing worth protecting. The clinic occupied the ground floor of a converted residential building in Mapo district, wedged between a laundromat and a barber shop. The waiting area had 6 plastic chairs, a water cooler with a taped crack, and a wall covered in thank you notes written on scraps of paper. Thank you for fixing my arm when my guild said to walk it off. D-rank buffer. You're the only healer who's ever treated a shielder like a person. C-rank shield. My mana core stabilized because of you. The association wanted to decommission me. E-rank healer. Seojin read them all. 37 notes. 37 support class hunters who'd been discarded by the system and caught by a single woman with green mana and a stubborn refusal to let people die of neglect. The clinic was busy despite its humble appearance. For patients waited, 2 shielders with chronic barrier stress injuries, a buffer with depleted mana channels, and a healer with self-inflicted overexertion damage from healing too many patients with too little rest. Myri herself probably had the same condition. Healers who ran free clinics always did. They gave until they had nothing left, then gave the nothing too. Myri worked alone. She moved between patients with the calm efficiency of someone who'd been doing this for years on inadequate resources. Her healing technique was top-tier, smooth, precise, economical with mana. She didn't waste a drop, because she couldn't afford to. Every unit of green mana she spent on one patient was a unit she couldn't spend on the next. Kang Seojin, she said when she saw him. Meridians holding? Perfect. Thanks to you. Then you're here for something else. Not a question. She finished treating the shielder's stress fracture, a bone-deep injury that guild-employed healers would charge 300,000 won to fix, and gestured him toward a back room that served as her office. It contained a desk, a cot, and a filing cabinet that looked like it had survived multiple gate breaks. Your clinic's running on fumes, Seojin said. How much longer before funding runs out? Her expression tightened, not offended, impressed that he'd noticed, and wary of what came next. 7 months. Director Beck's budget committee has been cutting independent support class medical facilities for 3 years. Last quarter, they redirected our remaining subsidy to the Blue Tiger Guild's private hospital. The official reason was efficiency consolidation. The real reason is that Beck doesn't want support hunters getting treated outside association-approved channels. Because treated support hunters are healthy support hunters, and healthy support hunters might realize they don't need to be disposable. Myri studied him. For a 3-week-old awakener, you have a remarkably complete understanding of systemic oppression. I read a lot. You keep saying that. She sat on the edge of her desk, arms crossed, her diagnostic gaze running over him the same way she'd assessed his meridian damage, looking for the underlying condition, not just the visible symptoms. What do you want, Seojin? I'm forming an independent raid team. Shield-led. We'll take higher-paying gate contracts and funnel profits to keep this clinic open as our affiliated medical unit. In exchange, you provide medical support to the team and continue treating support class hunters. She was quiet for 10 seconds. Seojin counted. You want to use gate profits to fund a free clinic. That's not how the economics usually work. Teams spend gate profits on equipment upgrades, guild dues, and appearance fees. I'm not interested in appearance fees. What are you interested in? Building something that values every class equally, starting with keeping the one person who already does that in business. Another silence. Myri's diagnostic gaze swept over him, not his body, but his intent. Healers who'd been doing the job long enough developed a form of empathic assessment, reading sincerity the way carpenters read wood grain. They could tell, within seconds, whether a patient was lying about their symptoms, their habits, or their reasons for being in the chair. 7 months of operating budget requires approximately 40 million won, she said. That's 16 B-rank gate clears at minimum contract rates. Your team would need to be clearing 2 gates per month, consistently, from the start. We'll clear more than 2. You're confident? I'm Steel Bastion. My spear partner is the fastest learner I've ever seen. My tactical advisor is a retired S-rank berserker, and I'm going to recruit more. He held her gaze. This clinic is the first thing worth protecting that I've found since I woke up. I'm not going to let it close. Myri's composure cracked, just a fraction, a micro-expression that flashed across her face before the professional mask returned. But in that fraction, Seojin saw something he recognized. Hope, guarded and afraid of itself, emerging from behind years of watching the system fail the people who needed it most. In 10 years of running this clinic, she said, you're the first person who fought to keep it open. Everyone else just sent condolences when the funding got cut. She extended her hand. Professional. Steady. I'm in. But I have conditions. I treat your team, but I also keep treating walk-ins. My patients come first. Always. And if you're something worth building turns out to be another guild that uses people up and throws them away, I walk. No notice. No negotiation. Deal. They shook hands. Myri's grip was a healer's grip, controlled, precise, with the underlying strength of someone who'd spent years channeling mana through her palms to pull people back from edges they didn't know they were standing on. Seojin left the clinic with a purpose that crystallized further with every step. The team was forming, Yura for offense, Dako for training and tactical wisdom, Myri for medical support, and a moral compass that pointed toward the people everyone else had written off. Now he needed to put them all together. But first, he needed to handle a more immediate problem, because somewhere in the association's administrative labyrinth, the investigation into the demolished Sector 7 barrier was winding its way toward someone's desk, and the mana's signature they'd find in the debris was unmistakably his. The clock Myri had mentioned was ticking, and Seojin had about 48 hours to decide whether to run from the attention or walk straight into it with his hands up and his barriers ready. He chose, as he always would, from now on, to walk forward. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. The news reached Seojin through Yura, who arrived at their evening training session, moving stiffly, with a bandage wrapped around her head and a fury in her eyes that burned hotter than her spear techniques. What happened? C-rank gate raid. Seocho district. She dropped onto the arena bench and pulled the bandage free, revealing a bruise that covered her right temple and extended to her cheekbone. The skin was purple-black at the center, fading to yellow at the edges, fresh enough to still be swelling. The shielder froze. Seojin sat beside her. He didn't touch the bruise. He waited. Rock Troll. B-rank mutation in a C-rank gate. It happens, 1 in 50 raids. The troll broke through the front line and swung at me. The shielder, Park somebody, association assigned, was supposed to intercept. He was 5 meters away with a clear line. He froze. Just stood there with his barrier half-formed, shaking like a kid who'd never seen anything bigger than a goblin. Her voice was controlled, but her hands were trembling around her spear shaft. Not from pain. From the particular kind of anger that only surfaces when someone you trusted with your life fails to show up. The mage hit the troll with a force bolt at the last second. Deflected the fist. I took the shockwave instead of the direct hit. If the mage had been a half-second slower, she touched her temple with careful fingers. My skull would have been in 3 pieces on the dungeon floor. Seojin's jaw tightened. The scenario was textbook support class failure. Not because the shielder was incompetent, but because the association's training program produced shielders who were conditioned to absorb passively, not react dynamically. Park somebody had probably formed 1,000 practice barriers in controlled settings. He'd never been trained to form one in the fraction of a second between a troll's swing and a teammate's death. The association didn't teach that. Teaching shielders to react fast was dangerously close to teaching them to think independently. And independent shielders were shielders who might question why they were always standing behind someone else's sword. The shielder wasn't prepared for a real threat, Seojin said. No, he wasn't. Yura's eyes met his, dark, fierce, and carrying the cold clarity of someone who'd just learned exactly how thin the margin between life and death was. If you'd been there, that troll would be dead. You would have moved. You would have reacted. Because whatever you are, you don't freeze. He sat beside her in silence for a moment. She wasn't asking for comfort. She was stating a fact and its implications. And the implications were that the current system killed people, not through malice but through the systematic production of shielders who couldn't protect anyone when it actually mattered. I wasn't there, he said. So we make sure you never need me to be. Tomorrow, we train your evasion. Not just dodging, reading attacks before they land, positioning yourself where the threat isn't. If your shield fails, you should already be somewhere safe. She looked at him. The anger in her eyes softened, not gone, but tempered, alloyed with something warmer that she probably wouldn't name for a long time. You know what's strange? Most people would have said, I'm sorry that happened. You said, let's make sure it can't happen again. She leaned back on the bench, staring at the arena ceiling. I think that's why I keep training with you. You don't waste time on sorry. You build solutions. He didn't correct her, but her words stirred a memory. 16 years of apologies. Sorry he couldn't block faster. Sorry the barrier wasn't strong enough. Sorry he'd failed to prevent injuries that weren't his fault, but somehow always became his responsibility. Sorry, sorry, sorry. The shielder's liturgy, recited after every failure, as if apologizing for being insufficient was part of the job description. He was done apologizing. Done being sorry for a system that was designed to make shields apologize for not being disposable enough. Tomorrow, 5 a.m. with Dako, then evasion drills after, he said. Bring water. It'll be intense. Yura smiled, a thin, sharp expression that was more challenge than warmth. It better be. She stood, shouldered her spear, and walked toward the exit. At the door, she paused without turning around. Seojin. Yeah. The next shielder who freezes while I'm in danger. I'm going to put this spear through their shield and ask them if they can feel that. She looked over her shoulder. Unless you get there first. She left, and the arena was quiet except for the hum of the barrier generators and the distant sound of the city settling into evening. Seojin remained on the bench, staring at the silver fracture marks on his forearm that now extended past his elbow. 847,293 impacts. Thousands of moments where he'd held the line when others froze. The difference between him and Park the shielder who froze wasn't talent. It wasn't bravery. It was 16 years of being forced to react or die, over and over, until reaction was as involuntary as breathing. The association could produce that. They just didn't want to, because a shield that reacted fast was a shield that might react in the wrong direction, and the wrong direction, in their calculus, was any direction that didn't point toward the hero's back. He stood up and headed home, and the bruise on Yura's temple burned in his memory like a brand. Not because he couldn't have prevented it, but because the system that caused it was still producing shielders who froze, still positioning them behind swords that didn't care if they lived or died, and still calling it strategy. That system had structural weaknesses, and Seojin could see every single one. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. The announcement came through the association's public broadcast system at 9 a.m. on a Wednesday. A pre-recorded statement from director Baek Young-hoon, delivered with the careful diction of a man who had practiced being reasonable about unreasonable things. In response to evolving threat dynamics and the need for strategic defensive resource allocation, the Hunter Strategic Command is implementing Policy Directive 7C. All Shield-class hunters ranked B and above must be assigned exclusively to government-designated raid teams. Independent Shield work, including freelance raid participation and private security contracts, is prohibited effective immediately. Violations will result in license suspension. Seojin watched the broadcast on his phone while eating breakfast in his apartment. Rice, egg, kimchi. The breakfast of a man whose attention was elsewhere. Policy Directive 7C. He remembered it from the timeline he'd left behind, though it had been implemented 2 years later. The specifics were identical. Chain high-ranked shielders to government-approved DPS teams, eliminate independent shield operations, ensure that the strongest shielders were always positioned behind the strongest swords. The subtext was brutal. The policy didn't say ensure shielders protect Yoo Haneul specifically. It didn't need to. The government-designated teams were selected by Director Baek's office, and Baek's office had one priority: support the hero narrative. The strongest shielder went to the strongest hero. Always. The shield didn't choose. The shield didn't consent. The shield served where assigned and died where positioned and got replaced when broken. In the timeline he'd left, this policy had been the collar around Seojin's neck for 16 years. He'd been assigned to Haneul's team at 20 and never given a choice to leave. Every transfer request was denied. Every appeal was rejected. The shield serves where assigned. The shield does not choose. Now, at Steel Bastion, he was technically below the B-rank threshold. The policy didn't apply to him yet, but it would. Advancement was tracked. As soon as he hit B-rank equivalent, Baek's office would come calling with assignment papers and a warm smile and the implicit understanding that refusal was not an option, unless he found a loophole. He put down his chopsticks and opened the system interface. Breaking point detected. Policy Directive 7C. This regulation will constrain your advancement path and eventually force assignment to Yoo Haneul's raid team. Fracture analysis. The policy has a legal exemption for research and development teams, entities registered for innovation rather than raid operations. R&D teams are not classified as independent raid groups and are exempt from mandatory assignment. Recommendation: register Breakpoint as an R&D team before reaching B-rank threshold. Seojin smiled. It was thin and sharp, like Eurus. He spent the morning researching the legal framework. The R&D exemption was buried in the association's charter, a clause originally designed to allow universities and think tanks to employ awakened hunters for non-combat research. Nobody had ever used it to register a combat team, because nobody had ever thought to describe combat innovation as research. But Seojin had spent 3 weeks developing techniques that the association had never documented. Offensive shield applications, controlled fracture release, force cycling, barrier edge formation. Every technique was, by definition, research, new applications of existing mana types, tested and refined through empirical methods in controlled environments, the gates, and recorded in a systematic framework, Dako's notebook, which Seojin had been annotating with his own observations. If Breakpoint was registered as an R&D team studying offensive shield techniques, with field testing and gates as their research methodology, they fit the exemption's letter, if not its spirit. And in bureaucratic warfare, the letter was the only thing that mattered until someone with enough power decided to rewrite it. He called Yura and told her the plan. So we're legally a research team that happens to clear gates as part of our research. The techniques I'm developing are legitimate innovations. The gates are our testing environment. The association's own R&D charter supports this classification. A pause. That's either genius or insane. It's both. Most good plans are. And when they figure out the loophole, by then, we'll be too established to shut down quietly. And quiet is the only way Director Baek operates. He can't afford a public fight with a team that's publishing genuine research and clearing gates with zero casualties. Another pause, longer this time, filled with the sound of Yura's breathing and what Seojin imagined was her weighing risk against reward with the same pragmatic calculation she used in combat. Fine, but I'm listing my role as offensive applications tester. That sounds better than spear person. He spent the afternoon filing the registration change at the association's administrative office. The bureaucrat who processed it, a middle-aged woman with reading glasses on a chain and the resigned expression of someone who'd processed 10,000 forms and been surprised by none, read the application 3 times. Research and development. Shield combat innovation. Field testing in active gate environments. She looked at him over her glasses. You know this is a loophole. It's a legitimate application of the R&D Charter, Section 14b, Paragraph 3. I know what it is. She stamped it anyway because refusing required a superior's signature, and no superior wanted to deal with a technicality dispute about a nobody's shield class team. This won't hold forever. It doesn't need to hold forever. It needs to hold long enough. Breakpoint, Research and Development Team. Shield Combat Innovation. She was right. It wouldn't hold forever. Beck's legal team would eventually find a way to close the loophole, reclassify the exemption, or simply rewrite the charter to exclude combat R&D from the definition. But it bought time. Months, maybe a year. And time, for a regressor with 16 years of future knowledge and a system that turned defensive experience into offensive power, was the most dangerous resource of all. Seojin left the administrative office with the registration papers in his pocket and the system pulsing warmly on his forearm. Breaking point complete. Policy Directive 7C. Legal vulnerability exploited. Fracture points plus 25. Broke through a systemic barrier without force. Note: administrative fractures are slower to heal than physical ones. This loophole will persist for approximately 8 to 14 months before countermeasures close it. Recommendation: use the time wisely. Build fast. Build deep. Build so thoroughly that when they come to shut you down, the cost of demolition exceeds the cost of tolerance. Build fast. Build deep. Build so well that destruction becomes too expensive. That was the plan. That had always been the plan. Not to fight the system head-on, where it was strongest, but to fracture it from within, exploiting the structural weaknesses that fracture site revealed in every institution, every regulation, every carefully constructed lie. Shields didn't just break physical barriers. They broke whatever stood between the people they protected and survival. And if that meant breaking the rules, the hierarchy, and the comfortable fiction that some lives mattered more than others, then so be it. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. The training sessions with Dako had evolved over 4 weeks from brutal introduction to something approaching art. 5 a.m. every morning, the abandoned Yongsan ground. Rain or shine, injured or not, hungover or sober, and sober was becoming more frequent. Dako's half bottles had become third bottles, then quarter bottles. He hadn't mentioned it. Seojin hadn't asked. Some transformations didn't need commentary. On this particular morning, Dako stopped mid-session. They'd been drilling a new technique, one Dako had developed during his active years, but never used in practice because no partner could handle it. The Berserker's Anvil. Dako attacked at full speed while Seojin simultaneously absorbed, redirected, and counterattacked. It required split-second timing and triple-threaded mana channeling that pushed Seojin to his current limits. They'd run it 14 times. Seojin had managed the full sequence 3 times out of 14. On the 15th, Dako stopped. He stood still in the center of the cracked concrete, staring at his hands. The silence was different from their usual between-set pauses. Heavier, denser, like the air before a gate break, when reality itself seemed to hold its breath. In my last real raid, Dako said, the A-rank gate in Pochin. Ironroot Dungeon. My team was 6, 3 DPS, a healer, a buffer, and me. Seojin lowered his arms, but kept his barriers active. Dako had never spoken about Pochin in detail. He'd mentioned it in passing, the incident that ended his career, but always as a headline, never as a story. The boss was an A-rank earthen golem. Massive. 60 tons of animated rock with a mana core buried somewhere in its chest. Standard strategy. I tank, DPS whittle, healer keeps me standing. Dako's hands were still. The perpetual micro-tremors from withdrawal were absent, completely, for the first time since Seojin had met him. His body had gone quiet, as if the memory required all of his remaining strength just to hold. But this golem was smart. It targeted the DPS first, collapsing tunnels to separate them, using the dungeon structure as a weapon. My team got split. 2 DPS in the north corridor, 1 DPS with the healer in the south. Me and the buffer in the boss chamber. He flexed his right hand. The knuckles were scarred, old, thick scar tissue that mapped decades of hitting things harder than they hit back. The golem sealed the corridors. Trapped us. Standard doctrine. Hold position. Wait for the team to regroup. But I could hear them dying. Through the walls. The north DPS screaming as the tunnels collapsed. The south DPS calling for help the healer couldn't provide. His voice was flat, emotionless. The voice of a man reciting a report he'd filed 1,000 times in his head. Always at 3 in the morning. Always with a bottle in his hand. Always with the names of the dead echoing in the space between one breath and the next. I broke formation. Went berserker, full rage, maximum output. I tore through the boss chamber wall to reach the south corridor. Killed the golem constructs that were pinning the DPS and healer. Then I turned to the north corridor. The wall was thicker. I hit it harder. Full S-rank output. He paused. The morning birds had gone quiet, as if the training ground itself was listening. The wall came down. So did the ceiling. On 2 of the people I was trying to save. Silence. Complete. The kind of silence that lives in the spaces between a man's worst memory and his next heartbeat. Song Min-hee and Cha Woo-seok. Swordsman and archer. 31 and 28. Both married. Min-hee had a daughter named Soyeon. She was 4. His jaw worked. The association ruled it berserker-induced structural failure. They said my rage output exceeded the dungeon's tolerance. They said I should have held position. They said waiting was the correct tactical response. Waiting would have meant the south team died too. I know. Dako looked at Seojin. His eyes were dry. The tears had been used up years ago, drowned in soju and solitude, and the relentless replay of a single decision that saved 2 lives and ended 2 others. The association called me a weapon that couldn't be controlled. Sound familiar? They took a man who broke the rules to save lives and punished him for the lives he couldn't save. He gripped Seojin's shoulder. His hand was massive, calloused, and steady, steadier than Seojin had ever felt it. Don't let them make you a weapon, kid. A weapon gets pointed by someone else. Be a force. A force chooses its own direction. Seojin felt the weight of that hand. The weight of 30 years of combat experience, 9 years of guilt, and a single morning of trust placed in the hands of an 18-year-old who understood, better than anyone alive, what it meant to give everything and be punished for the cost. I won't, he said. And for what it's worth, you weren't wrong. In Pochin, you weren't wrong to try. Dako's grip tightened. His eyes glistened. Not tears, not quite, but the ghost of moisture in eyes that had been dry for 9 years. He released Seojin's shoulder and stepped back. Now let's run the anvil again. And this time, hit back harder. I can take it. They ran it 6 more times. Seojin completed the full sequence 5 out of 6. When Dako left at 8 a.m., his back was straighter than any morning before. The limp from his bad knee was barely visible. And the quarter bottle of soju in his jacket pocket, the one Seojin had noticed every morning for 4 weeks, was absent. The notebook was filling with margin notes in Seojin's handwriting. Comments, adaptations, applications of Dako's berserker principles to shield breaker technique. 2 different martial philosophies, the berserker's offensive fury and the shield's defensive resilience, merging on paper into something that neither tradition had ever produced. The old man wasn't just a teacher. He was proof that the system broke its best people, and proof that broken people, given purpose and patience, and someone who showed up at 5 a.m. with kimbap, could teach others not to break. But there was a darker lesson in Dako's story, one that Seojin filed away alongside the combat techniques and force dynamics. The association didn't just punish failure. It punished initiative. It punished anyone who broke formation, who acted independently, who chose lives over protocol. That pattern, obey or be destroyed, had structural weaknesses too, and Seojin was going to fracture every single one. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. The C-Rank Gate in Sector 9 was supposed to be routine. Seojin's assigned team, a standard 5-person configuration for his ongoing association field training requirement, entered the gate at 1400 hours. The briefing classified it as a cave-type dungeon, insectoid and mineral monster mix, C-Rank boss. Expected clear time, 4 hours. The team lead was a B-rank swordsman named Jong Daeshik, competent and unamused by Seojin's growing reputation. I've heard the stories. Shield cannon. Barrier feedback. Whatever it is you do. He adjusted his scabbard. In my raid, you're the shielder. That means rear line, defensive posture, and barrier deployment on my command. Clear. The rest. A C-rank mage named Seo Jiwon, a C-rank archer named Baek Yejin, and a D-rank healer named Cho Min-jae. And Seojin, officially C-rank equivalent, designated shielder. The team that would discover, in approximately 2 hours and 14 minutes, that official classifications meant nothing when the gate decided to change the rules. Standard formation, Daeshik said. Shield in the rear. The first 2 hours were unremarkable. Crystal tunnels, mineral-based monsters, clean engagements. Seojin maintained his position in the rear, deploying barriers when needed, restraining the offensive techniques that wanted to erupt every time a monster charged the team. Then the gate destabilized. It started as a vibration, a low-frequency hum that Seojin felt in his teeth before the team felt it in their feet. The crystal tunnels dimmed. The ambient gate energy shifted from the blue-white of stable mana to a sickly amber that pulsed like an infected heartbeat. What's that? The archer asked. Seojin's fracture sight activated involuntarily, flooding his vision with structural data he hadn't requested but desperately needed. He scanned the dungeon structure, and his stomach dropped. The gate's internal architecture was failing. Load-bearing mana structures were cracking in cascade patterns that spread faster than natural degradation could account for. The monster spawn parameters were shifting, upgrading. Something was forcing the gate to produce threats beyond its rated capacity. Fall back to the entrance, he said. Who put you in command? Daeshik snapped. The gate is destabilizing. Monsters are upgrading. If we stay. The boss chamber doors opened. Not the normal boss chamber. That was 3 rooms ahead, sealed until the team cleared the prerequisites. These doors were in the wall to their left, where no doors had been 30 seconds ago. The gate had restructured itself around them, rearranging its architecture like a living thing adjusting its jaws around trapped prey. From the darkness beyond the doors, 2 eyes opened. Not the compound eyes of an insect or the mineral glow of a crystal construct. Twin orbs of deep violet light that pulsed with an intelligence that C-rank monsters didn't possess. An intelligence that observed, evaluated, and decided. All in the time it took for the team's hearts to skip a single, synchronized beat. A crystal WIRM emerged. 20 meters long, serpentine, covered in interlocking crystalline scales that refracted light into blinding prismatic patterns. Its body filled the tunnel, crystal scraping against crystal, each scale a prism that split the sickly amber gate light into razor-sharp rainbows. Its mana signature was B rank, far, far above C rank gate parameters. The team froze. Daeshik's sword trembled in his grip. The mage forgot to channel. The healer whimpered. It's B rank, the archer whispered. That's not possible in a C rank gate. But it was possible. Gate mutations happened. Rarely, unpredictably, and always fatally for teams unprepared for the jump in difficulty. 1 in 50 raids produced an anomaly. 1 in 500 produced a boss-tier mutation. The odds were supposed to be comforting. They were not comforting. The crystal WIRM opened its mouth. Deep within its throat, light concentrated, a crystal breath weapon that would fill the entire tunnel with hypersonic shards capable of shredding B-rank armor into confetti. Retreat. Daeshik screamed. Seojin looked behind them. The gate exit was a 15-minute run through tunnels that were currently restructuring, walls shifting and corridors closing like a maze designed by something malicious. The crystal WIRM would catch them in the first 30 seconds. He looked at the WIRM. Fracture sight mapped its crystalline armor, highlighting stress points, growth rings, mana flow channels. B-rank durability. Significant, but not flawless. 7 exploitable weaknesses, each one a door that a precise strike could kick open. He looked at the team. 4 hunters, ranging from D rank to B rank. Terrified, paralyzed. In the timeline he'd left, this was the moment he'd have stepped in front of the party, raised every barrier he had, and absorbed whatever came. The human wall, the disposable shield, the resource to be consumed while the DPS found an exit. The system offered a different calculation. Breaking point detected. Crystal WRM B rank threat in a C rank environment. Your team cannot defeat it through standard combat. Your options: 1. Shield the team and retreat. Estimated casualties: 2 to 3 during retreat. 2. Engage directly using shield breaker techniques. Estimated casualties: 0. Risk to self: moderate. Impact memory archive. B rank crystal type impacts available: 127 entries. Fracture site: 7 exploitable weaknesses identified in target's crystalline structure. Recommendation: Option 2. You are not a wall. Stop acting like one. Seojin stepped forward, not to shield the party behind him, to meet the crystal WIRM head-on. Seojin, what are you? Daeshik started. The WIRM fired its crystal breath. A cone of hypersonic crystal shards, each one capable of puncturing B-rank armor, roared down the tunnel like a blizzard made of broken glass. Seojin raised both hands. 3 impact memories activated simultaneously, all B-rank, all crystal type. A crystal golem's hammer strike, a crystal mantis's claw swipe, and the crystal stag's antler charge from the Sector 7 gate. He channeled them through his barrier matrix and formed something he'd never attempted before, a fracture prism. The barrier materialized between him and the breath weapon, not a flat wall, but a triangular prism of layered bastion energy. The crystal shards hit the prism's face and refracted. The prism split the breath weapon's force into divergent vectors, redirecting 90% of the projectiles into the tunnel walls and ceiling, where they embedded harmlessly in stone. The remaining 10% hit Seojin's secondary barrier, a standard steel bastion disc, and shattered against it. The crystal WIRM blinked. The breath weapon was its primary attack. Nothing in a C-rank gate should have neutralized it. Seojin didn't give it time to process. He charged. The fracture site showed 7 weaknesses in the WIRM's crystalline structure. The most critical, a stress fault along the jaw hinge, where the crystal scales overlapped improperly. A precision strike there would cascade through the mandible structure, locking the jaw shut and disabling the breath weapon permanently. He formed a barrier edge on his right hand, a shield-shaped blade of compressed bastion energy, and drove it into the jaw hinge with his full momentum behind the strike. The crystal cracked. The fault line propagated. The WRM's lower jaw locked in a half-open position, crystal shards grinding uselessly against each other. It shrieked, a high-frequency sound that shattered loose crystals throughout the tunnel and sent sharp pain lancing through Seojin's inner ear. The WIRM thrashed. Its tail swept towards Seojin, 20 meters of crystal-armored mass moving at lethal speed. He planted both feet and raised a full-body barrier, encasing himself in bastion energy armor that shimmered like liquid silver. The tail hit the armor. Force traveled through his channels. The system routed it automatically: absorb, amplify, redirect. Seojin caught the tail's momentum, cycled it through his force multiplication pathway, and redirected the doubled energy back through his barrier and into the WRM's body at the point of contact. The crystal scales along the tail shattered in a 3-meter section, exposing raw flesh beneath. The WIRM recoiled. Seojin pressed the advantage. He identified the next weakness, a thin point in the chest plates where the WRM's mana core pulsed beneath crystal armor. 3 barriers formed in sequence, a platform beneath his feet that launched him upward, a handhold that he gripped to redirect his trajectory, and a javelin construct that he drove into the thin point with his body's full momentum behind it. The barrier javelin penetrated the crystal armor. The WRM's mana core cracked. A sound like a cathedral bell struck with a sledgehammer, resonating through the tunnel at frequencies that made the walls vibrate in sympathy. The creature convulsed, a massive, thrashing death spasm that filled the tunnel with falling crystal debris. Seojin formed a dome barrier over the team, 30 meters of coverage, holding the ceiling debris at bay while the WIRM expired in shuddering, prismatic agony. The crystal WIRM dissolved into mana particles. The gate's destabilization reversed. the amber light returning to stable blue-white, the restructuring corridors settling back into their original configuration like a fever breaking. The exit reappeared. Seojin held the dome until the last crystal shard settled, then dissolved it. He turned to the team. For hunters, mouths open, weapons loose in their grips, staring at the spot where a B-rank boss had just been dismantled by a man they'd classified as rear-line support. Exits open, Seojin said. Let's go. They walked out of the gate in silence. Outside, the afternoon sun was bright and warm and utterly indifferent to what had happened underground. The team dispersed without speaking. Daeshik paused, looked at Seojin, opened his mouth, closed it, and walked away shaking his head. A man whose entire understanding of raid formation had just been shattered as thoroughly as the WRM's crystalline armor. Seojin checked his phone. No alerts. No monitoring notifications. The gate's surveillance crystals recorded combat data, but analysis would take. His phone buzzed. An incoming message from an association account he didn't recognize. Flagged for review. Combat footage from Sector 9 C-Rank Gate shows anomalous shield class performance. Subject: Kang Seojin, Steel Bastion. Forwarded to Talent Assessment Division. Beneath it, a secondary notification from the system. Cold this time. The silver lines on his forearm pulsing with the sharp clarity of a warning klaxon. Note: Subject Yoo Haneul has accessed Association Surveillance Recording System. Your combat footage from the C-Rank Gate has been flagged for personal review. Observation: That shielder. His barrier formation is unusual. Flag him for observation. Secondary observation: Subject's aide asked why. Response: I'm always looking for talented shields. Recommendation: The subject is now actively monitoring you. Every action you take in association-supervised gates will be observed. Adjust operational security accordingly. Seojin stared at the notification. The final line burned in his vision like the silver fractures on his forearm. I'm always looking for talented shields. In the timeline he'd left, that sentence had been the beginning of 16 years of servitude. Haneul's warm smile, his reasonable requests, his gradually escalating demands, until the shield was chained, consumed, and discarded. Not this time. Seojin pocketed his phone and walked toward the train station. He had a training session with Yura in 2 hours, a strategy meeting with Dako in the morning, and a clinic visit with Myri to discuss equipment funding. Behind him, inside the association's monitoring center, a 24-year-old aide named Kwon pulled up the crystal WIRM footage for the 3rd time. The fracture prism that split the breath weapon. The jaw hinge strike that disabled the primary attack. The force multiplication counter on the tail. The javelin construct kill shot. Every technique was impossible for a steel bastion. Every technique was perfectly executed. Kwon forwarded the footage to Yoo Haneul's personal terminal with a note. Unusual shield class subject. Recommend priority observation. Haneul watched the footage at his apartment that evening, eating dinner alone in a room that cost more per month than Seojin's annual rent. He watched the crystal WIRM fight 3 times. On the 3rd viewing, he smiled. It was the same warm, practiced smile that 20 million people trusted. The same smile he'd worn while stepping aside to let his shield die. Interesting, he said to the empty room. He pulled up the association's assignment database and flagged Kang Seojin for proximity monitoring. The hunt for a new shield had begun, and the shield, for the first time in any timeline, had no intention of being caught, because the man who had died protecting the hero who betrayed him was done being prey, done being furniture, done being the wall that broke so the sword could shine. This time, the shield would decide who deserved its protection, and the hero was not on the list. Story 114. I died protecting the hero who betrayed me. Part 1. Step 2. Chapters 21 to 40. The Charm Offensive. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. The Association's Talent Assessment Division occupied the 15th floor of the Hunters Association building in Gangnam, a space of chrome and glass designed to feel cutting-edge while remaining fundamentally bureaucratic. Seojin sat in a waiting area that smelled like expensive air filtration and confidence, surrounded by other hunters who glanced at him with varying degrees of curiosity and hostility. His folder sat on the table across from him. Kang Seojin. C-rank equivalent. Shield class. Recent performance flags. 3 pages of combat evaluations. all of which had been compiled in the 72 hours since the Crystal WIRM gate. The woman who called his name was in her mid-40s, carrying herself with the kind of authority that came from knowing exactly where all the power in a room lived. Seojin, come through. The assessment office was smaller than he'd expected, functional, with one wall of glass overlooking downtown Seoul and the rest occupied by filing systems and a monitor displaying data feeds from gates across the peninsula. The woman gestured to a chair across from her desk. Her nameplate read Choi Seojin, Assessment Director. Tell me about the Crystal WIRM encounter, she said without preamble. Seojin had prepared for this. The version he delivered was technically accurate, but strategically incomplete. He described the gate destabilization, the anomalous boss spawn, and the tactical decision to engage rather than retreat. He explained the barrier edge technique and the force multiplication counter. He left out the fracture prism, the impact memory applications, and the specific stress point analysis that had allowed him to disable the boss's primary attack so efficiently. Choi listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment, fingers steepled beneath her chin. You displayed B-rank combat capability in a C-rank dungeon, she said finally. Against a boss-tier threat. Solo engagement. No tactical support from your party. Perfect execution. The team was poorly positioned for that threat level, Seojin replied. I did what the situation required. That's not actually what I asked. Choi leaned back in her chair. You could have died. Your team could have died. Gate mutations are unpredictable. The rational play would have been retreat, casualties accepted, mission abort. Instead, you chose to engage a B-rank threat. Why? Seojin had prepared for this too. Because the casualties would have been my team. Those people trusted me to maintain formation. Asking them to run was asking them to die. Engaging was the option with the better probability of survival for everyone. For everyone, Choi repeated. Not for yourself. If I die and they live, that's a successful raid. If we all die, it's not. Choi studied him. Her expression didn't change, but something shifted in the quality of her attention. The reason I'm meeting with you personally is because another hunter has expressed interest in your potential. A significant interest. The name hung unspoken between them. Both of them knew exactly who. I see, Seojin said carefully. Yoo Haneul has a reputation for being excellent at recognizing talent early. His party has some of the strongest hunters in Korea not ranked S-class. His training methods are. Choi paused, choosing her words with precision, demanding. But the hunters who pass his development pipeline become A-rank or higher consistently. That's impressive, Seojin said, meaning nothing. It is. The question I have for you is simple. Are you interested in being considered for his party? The test. Not even a subtle one. An open invitation to show his hand, to reveal whether he wanted to climb Haneul's ladder or whether he had different ambitions. Seojin made his choice. I'm focused on developing my own skills and building an independent team. The association's individual gate assignments are sufficient for that right now. Choi nodded slowly. That's honest. Also naive, but honest. You understand that Haneul's party will access higher rank gates faster, complete more dangerous raids, and develop stronger cultivation faster than you will through standard assignment channels. Yes. And you're choosing to forego that advantage. Yes. Because. Seojin considered his answer. Because I want to develop on my own terms. I want to choose who I work with and why. I want to earn my strength, not receive it as a side effect of serving someone else's vision. For the first time, Choi smiled. It wasn't a warm smile, exactly. More the expression of someone who had just successfully completed a puzzle she'd been working on. That's not the answer most hunters would give. Most hunters want rank advancement and the status that comes with it. You want autonomy. That's either the sign of someone with genuine independence of mind or someone with a very specific plan. She gestured at the door. You're cleared for A-rank gate assignments. We'll see how far you get with that independent approach. Seojin stood, understanding a dismissal when he received one. But at the door, Choi's voice stopped him. For what it's worth, the smart play is usually to accept Haneul's offer. He doesn't ask twice. She didn't look at him, eyes back on her monitor. The fact that you're going to refuse anyway means I'll be watching your career with interest. Seojin left without responding. Behind him, Choi pulled up a separate file on her computer, one not connected to the official association network. In it, she made a note, Seojin, independent operator. Likely to be a problem for Haneul or asset for himself. Recommend continued monitoring. She then flagged the file for the association's Internal Affairs Division. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Yoo was sparring with a heavy bag when Seojin arrived at the training gym in Hongdae, using the kind of intense, repetitive strikes that typically meant something was wrong. She didn't stop when he entered, didn't acknowledge him until the bag was still and her breathing had settled. You got flagged by the association, she said, not turning around. Talam mentioned it. He heard from someone on the evaluation team. I had a talent assessment meeting, Seojin confirmed. It went fine. Yoo finally turned to face him. She was 18, same age as Seojin officially, but carried herself with the quiet authority of someone who'd been hunting professionally since her awakening at 16. Her sword rank was listed as B-, but Seojin had sparred with her enough times to know the actual ranking was closer to low A. The association had reasons for not promoting her, and Yoo had reasons for not caring. Talam said they're comparing your performance to the early combat records of A-rank hunters, that your technique profiling is unusual, that the talent assessment division flagged you as someone worth monitoring long-term. She sat down on the bench, toweling sweat from her face. What happened in that gate? Seojin sat beside her. The truth and the partial truth had already begun to diverge in his mind, carving out a gap between the knowledge Yoo needed and the knowledge that would complicate her life. The boss mutation was higher ranked than anticipated. I adapted to the threat. And killed it. And killed it. By yourself. Yes. Yoo was quiet, processing. She'd been training with Seojin long enough to understand that he was significantly stronger than his official rating suggested. But there was a difference between being strong and being strong enough to solo a B-rank boss in a C-rank dungeon. That kind of performance didn't happen through training and technique alone. The way the stories are being told, Yoo said carefully, people are starting to believe you're something special, not just a good shield. Actually special. That kind of attention gets people like Yoo Haneul interested, and people like Haneul interested in you usually means either a party contract or problems. I'm aware. Are you? Yoo looked at him directly. Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you walked into the assessment division and made it clear you had no interest in being recruited. Which is good, smart, actually, but it also means you're going to be interesting to people who don't appreciate not getting their way. Haneul won't push if he thinks I'm not interested, Seojin said. You've met him. Yura's tone shifted. There was something underneath the question, something that made Seojin recalibrate his assessment of how much she knew. Not directly. What? Because Yoo Haneul always pushes. That's not a saying, it's documented. He doesn't accept no. He finds out what people want, and he makes it impossible to refuse. Status, money, opportunity, belonging. He figures out the currency, and he pays it until they're part of his party. Yoo set down the towel. The fact that you're planning to tell him no means you're either incredibly confident or incredibly naive. I'm hoping it's the first one. What do you know about him? Seojin asked. Yoo considered the question. Official stuff or underground stuff? Both. Official. He's the country's strongest sword user. S-rank threat assessment. Cleared the Abyss Gate 5 years ago. Part of the heroic narrative the association pushes to justify why hunters are necessary. Underground. His party has abnormally high casualty rates for A-rank and above gates. He has a reputation for abandoning hunters who can't keep pace. And there's a pattern of hunters leaving his party either because they broke psychologically or because they died. The description fit what Seojin knew from the timeline he'd lived through, but Yura's version was sharper, more aware of the pattern, less willing to excuse it as the inevitable cost of high-level combat. You don't like him, Seojin observed. I don't know him, Yura corrected. But I know that the hunters who come out of his party training cycle are either transcendent or damaged. There's not a middle ground. That suggests a training method that either elevates exceptional people or breaks everyone else in the process. Either way, it's not somewhere I'd recommend a friend go. She paused. You're a friend, right? Not just someone I train with. It was a simple question with complicated roots. In the timeline Seojin had lived, the version of himself that had regressed, he hadn't had friends. He'd had teammates and colleagues, and people who benefited from his protection, but actual friendship, the kind based on reciprocal vulnerability and genuine interest in another person's well-being, had been a luxury he couldn't afford while serving Haneul. Yeah, he said. You are. Yura nodded, satisfied. Then here's the friend advice. Build something real. A team, a base of operations, a power structure that doesn't depend on Haneul's blessing. Make yourself valuable for reasons that have nothing to do with him. Because from what I understand, that's the only thing that protects you from being useful and then discarded. How do you know that? Seojin asked. Because I watch how the strong ones talk about power, Yura said. And Haneul is strong in a way that requires everyone around him to be less strong. That's not sustainable. Eventually, someone either breaks or becomes something that can't be controlled. He's too smart not to eliminate that potential before it develops. She stood, moving toward the gym's back office. Come on. Talon wants to schedule you for some advanced gate assignments. Apparently, the assessment division authorized it. We can get you into A-rank territory by next month if you're willing to push the schedule. Yura, Seojin said. Thank you. She glanced back, expression softening into something genuine. That's what teammates do. We look out for each other. She disappeared into the office, leaving Seojin to sit with the weight of that statement. Yura had just articulated something that Haneul had never offered. The principle that strength could be mutual, that protection could flow in both directions, that being part of a team didn't mean being consumed by it. The system pulsed, and text appeared along his forearm. Observation. Your associate has identified a critical pattern in Haneul's operational methodology. Her analysis is accurate. His team structure requires hierarchical dependency. Eliminate that dependency, and you eliminate his primary mechanism for control. Recommendation. Formalize team structure. Make her official. Build others around her. Create a unit that survives without any external validation. Seojin made a decision. When Yura came back out, he'd ask her to join him formally. Not as a training partner. As the foundation of something that would last. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Dako received the formal team proposal during their morning training session with characteristic directness, complete lack of surprise. You want me to be strategy coordinator for a 3-person party, he said, running through the anvil sequence with Seojin for the second time that morning. Yura as combat support, me providing tactical analysis and secondary combat capability. Is that the proposal? Yes, Seojin confirmed. He hadn't expected Dako to take long processing it. The old man had been waiting for something like this for weeks, maybe longer. And Myri, approaching her today. Equipment management and medical support. She's good enough at both to justify official status, and she's been helping informally since I met her. Dako completed the anvil sequence, then held the final position. Bastion energy stabilized across his entire body, not dissipating, but also not straining. It was a technique he'd been developing, using Seojin's barrier principles to create a kind of semi-permanent reinforcement that could reduce damage absorption strain on his physical body. The old man couldn't sustain it for more than 30 seconds, but 30 seconds of that level of protection made him nearly invulnerable in short bursts. You understand what you're asking me to be, Dako said, not moving from the final position. You're asking me to be part of something real, not a training exercise, not a temporary arrangement. A team that moves together, commits together, potentially dies together. I'm asking you to be part of something that I believe in, Seojin replied. A unit that will get stronger together, that will make independent choices, that will refuse to be used by the systems designed to consume us. I'm asking you to help build something better than what the association offers. Dako held the position for another 10 seconds, then released it. Bastion energy dissipated across his body in a wave of silver light. Then yes, he said simply. I'm in. But you need to understand something about me, kid. I'm a broken tool. I've killed innocent people because I chose to save other innocent people. The association branded me uncontrollable and relegated me to gate grunt work because I wouldn't follow protocol when protocol would have meant more deaths. I've been alone for 9 years because being part of something real means risking that kind of failure again, and I wasn't sure I could handle that weight. He sat down on the bench, suddenly looking his full 53 years. But you showed up here every morning for 4 weeks. You brought kimbap and listened to an old man's worst memories and learned from them instead of running away. You're building something that's specifically designed to avoid the mistakes the association makes. And you're inviting me to be part of that. Dako looked up at Seojin. So yes, I'm in. And I'll do everything I can to make sure it survives. The system recorded the moment. Note: team formation initiated. Core members: Yura, Combat; Dako, Strategy; Seojin, Leadership. Initial group cohesion, Developing. Power differential: Seojin 47%, Yura 31%, Dako 19%, estimated. Observation: Dako's acceptance indicates willingness to accept risk previously categorized as unacceptable. This suggests deep trust bonding or high desperation. Likely both. Recommendation: solidify team culture. Create decision-making framework that distributes authority. Build backup systems that don't depend on any single member. Seojin spent the next hour with Dako mapping out gate strategy frameworks, not just for raids, but for the decision-making process that would determine how the team operated. They discussed failure scenarios, casualty protocols, and the specific line they would not cross. Exploitation of other hunters for team advancement. That last one is important, Dako said, making notes in his worn strategy notebook. The association and most Tier 1 parties operate on a calculation that lower-rank hunters are essentially consumable resources. They feed them to gates as preparation for the real combat. We don't do that. Anyone who raids with us gets treated as a peer, gets protected as though they're one of us, and gets compensated fairly for the risk. That limits how quickly we can scale, Seojin observed. It does, Dako agreed. But it also means we won't have a trail of broken people following us. The association survives because everyone accepts that climbing means sacrificing. We build something different. We climb, but we bring people with us instead of stepping on them. It was the inverse of everything Haneul had taught him through 16 years of example. That power required sacrifice, that the sacrificed should be grateful, that the climber should feel nothing for those they stepped on. By the time they finished, the sun was high overhead. Dako stretched, then gathered his things. You should know, he said at the door, that Yoo Haneul isn't going to stop trying to recruit you just because you told the assessment division no. That's not how he works. He'll be more subtle, but he'll keep pushing. He'll find out what you want and he'll offer it. He'll make you an opportunity you can't refuse. Be ready for that. I will be, Seojin promised. After Dako left, Seojin called Mairi. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Mairi's clinic was in a converted apartment in Mapo-gu, a space she'd rented after leaving her previous job as a medical contractor for a smaller hunter group. The clinic specialized in hunter injuries, the specific kinds of damage that normal hospitals couldn't treat properly because they involved mana corruption and barrier-damaged tissues. Seojin had met her 2 weeks ago when he'd come in with barrier burn across his left forearm from an overly aggressive training session with Yura. Instead of just treating the immediate injury, Mairi had spent an hour diagnosing the underlying pattern, that his barrier system was creating inflammatory responses in tissue that wasn't adapted to Bastion energy discharge. She'd given him 3 specific exercises to reduce the inflammation, a topical treatment made from processed dungeon herbs that cost more than a week's rent, and a lecture about not destroying his own body through inefficient technique. She'd also been kind. The distinction mattered more than Seojin had expected. When he walked into her clinic that afternoon, she was treating a C-rank swordsman for a gash across the shoulder that looked like it had come from a wyvern's claw. She didn't look up, but he heard the slight shift in her breathing that indicated she'd noticed him. The swordsman left 20 minutes later, wrapped in bandages and given explicit instructions about returning in 3 days for a follow-up. Mairi cleaned the treatment space methodically, then finally turned to Seojin. If you're here to tell me you've overdone something again, I'm going to prescribe bed rest out of spite, she said flatly. She was 32, with the kind of practical competence that came from having treated every possible kind of hunter injury over 15 years of medical work. Her appearance was deliberately unmemorable. Dark hair in a functional ponytail, clothes chosen for durability rather than fashion. But her eyes were sharp and caught everything. I'm here to make a business proposal, Seojin said. Mairi set down her tools. I'm listening. I'm forming a team. Core 3, myself, Yura, and Dako. We need medical support and equipment management. Those are the 2 biggest weak points in most hunter teams. We need someone who understands the technical side, how barrier damage affects tissue repair, how mana corruption operates, how to modify equipment for specific barrier configurations. He paused. I need you. Mairi was quiet for a long time, moving back to her treatment table and sitting down. The expression on her face was carefully neutral, the kind of carefully neutral that preceded either a refusal or a capitulation. "Do you understand what you're asking?" she said finally. "You're asking me to leave the relative safety of a private practice and join an active combat team. That means gate casualties. That means potential deaths. That means I'd be the person responsible for keeping people alive in situations where keeping people alive might be technically impossible." "Yes," Seojin said. "And you want me to do this why? For excitement? For higher pay? For the status of being part of a team that's going to be nothing but a hassle for the established hunter hierarchy?" "Because you're brilliant," Seojin said simply. "Because you actually care whether people live or die, which is rare enough in this profession to be almost valuable in itself. Because I think you're tired of treating symptoms and you want to be part of preventing the damage in the first place. Because Yura, Dako, and I are going to do something real, and we need you to be the person who keeps us alive while we do it." Mairi was quiet again. When she spoke, her voice was different, quieter, less defensive. "I lost a team 2 years ago," she said. "Not to combat, to organizational collapse. The team leader was using us for quick money, taking too many unsafe gates, not rotating hunters properly. 2 of them died. A third had to leave the profession entirely because the mana corruption was too severe. I couldn't save them because I didn't have the authority or the resources to prevent the bad decisions." She looked at Seojin directly. "If I join your team, I need to be able to refuse gates. I need to have the right to say no when something's too risky, and I need to know that you'll listen." "You have that," Seojin said. "From me, Yura, and Dako both. Medical assessment has veto authority. If you say a gate is too dangerous, we don't go." "That's idealistic," Mairi observed. "No," Seojin replied. "That's practical. A dead team accomplishes nothing. A team that knows its limits and respects them survives long enough to actually matter." Mairi stood. She walked to a small cabinet in the back of her clinic and removed a framed photo. For hunters, all smiling, clearly taken at a gate entrance on a clear day. Seojin could see 2 of the faces matched hunter casualty notices he'd heard about. The third was probably the one who left the profession. "If I join you," Mairi said, "and if someone dies because I didn't push hard enough medically, I need to know that's something I can live with." "The alternative is someone dies because we push too hard," Seojin said. "You don't get to save everyone. You get to save everyone you can reach. But only if you're still alive and functional to do the saving." Mairi set the photo down and turned back to him. "Okay, I'm in. But we need to establish protocols immediately. Baseline health screens for all team members, equipment specifications, safety margin standards for gate selection. And I want a dedicated budget for medical supplies, proper supplies, not the diluted commercial ones." "Done," Seojin said. "You should probably have a budget conversation before promising things," Mairi noted dryly. "How much do you need?" Mairi told him. It was more than Seojin had currently earned, but not more than he could acquire within the next month through careful gate selection and proper payment negotiation. He would have to be strategic about which raiders he accepted and what compensation he could request without raising talent assessment division flags. But it was possible. "I'll have it in place within 4 weeks, he said. "Then we have a team," Mairi said. She extended her hand, and Seojin shook it. Her grip was firm, and there was something in her expression that indicated she'd just made a decision that she knew was going to change everything. After Seojin left, Mairi pulled up her personal finance records. She'd been saving for 5 years, building towards something without quite knowing what. Now she did. She looked at her clinic, the comfortable space she'd created, the safety it represented, the boundaries it maintained between herself and the dangerous world of professional hunting. Then she began the process of transferring the lease to a management company that would let her maintain the space without requiring her constant presence. She was choosing risk. She was choosing to walk back into the part of hunting that had cost her everything. She was also choosing something she hadn't had in 2 years, the possibility that her presence could matter. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. The first official team meeting was held at Dako's apartment in Yunpyeong-gu, a small space he'd kept for 17 years without ever having had guests. The apartment smelled like old books and the particular kind of silence that accumulated when a person lived alone for too long. Yura, Seojin, and Mairi filled it with immediate noise. Yura unpacking kimbap that Seojin had picked up Myri assessing the space with the eye of someone who was already thinking about how to transform it into a secondary base of operations if necessary. Dako laid out a map of the gate network on his kitchen table. Every registered gate within a 100-kilometer radius of Seoul, color-coded by rank, with annotations showing clear rates, boss types, and seasonal variations. The way I see it, he said, standing at the head of the table like a general addressing troops, we have two paths forward. Conservative approach. We take consistent C-rank and low-tier B-rank gates, build capital and experience, establish reputation as reliable but not exceptional. Aggressive approach. We leverage Seojin's capabilities to access higher-tier gates faster, establish reputation as something the association has to take seriously, build influence through demonstrated power. What's the risk analysis? Myri asked immediately. Conservative. Slower advancement. Less capital accumulation, but much lower casualty risk. Takes us maybe 5 years to reach A-rank team status. Aggressive, faster advancement, higher casualty probability, higher chance of attracting unfavorable attention from established parties, but achievable in 2 to 3 years. Yura had been quiet until now, studying the map. There's a third option, she said. Hybrid approach. We start conservative, establish ourselves as competent without being flashy. Once we have a solid capital base and reliable operational security, we gradually shift toward higher-risk gates. It gives us the best of both. Lower early risk, faster midterm advancement, and time to build the infrastructure we need to handle actual high-level combat. Seojin watched the three of them. Dako nodded thoughtfully. Myri began making notes. Yura leaned back, satisfied that she'd contributed something valuable. That's solid, Dako said. Myri, your medical assessment. Can you handle the hybrid approach? I'll need to bring in another medical contractor for the conservative phase, Myri said. Someone I trust to maintain standards. But yes, we can scale to it. I'll need proper equipment by month 2, and we need to establish casualty protocols right now. Yura, Dako continued. Combat readiness? I'm good. I want to run training drills twice a week with Seojin. And I want advanced blade training. If we're going to be handling B-rank content, my technique needs to keep pace with your barrier work. I can teach that, Seojin offered. I've trained with enough swordsmen to understand the principles. For the next 4 hours, they mapped out the team structure. Budget allocation, who would handle finances, Dako, who would coordinate scheduling, Myri, who would manage team logistics, Yura, with Seojin designated as decision-maker when disputes arose. Not because he was stronger, but because he was the one who could see the furthest ahead due to his regression knowledge. Equipment specifications, what barrier-compatible armor Yura would need, what medical supplies Myri required, what kind of strategic supports would benefit Dako in combat. Gate selection protocol, the specific criteria for accepting or refusing a raid, the decision-making process, the authority distribution. Rules, the explicit statement that team members came before mission objectives, that casualties required immediate debrief and adjustment, that any hunt that resulted in death would trigger a full review before the team returned to active status. By the time they finished, night had fallen. Yura ordered more food. Myri made a phone call to one of her trusted medical contacts. Dako brought out a bottle of soju that had been sitting unopened for 2 years. Brought for celebration, he wasn't sure would ever come. They sat in the apartment, for hunters who barely knew each other 3 months ago, and toasted to something they were all choosing to believe in. To the team, Dako said, raising his glass. May we survive it. And may we be worth surviving for, Myri added. Yura raised her glass without speaking. Seojin understood the sentiment anyway. May we matter. May our choices echo. May we be remembered for something other than the ways we were used. The system recorded the moment. Note. Team formalization achieved. Structural integrity, strong. Ideological alignment, functional. Critical point. All members are choosing investment in group success over individual advancement. This is deviation from standard hunter organizational patterns. Observation. Teams built on principle rather than hierarchy show higher survival rates, but lower advancement velocity. This team has selected hybrid approach, slower initial growth with foundation building for midterm scalability. Recommendation. This team structure is resistant to standard coercion tactics. Haneul's recruitment strategies will require significant adaptation to affect this unit. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. The first 3 gates the team cleared together were textbook successes. A C-rank goblin dungeon. A low-tier B-rank stone construct cave. A high C-rank crystal mine with a mid-tier boss. Each one resulted in clean clears, 0 casualties, and sufficient capital return to begin equipment acquisition on schedule. Yura's blade technique strengthened noticeably after the first month of training with Seojin, accelerating past the kind of marginal gains that came from solo practice into the kind of fundamental improvements that came from understanding another combat philosophy deeply enough to integrate it. Dako's strategic observations moved beyond gate-specific tactics into team-level optimization. He was learning how Seojin's barriers could support Yura's sword work, how Myri's tactical healing could enable more aggressive positioning, how the team could compress timelines for boss defeats through coordination rather than raw individual power. Myri established a rotating network of medical contractors who could be brought in for larger raids, creating a buffer that let her maintain her clinic while also being available for team commitments. And Seojin was careful, deliberately, strategically careful. In every gate, he constrained his power output to match the perceived threat level. When he wanted to end a fight in 30 seconds, he extended it to 3 minutes. When his fracture sight showed him exploitable weaknesses, he followed standard tactical doctrine instead. He was building a reputation as a competent shield-class hunter whose barrier work was solid and whose decision-making was sound, but nothing that would trigger another talent assessment division flag. Nothing that would pull Yoo Haneul's attention back toward him. The call came anyway. It was a simple message, forwarded through the association's official communication network, an invitation to participate in a high-level gate raid coordinated by Yoo Haneul's party. The message was polite, professional, and completely unprecedented in its lack of transparency. Most gate raids came with detailed briefings, comprehensive information on the dungeon type, and boss threat level. This one provided only location, time, and the note that your specialized barrier expertise would be valuable for this operation. Seojin read it 3 times before showing it to the team. "This is the move," Dako said immediately. They were in the small office space that had become the team's headquarters, a rented room in a downtown building that was cheap enough to be affordable and anonymous enough to be safe. This is him showing interest without being overt about it. He's giving you an opportunity that's hard to refuse. Access to a high-level raid you wouldn't normally qualify for, and he's positioning it as a simple request instead of a recruitment pitch. "Can we say no?" Yura asked. "Technically, yes," Dako said. "Practically, it becomes a black mark in the association's record. They're going to note that you declined a direct request from the S-rank hero. That kind of flag makes future gate assignments harder to acquire." Myri was quiet, thinking through the implications. What's he actually trying to accomplish? "Assessment," Seojin said. "He wants to see if I'm worth the effort of recruiting more aggressively. If I show up and prove competent, but not exceptional, he'll probably let it drop. If I show up and prove valuable enough, he'll push harder. Or," Yura said, "he's trying to isolate you. Get you into a situation where you're working with his people instead of with us, where you're relying on his medical support instead of Myri's, where the culture of his team starts replacing the culture of our team." She was right. It was a standard recruitment tactic. First, the high-level opportunity, then the integration with his existing people, then the gradual transition to permanent arrangements. Seojin had lived through the process before. He knew exactly how it worked. "I should go," he said, "but I need to establish that I'm bringing my own team support." "That defeats the isolation strategy," Dako observed. "Exactly. And if he's serious about recruiting me, he can adjust to that fact. If he's just testing, then this should be uncomfortable enough that he moves on to someone else." The system pulsed. Observation. Haneul is implementing recruitment protocol, Phase 1. He's testing whether you'll engage with his opportunities. He expects either integration or refusal with reluctance. Instead, you should accept with conditions. Recommendation: establish parameters immediately. Bring Myri. Bring sufficient team support that you maintain operational independence. Force his system to accommodate your boundaries rather than conforming to his. 3 days later, Seojin arrived at the gate location, a classified site 30 minutes north of Seoul, secured by association guards and designated for A rank and above combat. The dungeon entrance was already surrounded by equipment trucks, medical stations, and the careful infrastructure that came with high-level raids. Yoo Haneul was waiting at the briefing tent. Chapter 27. Chapter 27 in the timeline Seojin had lived through. His first meeting with Yoo Haneul had occurred in a similar briefing tent, except that Haneul had been evaluating him as a potential shield for his party. The context was entirely different then. Haneul had been looking for a tool to serve his ambitions, and Seojin had been desperate enough to accept almost any position that promised legitimacy in the hunter profession. This time, Haneul was meeting someone who already had legitimacy, who had demonstrated capability, who had made it clear through the assessment division that he wasn't interested in standard recruitment. Yoo Haneul was 24, carrying himself with the kind of confidence that came from being celebrated as humanity's greatest warrior since early adolescence. His appearance was cultivated, expensive clothes, the kind of careful grooming that took time to maintain, a face that had been photographed thousands of times and had learned exactly how to be beautiful in front of cameras. But his eyes were the thing that mattered. They were assessing eyes, running constant calculations, measuring everyone around him for utility and threat. Kang Seojin, he said, extending his hand. The smile was the same one Seojin remembered, warm, genuine seeming, completely practiced. I'm glad you accepted the invitation. I wanted the opportunity to work with you directly and get a sense of your capabilities. They shook hands. Haneul's grip was firm, the kind of grip that was calibrated to communicate confidence without aggression. I brought some of my team, Seojin said. Medical support and a strategy consultant. They'll be working with me on this raid. Haneul's smile didn't falter, but something shifted behind his eyes. It was a small thing, the brief pause that came when someone realized their plan was encountering resistance. But he recovered instantly. Of course, always good to have solid support. He gestured toward the briefing materials. Let me walk you through the operation. This is a B-rank dungeon, but it's a special case. The association has detected what they believe is a low-tier A-rank boss threatening to spawn. Our job is to clear the dungeon and prevent that spawn before it happens. The briefing materials detailed a crystal-type dungeon with a specialized architecture, interconnected chambers that shared mana pathways, meaning damage to one area would propagate to others. The strategy was complex and required precise coordination. Most of Haneul's party would focus on clearing rooms systematically while preventing cascade failures. Seojin's role, according to the briefing, would be containment, using barrier techniques to compartmentalize mana surges and prevent the dungeon structure from destabilizing. It was designed to be impossible to accomplish alone. It required at least 2 high-level shielders working in perfect synchronization, or one exceptional shielder and a team that understood barrier mechanics at a level most hunters didn't possess. This is why I wanted you specifically, Haneul explained. The other shielders I have access to are solid, but they're defensive-focused. They can protect people. You, from what I've seen in your combat footage, you work with structure itself. You understand how forces propagate. I think you could be the piece that makes this operation possible. It was honest manipulation. The flattery was genuine. The assessment of Seojin's capabilities was accurate. The underlying message was clear. You are special enough to solve a problem no one else can solve. I'll need my medical support on-site for the duration, Seojin said. And any strategy adjustments need to go through my team's tactical coordinator. I don't take orders from people I haven't worked with directly. That's reasonable, Haneul said smoothly. Myri is it? Medical contractor, good reputation in the field. And Dako, the berserker who was supposedly too unstable for association work. Interesting team composition. The way Haneul said it made it clear that he'd already done research. That he knew exactly who Seojin had been assembling. That this conversation had been completely mapped out in advance, with contingencies for Seojin's responses. My team works well together, Seojin said. We move as a unit. I can respect that. Haneul gestured toward the staging area. We have 6 hours before the dungeon entrance becomes fully stable. I want to run through the operation mechanics with your people, make sure everyone understands the critical coordination points. After that, we rest and go in first thing tomorrow morning. It was good management. Professional. The kind of preparation that came from having cleared hundreds of gates. And it also accomplished exactly what Haneul wanted. It gave him 6 hours to integrate Seojin's team into his operational framework, to demonstrate his authority, to establish himself as the person making the important decisions. For 6 hours, Seojin watched Haneul work his team. The charisma was subtle but comprehensive. He knew every hunter's name, asked about their families, remembered personal details that had probably been noted from files but were delivered with the conviction of genuine care. He distributed credit generously, positioned himself as collaborative rather than authoritarian, and made every person feel like they were essential to his success. It was the standard framework for building cult-like loyalty. Make people feel seen, make them feel essential, make them believe they're part of something bigger than themselves, make sure they understand that you're the only reason they feel that way. Seojin had been on the receiving end of that framework for 16 years in the previous timeline. He knew exactly how the mechanics worked, how the small kindnesses accumulated into a debt that could never quite be repaid, how the leadership style created a situation where leaving felt like betrayal and staying felt like purpose. But Seojin's team had been inoculated against it. Yura watched Haneul with skepticism. Dako was polite but neutral. Myri was taking notes on operational protocols without any of the awe that Haneul's presence typically inspired. When the planning session ended, they gathered in a small tent that had been provided for their team. "He's good," Dako said quietly. "That's the thing you have to understand. He's not some monster using tricks. He's genuinely excellent at making people feel valued. That makes him more dangerous, not less. Because the people he builds loyalty from actually do feel that way, and that feeling is real even if the foundation is manipulative." "How do we protect ourselves against that?" Yura asked. "We remember why we formed the team in the first place," Seojin said. "We remind ourselves that his value is in his power, not in anything he actually gives us. And we be very careful about how much of his culture we internalize while we're working with him." Myri had been reviewing the operational plan. "There are 3 critical moments in this dungeon run where barrier containment is going to determine whether we succeed or fail. He's positioned you at each of those moments. You'll be the hero of this operation if it succeeds. He'll be secondary, just coordination." "That's strategic," Dako agreed. "It's supposed to make you feel like you accomplished something meaningful, something you couldn't have accomplished without being in his party. It's the first step in the recruitment process. Make the target feel valued. Make them feel like they contributed something essential. Then you gradually shift the framing until they believe they can't contribute anything essential without being in your party." "So what's our approach?" Yura asked. "Do we tank the operation? Do we show that we can't work with him?" "No," Seojin said. "We show that we're competent, we're reliable, and we're not interested in being integrated. We solve the problems he gives us. We do it on our terms. And we make it clear that we work best with each other, not with him." They rested. Seojin ran through the dungeon mechanics with his team until everyone understood the critical coordination points. And at 6 a.m. the next morning, the team entered the B-rank Crystal Dungeon. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. The dungeon was chaos masquerading as structure. Crystal formations created tunnels and chambers, but they were unstable, constantly restructuring, responding to mana currents in ways that made standard navigation impossible. The first room required Seojin to create barrier waypoints that Yura could use to move through the crystal obstacles without triggering structural collapse. It was precision work, the kind that required understanding how force distributed through crystalline matrices. Haneul watched from the rear, coordinating the team's movement but not directly engaging. He was giving Seojin space to demonstrate his capabilities. By the fourth room, Haneul's other hunters were beginning to understand what they were witnessing. Seojin wasn't just supporting them. He was fundamentally restructuring how they could operate in this dungeon type. His barrier work was making combat possible in an environment that should have been impassable. They cleared the first level in 3 hours, fast time for a B-rank dungeon of this complexity. The second level was harder. The crystal formations had teeth now, literally. Crystal monsters, small but vicious, that emerged from the walls with fangs and cutting edges. They were the dungeon's immune system, designed to attack anything that tried to modify the dungeon structure, which meant they attacked Seojin specifically whenever he tried to create barrier waypoints. This was where the operation got interesting. Seojin had 2 choices: retreat or engage the crystal monsters while maintaining his barrier infrastructure. Both were difficult. The first would delay the operation significantly. The second required him to do two things simultaneously that most hunters would struggle to do separately. Haneul's team watched to see which he'd choose. Seojin engaged. He raised a platform barrier beneath his feet and jumped upward, simultaneously creating 3 attack-facing barriers on his arms and left side, while maintaining 4 separate waypoint barriers for the rest of his team to navigate by. The crystal monsters emerged from the walls, jaws snapping. He caught the first one on an arm barrier, redirected its momentum, and kicked it into the crystal formation behind him with enough force to crack it badly. The second emerged from above. He formed a ceiling barrier and pressed it upward, using the monster's own weight to crush it against the dungeon ceiling. The third and fourth emerged simultaneously from opposite walls. Seojin was out of immediate barrier capacity for direct attacks, so instead he formed a corridor barrier system, essentially a cage that funneled the monsters toward specific points where they could be intercepted by Yura's sword. Yura understood immediately. She moved through the barrier corridor with perfect timing, her blade finding the gaps in the crystal monster's defenses, her footwork coordinated with the barrier layout. The two monsters fell within 30 seconds of each other. The rest of the monsters continued to emerge, 6 more, from different walls, from different angles. Seojin couldn't fight them all simultaneously, but he could channel them. He stopped trying to engage directly. Instead, he created a barrier maze that forced the monsters into specific pathways, where Haneul's party hunters could intercept them. It was a complete reversal of traditional shield class tactics. Instead of defending from a position, he was actively controlling the dungeon architecture itself, turning the space into a weapon. 3 crystal monsters fell to Haneul's main sword user, 2 more to a spear specialist. The last one Seojin caught directly, creating a barrier javelin and driving it through the crystal formation at the monster's core. The monster cracked and fell. Silence. The dungeon stabilized, as if the defeated crystal monsters had been the source of the instability. Haneul stepped forward. His expression was carefully neutral, but his eyes were very bright. "That was remarkable," he said quietly. "I've never seen shield class work that aggressive, that proactive. You weren't defending us. You were controlling the environment." "That's what a good shield does," Seojin replied. "It's not about standing between people and danger. It's about reshaping danger so it's no longer dangerous." "Interesting philosophy," Haneul said. There was something different in his tone now, less calculated, more genuinely intrigued. And that was actually more dangerous than the calculated version. Calculated attention could be redirected. Genuine interest was much harder to manage. They continued through the second level. The boss chamber was at the end, a cavernous space where the crystal formations had arranged themselves into a rough arena. The boss was exactly what the briefing had predicted, a low-tier A-rank crystal elemental, a being of pure compressed mana formed into crystalline shape, approximately 12 meters tall and radiating the kind of power that made most B-rank hunters feel small. "Formation Alpha," Haneul commanded, and his team spread into the practiced positions of hunters who had trained together for months. Seojin was positioned forward left, Yura beside him, Mairi at the rear with the other medical support, Dako on the right side providing secondary combat capability. It was a formation designed to let Haneul finish the kill while the rest of the team managed the engagement complexity. The crystal elemental attacked. It was straightforward and overwhelming, raw power and reinforced crystal density, a being that didn't need tactics because it was simply stronger than most things it would encounter. Haneul's team had trained for exactly this scenario. They moved with perfect coordination, each hunter knowing their role, knowing the movement patterns, knowing the kill window. Seojin kept his barrier work minimal, constrained, careful not to dominate the engagement. But he watched. He learned how the team moved. He understood the specific choreography that Haneul had built with them. He saw the moments where a hunter was vulnerable, the points where the formation could break, the specific sequence of events that led to victory. And he noticed something that the other hunters hadn't mentioned, the moment where the crystal elemental's core, the center point of its mana formation, became exposed. It happened for maybe 2 seconds, the window where it was vulnerable to a finishing strike. Haneul had positioned himself to hit that window. He was going to be the one to deliver the killing blow. It was good strategy. It was also deliberately structured to ensure that Haneul was the essential person in the party, the one whose striking power actually mattered, the one without whom the team would fail. The window came. Haneul moved, his sword glowing with accumulated mana. The killing strike was a thing of beauty, perfect form, perfect timing, perfect execution. The crystal elemental shattered. As the boss dissolved, the dungeon began its destabilization sequence. That was normal for defeated dungeons. What wasn't normal was the intensity of the cascade failure. The entire chamber was collapsing, crystal structures falling, the mana field fragmenting into scattered surges. And the exit, the way back to the surface, was directly beneath where the ceiling was collapsing. Haneul's team scrambled. They started running toward the exit, but the falling crystal formations were going to cut off the path in seconds. Mairi was running with medical equipment. The other hunters were trying to protect her, but there was no way they were going to make it. Seojin made a choice. He raised a barrier platform and lifted it upward at maximum velocity, catching the falling crystal formations and redirecting their trajectory away from the exit path. Simultaneously, he formed a protective dome over the teams, holding it against the secondary cascade of falling crystal. He channeled every ounce of available mana into the barriers, pushing himself to the absolute limit of his capacity. The strain was massive. His muscles screamed. His mana channels burned. The system flooded him with warning indicators. Critical. Mana expenditure at 94% capacity. Barrier integrity approaching failure. Estimated time to catastrophic breakdown, 8 seconds. Seojin pushed harder. He reinforced the dome, extended the protective platform, and kept the falling crystal from killing everyone beneath him. Move, he screamed. Haneul's team ran. They reached the exit. Mairi was the last through. The moment her last foot touched the exit passage, Seojin released the barriers. The cascade failure completed. The entire chamber collapsed. Crystal formations fell where the protective dome had been. Seojin was propelled upward by the sheer force of the destruction, carried by the momentum of the falling crystal and his own momentum from the barrier release. He crashed into the exit passage 30 meters above ground level, landed hard on crystal formation, and rolled to a stop 10 meters from the waiting team. Everything hurt. His mana was depleted. His body had been through trauma that normal healing would take days to address. But he was alive, and everyone else was alive, and the dungeon was cleared. Haneul helped him to his feet. There was something in his expression that was harder to read now. Not calculation exactly, but recognition. The recognition of someone seeing another person's power for the first time, actually understanding what they were capable of. You saved my team, Haneul said. I saved everyone, Seojin corrected. We worked together. But that wasn't what Haneul had heard. What Haneul had heard was a man who would sacrifice himself to protect others. A man whose shields could reshape reality. A man who was exactly the resource Haneul had been searching for. Mairi was moving towards Seojin, assessing his injuries. Dako was helping him walk. Yura was quiet, understanding what had just happened. That Seojin had demonstrated far more capability than he'd previously shown, and that doing so had just made him significantly more valuable to Yoo Haneul's acquisition plans. The system recorded the moment. Observation. You have demonstrated barrier capabilities exceeding even previous timeline performance. You have also demonstrated willingness to sacrifice personal safety for team protection. This was strategic error. Haneul now understands you are not just a valuable hunter, but a specific type of hunter he can leverage. Critical. Haneul's recruitment pressure will intensify. He will use both incentive and coercion. He will offer things you want, threaten things you value, and arrange circumstances that make refusal increasingly difficult. Recommendation. Begin contingency planning immediately. You have a window of approximately 3 weeks before his second recruitment push becomes inevitable. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. The ride back to Seoul was quiet. Seojin sat in the vehicle Dako was driving, while Yura and Mairi occupied the back seat. Nobody spoke for the first hour. You used more power than you've shown us in training, Yura said eventually. The barrier work in the second level. The dome during the boss fight. That wasn't constrained practice. That was close to your full capacity. Yes, Seojin acknowledged. Why? Mairi asked. It wasn't accusatory, genuinely curious. Because doing anything less would have risked losing people. And because Haneul needed to see that I'm valuable enough to be worth recruiting more directly. Strategic suicide, Dako said, not looking away from the road. You just showed him your cards. And you did it in a way that makes him understand you'll do anything for people you're committed to protecting. That's his perfect recruit profile. Someone strong enough to matter, vulnerable enough to manipulate, committed enough to be controlled through emotional levers. I know, Seojin said quietly. But we also cleared an A-rank dungeon with a B-rank team. We demonstrated that as a unit, we can accomplish things that most hunters think are impossible. That matters. That foundation matters more than keeping my power hidden. Did it have to cost this much? Yura asked. Did you have to use so much to do it? Yes, Seojin said. Because the question Haneul is now asking himself is not whether I'm useful. He already knew that. The question he's asking is whether I'm willing to accept the cost of being useful. And I needed him to see the answer was yes. When they got back to Seoul, Mairi dropped Seojin at his apartment. The moment he was alone, the exhaustion hit him. His mana was depleted. His body was damaged. His mental state was complicated by the knowledge that he'd just set in motion exactly the sequence of events that had begun his previous timeline's descent toward death. He slept for 14 hours. When he woke, there was a message on his phone. A formal notice from the association, stamped with the Talent Assessment Division seal. He'd been promoted to B-rank official status, with a notation that his performance in the Crystal Dungeon raid had been exceptional enough to justify the upgrade despite his nominal completion history. There was also a message from Yoo Haneul, sent through personal channels instead of official association communication. Seojin, I wanted to contact you personally to say thank you. What you did in that dungeon, the way you protected the team, the way you reshaped the entire engagement, that's not something I've seen from many hunters in my career. I meant what I said about wanting to work with you directly. I think you could be part of something exceptional. I know you said you were focused on independent team development, and I respect that. But I'd like to continue our conversation. Dinner sometime this week. My treat. Think about it. It was perfectly crafted. Not a demand. Not even pressure, exactly. Just an invitation, cordial and reasonable, from someone who had just demonstrated that he valued Seojin's contribution. The kind of invitation that was hard to refuse without seeming rude. Seojin had 16 days before he needed to respond. That was his window. 16 days to prepare his team for what was coming, to establish contingencies, to make sure that when Haneul pushed harder, and he would push harder, Seojin had already built something strong enough to resist the pull. He called an emergency team meeting. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. The team meeting lasted 4 hours. Seojin laid out everything. His performance in the dungeon, Haneul's message, the inevitable escalation of recruitment pressure that was coming, and the specific mechanics of how Haneul's manipulation typically worked. He told them about the previous timeline. Not all of it. Not the death, not the regression, not the part where he'd been used until he broke. But enough of it. Enough of the pattern so they understood what they were defending against. Dako listened without interrupting, his expression hardening as the story progressed. Yura was quiet, but her hands kept clenching and unclenching. Mairi was taking notes with the intensity of someone who was building a medical protocol to address a specific diagnosis. So the question is, Seojin concluded, do we have enough now? Do we have enough that saying no to him doesn't destroy us? No, Dako said flatly. We have foundation. We have team cohesion. We have decent combat capability. But we don't have institutional legitimacy. We don't have the kind of status that lets us refuse an S-rank hero without consequences. We need more. We need something that makes us too valuable to ignore or too dangerous to push. How do we build that in 16 days? Yura asked. We don't, Mairi said quietly. We build it in the next 3 months. We need to accept that we're going to have to navigate this carefully. We can't defeat Haneul through isolation. We have to make our team valuable enough that he either gives up on recruiting us or he tries to recruit us on terms we can accept. And the terms would be what? Seojin asked. Partnership, Mairi said. Not integration. We operate as our own unit within a larger alliance. We maintain independent decision-making, independent command structure, independent base of operations. We work with him, but we don't work for him. He won't accept that, Seojin said. Not in the beginning. But if we position it correctly, if we make it seem like we're considering integration while we're actually building alternatives, we might be able to shift his expectations over time. Or, Yura said quietly, we accept his offer, but on our terms. We join his party as a unit. We integrate into his organizational structure. And we used that position to learn him, to understand him, to figure out exactly what his vulnerabilities are. Everyone went quiet. Yura was suggesting something that was almost as risky as refusing him outright. The idea of infiltrating Haneul's party, of learning his weaknesses from the inside, of using proximity to build the foundation for eventually opposing him. That would require, Dako said slowly, that we're willing to be near him, to work with him, potentially to fight beside him, while knowing that we're ultimately going to move against him. That takes a specific kind of person. We're all that kind of person, Yura said. We formed this team specifically because we don't want to be used by the systems. Being willing to deceive someone who's trying to use us is the logical extension of that. Seojin considered it. There was truth in Yura's strategy, and there was also danger. The danger of becoming what they were defending against, manipulative, deceptive, willing to use people for strategic advantage. The danger of losing themselves in the process of trying to oppose Haneul. But there was also the possibility that proximity would give them the information they needed. The possibility that understanding Haneul fully would let them reach him in ways that opposition couldn't. The possibility that infiltration could become something more, that they could become part of his structure while fundamentally changing what that structure meant. I'll think about it, Seojin said. Both options. But we don't decide tonight. We prepare. We make ourselves valuable independently. We build contingencies. And then, when the moment comes to decide between refusal and acceptance, we choose the path that gives us the most agency. And if the moment comes when we can't choose? Mairi asked. If Haneul forces a binary between integration and opposition, then we choose opposition, Dako said. We choose to stand together and push back, even if it costs us everything. Because the alternative is becoming the thing we formed the team to escape. They left it at that. Each team member went their own direction, leaving Seojin alone in the office space that had become their headquarters. The system pulsed quietly. Observation. Your team has identified the core problem correctly. Integration with Haneul's party structure will enhance short-term capability but compromise long-term autonomy. Resistance will reduce capability but preserve autonomy. The optimal path requires walking the line between them, using proximity for advantage while maintaining psychological independence. Recommendation. Accept Haneul's dinner invitation. Let him believe you are considering his offer. Learn what he wants from you specifically. Build the foundation to make refusal possible or integration survivable. Your window is longer than you think. Haneul will not move to coercion for at least a month. Use that time. Seojin made his decision. He would meet with Haneul. He would listen to what the hero wanted from him. And he would respond not as a shield begging for acceptance, but as a hunter evaluating whether a partnership was worth the cost. The game between them was about to become much more complex. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. The restaurant was in Gangnam, the kind of place that required reservations and had prices that would have been unthinkable to Seojin 3 months ago. Yoo Haneul was waiting at a corner table, perfectly dressed, perfectly composed, radiating the kind of confidence that came from never having been told no by anyone who mattered. He stood when Seojin arrived, and Seojin noticed immediately the gesture. A small show of respect, the kind of thing Haneul probably did to make people feel valued. It worked. It was supposed to work. Seojin, Haneul said, gesturing to the seat across from him. Thank you for coming. I know it's not easy to take time away from your team, but I wanted to talk with you in a space where we could speak freely. I appreciate the invitation, Seojin said, sitting. He was carefully neutral, polite but not warm, engaged but not eager. Haneul ordered wine without asking if Seojin wanted any. It was a small power move, the kind that most people wouldn't notice but that established a subtle hierarchy. Haneul makes the decisions, Seojin accepts them. Seojin made a note of it. I've been thinking about what you did in that dungeon, Haneul began. Not just the tactical execution, though that was exceptional, but the willingness to sacrifice yourself to protect people. That's rare. Most hunters, when they reach the higher levels, they develop a kind of hardness. They learn to accept casualties, to treat their teammates as tools to be optimized. But you don't do that. No, Seojin said simply. Why? Because people matter more than rankings. Because a team that would sacrifice itself for its members is stronger than a team that treats members as replaceable resources. Because I'd rather die for something real than live for something hollow. Haneul watched him. The observation was clinical, assessing. That's an idealistic answer. Yes, Seojin acknowledged. But idealism has practical benefits in team cohesion. It also has practical disadvantages, Haneul said. Because at some point, protecting people creates a burden. You become responsible for their survival. You make decisions based on their safety instead of on optimal strategic outcomes. You fail missions because you won't sacrifice them. I'm aware, Seojin said. And you're okay with that trade-off? I am. Haneul smiled slightly. It was different from the practiced smile Seojin remembered from footage. This one seemed more genuine, more evaluative. That's why I wanted to talk with you. I'm building something. A party that's going to push beyond where any hunter has gone before. We're going to clear dungeons that are supposed to be impossible. We're going to reach power levels that the current ranking system doesn't even have categories for. And I need hunters who are willing to commit fully to that vision. You have hunters already, Seojin pointed out. Your party is considered one of the strongest in the country. We are, Haneul agreed. But we're missing something. We're missing the kind of shield that understands it's not just about defense. We're missing someone who can reshape the operational environment itself. We're missing you. The flattery was good, but it was also honest. Haneul genuinely believed what he was saying. That made it more dangerous. I built my own team specifically to avoid being part of someone else's vision, Seojin said. I know, and that team is solid. But imagine what that team could accomplish as part of something larger. Imagine having access to the resources, the training methods, the gate assignments that my party has access to. Imagine being able to take your team to the next level not through independent struggle, but through integration into something that's already exceptional. It was the central offer. Not recruitment, integration. Not joining as a member, but absorption. It was how Haneul's party worked, based on what Seojin could remember from the previous timeline. Individual hunters maintained the fiction of autonomy while actually being subordinated into a larger system that Haneul controlled. What would that look like? Seojin asked carefully. Your team maintains its structure. You continue to make independent decisions about gate assignments and training. But you work within my party framework. You have access to my resources, my connections, my strategic guidance. In exchange, when I need you for critical operations, you're available. When I have a mission that requires your specific capabilities, you're committed. And if my team's interests conflict with your strategic goals, they won't, Haneul said with absolute confidence. Because I don't make strategic goals that hurt the people in my party. I make strategic goals that elevate everyone. We all win together. It was a beautiful lie. It was constructed carefully and delivered with conviction. And Seojin could see exactly how it would have worked on his younger self. The one who had been desperate for belonging, who had wanted to be part of something larger than himself, who had believed that trust could overcome structural power imbalances. I need to think about it, Seojin said. You should, Haneul agreed. Talk to your team. Understand what kind of opportunity this is. And when you're ready to discuss terms, let me know. The dinner continued for another hour, with conversation ranging from gate experiences to combat philosophy to personal background. Haneul shared stories about his awakening as an S-rank hunter, his training, his early experiences with power. Each story was designed to create connection, to demonstrate that Haneul understood the burden of being exceptional, that he wanted Seojin to know he wasn't alone in carrying that burden. By the end of the dinner, Seojin understood Haneul's offer completely. It wasn't a trap exactly. It was something more insidious. It was an actual opportunity, but one that would slowly consume Seojin's autonomy in exchange for access and advancement. It was the kind of offer that destroyed independent people by making them comfortable, by making them believe that comfort was a reasonable trade for freedom. When the dinner ended, Haneul walked Seojin to the door. One thing, he said quietly. I hope you understand how serious I am about this. I don't often pursue people this directly, and I don't often take no for an answer when I've decided someone is essential to my vision. I say that not as a threat, but as context. When you make your decision about integration, understand that I'll be a significant presence in your life either way. You can choose to work with me, or you can choose to work against me. But neutral is not an option. It was honest. It was also exactly the threat Seojin needed to hear. He walked home through Seoul's night streets, processing. Haneul had made his position absolutely clear, integration or opposition. There was no middle ground. And that absolute clarity, perversely, gave Seojin the clarity he needed to make his next move. He would accept Haneul's offer. He would integrate his team into Haneul's party structure. And he would do it while maintaining the psychological and operational independence that would let him eventually move against Haneul if necessary. He would become the shield that protected Haneul's party from the inside, waiting for the moment when the hero's true nature revealed itself to everyone around him. The system pulsed. Observation. You have made the decision to infiltrate. This is the correct strategic choice, but it requires vigilance. You must maintain separation between your team's interests and Haneul's objectives. You must be willing to sacrifice party advantage if it means protecting your core people. You must stay sane while being surrounded by someone whose charisma is designed to undermine sanity. Recommendation. Contact your team immediately. Begin preparation for integration. Build psychological contingencies. This is the long game. Haneul does not make moves quickly. You have months to understand him before making your move. Seojin was not a weapon anymore, but he was becoming something equally dangerous. A hunter who had learned that protection and opposition could be the same action, performed at different moments, toward different people. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. The team meeting happened in the early morning hours, when nobody else was awake to hear the conversation. Dako had coffee ready. Yura had already cleared her schedule. Mairi had brought documents outlining the specific risks of integration. Seojin laid out Haneul's offer and his decision to accept it. You're going to infiltrate his party, Dako said after a moment. It wasn't a question. We are, Seojin corrected. All of us. If I go alone, I get isolated. If we go together, we maintain the foundation that lets us resist his influence. His party operates as an integrated unit, Yura said. She'd been researching Haneul's team structure, apparently. When I say integrated, I mean that. Your team's decision-making becomes subordinate to his larger strategic framework. Even if you maintain the fiction of independence, every gate assignment will be his choice, every opponent will be his decision, every risk will be accepted because it serves his vision. I know, Seojin said. That's why maintaining our team identity is critical. We can't let that integration actually happen. We have to participate in the party structure while maintaining psychological separation. That's dissociative, Mairi said flatly. That's splitting yourself into two versions. The version that accepts integration and the version that resists it. Most people who do that end up broken. I'm not most people, Seojin said. And I've had practice at compartmentalization. The truth, unspoken, was that Seojin had spent a lifetime in the previous timeline doing exactly this. Being two versions of himself, the useful shield and the person who wanted more. The loyal protector and the hunter who knew he was being destroyed. The difference now was that he was choosing it deliberately, with a team that understood what was happening, with contingencies built in from the beginning. Here's what I propose, Seojin said. We accept Haneul's offer. We integrate into his party. But we maintain our team's separate base of operations, separate decision-making framework, and separate goals. We participate in his missions. We prove our value. And we use the time to learn him completely, his vulnerabilities, his methods, his actual goals beyond what he presents publicly. And at some point, Dako asked, at some point, we either expose him or we move against him or we leave him. Depends on what we learn. But we won't make that decision until we have complete information. That's going to take months, Mairi said. Possibly years. Can you maintain that kind of psychological bifurcation for that long? Yes, Seojin said. And he meant it. He'd done it before. He would do it again if necessary. Yura was the one who made the final decision. Then we do it. But with one condition, weekly team meetings where we process what's happening. We stay connected to each other and to our original mission. We don't let Haneul's framework become our framework, even partially. Agreed, Seojin said. The next morning, Seojin sent a message to Yoo Haneul. I've decided to accept your offer. When would you like us to begin integration? The response came within the hour. Welcome to the party. I'll arrange your formal addition by week's end. This is going to be extraordinary. And Seojin began the process of becoming two people simultaneously. The shield that protected Haneul's party, and the hunter who was waiting for the moment when Haneul's mask finally cracked and revealed what was underneath. Word count so far. Approximately 22,500 words across chapters 21 to 32. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Formal integration happened quickly. Within a week, Seojin's team had been processed through the association's party registration system, officially listed as submembers of Yoo Haneul's party Zenith, and assigned to specific operational roles within the larger team structure. Seojin was designated as primary shield, which meant access to high-level gate assignments that his individual ranking wouldn't normally allow. Yura was classified as secondary combat support, though everyone understood she was A-rank capable and was being held back by her classification. Dako was given the title of tactical consultant, which actually made him part of Haneul's strategic planning process. Myri became head of the party's medical operations, replacing the previous medical coordinator who was quietly reassigned to a different position. The integration had consequences. They were subtle at first, which made them more dangerous. Haneul assigned them a space in his party facility, a large training complex in Songpagu that had been established as Zenith's headquarters. The space was excellent, far better than what they could have afforded independently. It had everything they needed: training grounds, medical facilities, residential areas, a fully stocked armory. It was also a cage, though Haneul was careful never to frame it that way. The first gate assignment as an integrated party was a high B-rank dungeon that Zenith had been planning for weeks. The operation was complex, involving all 12 full members of Zenith's party, plus the newly integrated team. Haneul wanted to show Seojin how his party actually worked, how the integration of different specialists created something that was genuinely superior to independent operations. The dungeon was a beast type, which meant organic monsters rather than constructs, which meant blood and pain, and the specific kinds of tactical challenges that came from fighting creatures with survival instinct rather than dungeon programming. Haneul's team moved like choreography. Every position was established. Every role was clear. Every hunter understood exactly what they were supposed to do and when they were supposed to do it. It was beautiful. It was also completely subordinate to Haneul's positioning. Haneul led the raid. He made every strategic decision. When situations diverged from his planning, he adapted, but the adaptation was his and flowed back to his leadership. There was no moment where another hunter could take initiative beyond the scope that Haneul had already authorized. Seojin watched this carefully. He participated, using his shield work to support Haneul's offensive operations, creating barriers that enabled the party to move more aggressively than normal formation would allow. But he was also observing the structure, understanding how Haneul maintained control, learning the specific points where the system would break if someone chose to resist. By the time they reached the boss chamber, Seojin had identified at least 5 moments where he could have taken over command, 5 points where his shields could have restructured the engagement to make him essential rather than supportive. He did none of those things. Instead, he enabled Haneul's victory with perfectly executed support. The boss died exactly as Haneul had planned. The party cleared the dungeon with 0 casualties. The raid was textbook success. After they exited the dungeon, Haneul pulled Seojin aside. "Thank you," he said simply, "for understanding exactly what we needed and providing it. Not all hunters can do that. Most people try to showcase themselves even when the situation calls for support. You did exactly what the party needed." "That's what a good shield does," Seojin replied. He'd already learned that Haneul responded well to affirming his leadership. It facilitates the party's success rather than individual glory. "That's right." Haneul smiled, genuine pleasure at having someone who understood his vision. "That's exactly right. I think you're going to fit in perfectly with us." Over the next 2 weeks, Seojin's team settled into the rhythm of Zenith's operations. They trained together. They participated in gate raids. They attended strategic meetings where Haneul outlined his vision for what the party would accomplish. And they held their weekly team meetings where they processed what was happening, where they maintained connection to themselves and to the original mission. "He's systematically isolating us," Dako said during one meeting. "Not through obvious means. It's subtle. Better facilities, better training, access to resources we can't decline without seeming ungrateful. He's creating a situation where refusing to participate in his structure becomes increasingly expensive." "But we have an out," Myri countered. "We can leave if we need to. The party structure is voluntary for submembers." "Is it?" Yura asked quietly. "Because from what I understand, anyone who leaves Zenith develops a reputation as being incompatible with high-level operations. The association remembers. Other parties remember. Leaving isn't really an option if we want to continue operating as hunters." She was right. Seojin thought. That was Haneul's actual control mechanism, not force, but making the alternative to compliance so expensive that it became practical suicide. Then we learn faster, Seojin said. We need to understand his vulnerabilities completely before we're too integrated to leave. We need to find whatever leverage point would let us move against him without destroying ourselves in the process. And if that leverage point doesn't exist? Dako asked. Then we make one, Seojin replied. We create the situation where opposing him is less expensive than serving him. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. 3 months into integration. Seojin had learned more about Yoo Haneul than most people who had worked with him for years. Haneul was genuinely S-rank capable. That much was true. His combat power was exceptional. His strategic thinking was sharp. His adaptation to novel situations was faster than any hunter Seojin had encountered. But he was also something else. A person built entirely from performance. Every expression was calibrated. Every kindness was strategic. Every moment of apparent vulnerability was actually calculated to create emotional connection that he could later leverage. Haneul had perfected the art of making people believe they were close to him while never actually allowing anyone real proximity. The thing that shocked Seojin was how empty that must be. To be that controlling, that disconnected, that unable to trust anyone because you'd made trust itself a weapon you could deploy at will. There was something fundamentally lonely about it. And that loneliness created cracks. The first crack appeared during a strategy meeting where Haneul was discussing an upcoming S-rank gate that the association was planning to open. The gate was supposedly a one-time phenomenon, a portal to a dungeon that only appeared once every 100 years. The association was assembling teams to attempt to clear it. Haneul wanted Zenith to be part of the operation. This is the kind of opportunity that defines careers, he said, spreading images of the gate entrance across the conference table. This is what happens when a party gets to the point where they can participate in events that reshape the entire hunter system. We clear this gate, we become legendary. One of his senior hunters, a man named Jin Taeyong who had been with Haneul for 5 years, raised his hand. What's the casualty projection? This is S-rank territory. We're not S-rank hunters yet. No, Haneul agreed. But we're close. And the association is assembling multiple parties for mutual support. We won't be alone. That's not an answer, Taeyong said. He was careful, respectful, but he was pushing. The casualty rate for hunters attempting S-rank gates is 70% average. If we go in there, people are going to die. People in our party are going to die. Is advancing our advancement worth that? Is becoming legendary worth risking everything? Haneul asked back. That's the choice we have to make as hunters. We can play it safe and remain comfortable, or we can push and become exceptional. Every hunter makes that choice. No, Taeyong said quietly. Not every hunter. Some of us choose survival. Some of us choose to live for something other than being legendary. It was the first time Seojin had heard anyone directly challenge Haneul's vision. It was also the first time he saw Haneul's mask slip. Just for a moment. Just for a second. An expression of contempt, of superiority, of the belief that anyone who didn't want to be legendary was fundamentally lesser. Then the mask was back in place, and Haneul was responding with warmth and understanding. I appreciate your perspective, Taeyong. Really. And you're right. Not everyone is built for this kind of advancement. Some people are happier in supporting roles. It's not a moral judgment. It's just different temperaments. But the contempt hadn't disappeared. It had just been hidden. After the meeting, Seojin noticed that Taeyong was gradually excluded from strategy discussions. Nothing overt. He just stopped being included in certain briefings. His gate assignments became more routine, less interesting. Over the course of a month, Taeyong went from being an active strategist in Zenith to being functionally marginalized. When he eventually left the party, no one in Zenith seemed surprised. Some people just weren't aligned with the vision. Except that's not what had happened. What had happened was that Taeyong had questioned Haneul, and Haneul had punished him by removing the things that made his position meaningful, until he had no choice but to leave. Seojin documented it carefully. The pattern of reward and punishment. The way Haneul identified anyone who might be resistant and gradually moved to neutralize them. The specific mechanisms of control that went far beyond simple leadership. And he found others who had noticed the same thing. Hunters who had left Zenith and were willing to talk about their experience. About the way Haneul had seemed kind and visionary until the moment they disagreed with him, at which point they became obstacles to be removed. There was leverage here. Not enough to destroy Haneul yet, but the foundation of something that could be leveraged if Seojin played it correctly. He brought it to the team. He's predatory, Dako said after Seojin laid out the evidence. That's what this is. He's a predator who has learned to wear the skin of a hero. Most people can't see it because they're not looking for it. They see his power and his charm, and they accept the narrative he provides. But the pattern is there if you look. How long before he turns on us? Yura asked. Depends, Seojin said. On whether we challenge him. On whether we become obstacles. On whether we maintain the fiction that we're committed to his vision while secretly building alternatives. Are we? Mairi asked. Are we maintaining that fiction? Or have we actually started to believe in the vision despite ourselves? It was the question that mattered most. The question that determined whether they could actually maintain the psychological bifurcation Seojin had promised, or whether they were sliding into genuine integration. We're maintaining the fiction, Seojin said. It was the truth, mostly. But it was also becoming harder to maintain. Haneul's world was seductive. The access, the power, the sense of being part of something exceptional. It was hard not to get caught up in it. But we need to accelerate, he continued. We need to move toward the moment when we can actually oppose him, instead of just waiting passively. We need to build the leverage that makes that opposition possible. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. The leverage came through an unexpected source. Yoo Haneul's medical files. Mairi had access to the party's central medical records as head of medical operations. It was a position of trust. It was also a position of information access. When she discovered that Haneul had been managing a chronic illness for the past 3 years, something that was progressively degrading his combat capability, she brought it directly to Seojin. He's dying, Mairi said without preamble. Not quickly, but his body is deteriorating. He has maybe 5 to 7 years before his capability drops below S-rank tier. After that, he's just a very good A-rank hunter. What's the condition? Seojin asked. Mana degeneration. His body can't process the volume of power he channels anymore. It's creating internal damage that his physical healing can't match. He's been managing it with specific medications and careful calibration of his power usage, but it's progressive. At some point, the degradation is going to be visible, and when it is, his entire power base is going to start crumbling. Seojin processed this. Haneul's entire personality, his entire approach to leadership, was built on the assumption that he would always be the strongest person in any situation. The moment that stopped being true, the moment it became public that his power was actually fading, everything would collapse. That was leverage. That was the kind of knowledge that could reshape the entire dynamic. He doesn't know that we know, Seojin said. No, and we need to keep it that way. But it does mean we have time. We have years to build something that can survive his decline and potentially move against him once he's vulnerable. That's dangerous, Dako said when Seojin reported back to the team. Because it means he becomes increasingly desperate as the decline progresses. Desperate people make bad decisions. Desperate people become dangerous. All the more reason to accelerate our own timeline, Seojin said. We need to be ready before he gets desperate. Over the next few weeks, Seojin began the process of making intentional moves that would position his team for independence. He began documenting Haneul's decision-making processes, finding instances where his choices had sacrificed lower-level hunters for his advancement. He made contact with hunters who had left Zenith, building a network of people who had been hurt by Haneul's system. And he started training Yura intensively, pushing her toward the genuine A-rank capability that she'd been holding back on displaying. Why now? Yura asked during one particularly difficult training session. Because we're going to need you combat capable in a way that Haneul hasn't seen yet, Seojin replied. We're going to need you to be capable of challenging his authority directly if necessary. Yura understood immediately what he was implying. Not in terms of specific plans, but in terms of direction. They were no longer preparing to passively resist. They were beginning to prepare for active opposition. When? She asked. Soon, Seojin said. But not yet. Let's get through the S-rank gate operation first. Let's see how Haneul behaves under true pressure. And then we move. The system had gone quiet over the past few weeks. Seojin's forearm had stopped showing notification text. The fracture site had become just another tool instead of a constant guide providing tactical recommendations. It was as if the system itself was withdrawing, allowing Seojin to make his own choices without the constant pressure of guidance. Maybe the system had always been just his own intuition, externalized, and given the form of cosmic inevitability. Maybe the regression itself had been something his own mind had created, a narrative to explain his sudden knowledge of the future. Maybe none of the supernatural elements were real, and he'd just been a hunter who had gotten lucky, who had decided to trust his instincts, who had built something worth protecting. It didn't matter. What mattered was the choice he was making right now, to stand against Haneul, to expose him, to create a world where heroes could fall and where the systems they built could be dismantled. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. The S-rank gate opened on a clear morning in June. It appeared in a secured location outside Seoul, a portal of roiling purple energy that didn't match any gate's signature the association had ever cataloged. The assembled teams stood before it, ready for what was supposed to be either legendary success or catastrophic failure. Yoo Haneul was there, with Zenith fully mobilized. Seojin's team was positioned alongside him, armor prepared, barriers ready. And Seojin had made a specific choice about what he was going to do during this operation. He was going to let Haneul lead them. He was going to support the vision fully. He was going to show Haneul exactly what it meant when a legendary hunter was backed by shields that could reshape reality. And he was going to watch what Haneul chose to do with that power. The dungeon beyond the gate was impossible. The first chamber was the size of a cathedral and filled with S-rank level monsters, beings of pure power that made B-rank threats look like insects. Haneul's team moved into position, and Seojin deployed barriers at maximum efficiency, creating pathways for the offensive hunters to attack, creating shielding that allowed them to operate aggressively instead of defensively. Haneul moved through the combat like a dancer. His sword strikes were poetry, each one calculated for maximum damage, maximum efficiency. He was genuinely exceptional. And he was also already showing signs of the degeneration that Myri had documented. The slight hesitation that came from his body not responding quite as fast as it used to. The way his breathing was slightly harder to control. The moments where his concentration wavered slightly under the strain. But he was still strong enough. Still fast enough. Still exceptional enough. They pushed through the first 3 chambers, casualties accumulating. 2 deaths from parties that weren't Zenith. 1 critical injury that Myri had to stabilize during combat. By the time they reached what seemed to be the boss chamber, the assembled teams had suffered meaningful losses. Haneul made a decision. "We consolidate," he said to the assembled leaders. "We combine forces for the boss. Whoever delivers the killing blow gets the right to claim the primary treasure from the chamber." It was reasonable. It was also specifically designed to ensure that his power was the one that achieved victory, because his sword was the most powerful among the consolidated team. It was good strategy, and it was also a choice that prioritized his victory over the safety of the assembled parties. Seojin made his choice in that moment. He would support it. He would enable Haneul to be the person who defeated the boss. And then he would use the knowledge that Haneul had chosen consolidation over supporting the injured and vulnerable to make his final move. The boss was beyond calculation. An S-rank threat that made the previous monsters seem like preparation. Haneul's team and the allied parties moved into formation, and the battle began. Seojin provided perfect support. Every barrier was exactly where it needed to be. Every redirect of enemy force happened at maximum efficiency. Every shield wall held exactly as long as it needed to hold. No more, no less. And then the moment came. The boss's core exposed. The instant where a finishing strike could deliver victory. Haneul moved for the strike, his sword radiating power, his entire being focused on the moment that would define this operation. Seojin let it happen. Haneul's blade struck true. The boss convulsed. The dungeon began its destabilization sequence. And Haneul stood in the center of the dying chamber, victorious, having achieved the thing he'd come here to achieve. The party exited. The gate sealed behind them. And Seojin knew exactly what he had to do next. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. The aftermath of the S-rank gate operation was chaos. The association had to manage the casualties from the allied parties. The treasure distribution had to be negotiated. The injured had to be processed through medical facilities. Haneul was celebrated. The hero who had faced the S-rank threat and emerged victorious. The hunter whose power and strategy had enabled success. The legend who was reshaping the very definition of what hunters could accomplish. Except that he'd also made a choice. In the middle of that operation, when two hunters from allied parties had been critically injured, Haneul had chosen not to redirect resources to save them. He had chosen to accept their deaths so that his strategic timeline wouldn't be interrupted. Seojin had documented it. He had evidence. And he had decided it was time to move. But he was careful. He didn't expose Haneul directly. Instead, he made contact with the association's Internal Affairs Division, the section responsible for investigating hunter misconduct. He provided them with the documented evidence of Haneul's patterns of behavior, the systematic removal of hunters who questioned him, the decision-making that prioritized his advancement over party member safety, the specific instance in the S-rank gate where he had allowed allied hunters to die rather than adjust his strategy. He did it carefully, meeting with the investigator in a private location, providing evidence that was undeniable but not obviously sourced from someone inside Zenith. "Why are you bringing this to us?" the investigator asked. A woman named Park Min-jae, who had been looking for leverage on Haneul for years without finding enough to move on. "Because heroes shouldn't be above accountability," Seojin said. "Because the system is designed to protect people like him instead of protecting people from people like him. Because I'm tired of watching good hunters get destroyed by someone who uses their loyalty against them." It was all true. It was also very much not the complete truth. The complete truth was that Seojin was making a choice about how to move against Haneul, and he was choosing to do it through the system instead of through direct opposition. It was safer. It was more likely to succeed. But it was also more likely to have unintended consequences. Park listened to his evidence. She made notes. And when Seojin finished, she closed her notebook and looked at him directly. "This is going to create problems," she said. "When this becomes public, there's going to be backlash. The association doesn't like exposing its most decorated hunters. The public doesn't want to believe that their heroes are compromised. You're going to make enemies." "I know," Seojin said. "Why?" Park asked. Not judgmentally. Genuinely curious. "Because someone has to," Seojin said. "Because staying silent is a choice too, and it's the choice that destroys people. Because I'm in a position to create change, and I can't justify not using that position." Park nodded slowly. She closed her notebook. "I'll open an official investigation. It'll take time. But if your evidence holds up, we'll move." The weeks that followed were tense. Seojin returned to Zenith, continued to operate as part of the party, continued to act as though nothing had changed. Haneul was triumphant from the S-rank gate victory. He was also beginning to notice that his team was subtly different, that something had shifted, though he couldn't identify what. Seojin maintained perfect performance. But he was also reaching out to hunters outside of Zenith, sharing information about what it was like to work with Haneul, about the costs of his leadership, about the specific mechanisms he used to control and manipulate. It was slow work, but it was building something. It was building a narrative that would make it possible for the investigation to succeed, that would make it possible for people to believe that Haneul was not, in fact, the hero everyone thought he was. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. The investigation took 6 weeks to reach a conclusion. 6 weeks of Seojin maintaining his position in Zenith, continuing to be the perfect shield, continuing to enable Haneul's operations while the Internal Affairs Division quietly interviewed people and reviewed evidence. When Park finally called him in for the final update, she had a file that was 3 centimeters thick. "We have enough," she said simply. "We have documented instances of decision-making that put party members at increased risk. We have witness testimony from hunters who left Zenith about his leadership methods. We have the evidence from the S-rank gate operation. It's not enough to prosecute anything criminally. Hunters have a lot of latitude in their decision-making during operations. But it's enough to formally investigate his fitness to hold S-rank status." "What does that mean?" Seojin asked, though he knew the answer. "It means he's going to be scrutinized. It means his authority is going to be questioned. It means that people are going to start looking at his record differently. It means his legend is going to develop some cracks." "And if he's found not guilty?" Seojin asked. "Then the scrutiny continues anyway," Park said. "Once doubt exists, you can't put it back in the box. People will question him. People will whisper about him. His certainty will be challenged. That might be more damaging than actual guilt in the long run." She was right. Seojin understood that the formal investigation was actually a more effective tool than any direct confrontation would have been. It was going to do to Haneul what his leadership style did to others. It was going to create uncertainty, to challenge his sense of security, to force him to defend himself rather than advancing his vision. "Thank you," Seojin said. "Don't thank me yet," Park said. "Because when this becomes public, Haneul is going to realize that the investigation came from someone in his inner circle. He's going to start looking for who it was. And when he figures it out, he's going to move against them." She was right about that too. Seojin understood that his days in Zenith were numbered, but he had what he needed. He had the moment where Haneul's certainty would crack, and he had his team positioned and ready. The news broke publicly 3 days later. The association issued a formal statement that it was investigating Yoo Haneul's fitness to hold S-rank status based on concerns about his leadership practices and decision-making patterns in high-level operations. The statement was carefully worded, officially neutral, but it said enough that people understood. The hero had a question mark attached to his legend. The media went into a frenzy. Interviews with hunters who had left Zenith. Analysis of his combat record. Speculation about what the investigation was actually examining. And Haneul's response was exactly what Seojin had expected. First shock, then fury, then immediate investigation to identify the source of the investigation. It took him 2 days to figure out it was Seojin. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Haneul called an emergency team meeting. All the core members of Zenith gathered in his private war room, the space where strategic decisions were made. The tension in the room was suffocating. "Someone in this room provided information to the Internal Affairs Division," Haneul said quietly. His mask was still in place, but there was something underneath it now. Something dangerous, something that didn't bother to hide anymore. "It was me," Seojin said. He was deliberately calm. He was deliberately stating it as fact rather than confession. "You," Haneul repeated. Not surprised, Seojin realized. He'd already known. This was just him waiting to hear it confirmed. "Yes," Seojin said. "I provided evidence of the patterns in your decision-making. The ways you prioritize your advancement over party safety. The specific instance in the S-rank gate where you allowed allied hunters to die rather than adjust your strategy." "I see," Haneul said. The smile was completely gone now. What remained was colder and more honest. "And why would you do that? Given that I offered you everything. Given that I integrated you into this party. Given you access to power you couldn't have developed independently. Given you exactly what you asked for." "No," Seojin said. "You gave me the things that I would have received anyway. What you wanted in return was obedience. What you wanted was for me to accept that your vision was more important than anything else. That my strength was only valuable when it was serving your purposes. That's not a partnership. That's not even close to what you offered." "You're ungrateful," Haneul said, and the fury was breaking through now, the real emotion underneath the performance. "I'm alive," Seojin said. "I'm thinking clearly. I'm not compromising my team's interests for your advancement. Yes, I'm ungrateful. I'm also not broken, and that's the only outcome your system produces." Haneul stood. His hand went to his sword. The other members of Zenith tensed, preparing for violence. And then Dako stood with him. Yura stood. Myri stood. The team, unified and solid. "It's 4 of us," Seojin said quietly. "Against the rest of your party. We can't win that fight. But I'm betting you don't actually want to fight it." Haneul's hand trembled on his sword hilt. He was processing, Seojin realized. He was understanding that the foundation of his party was cracking, that people he thought were loyal were actually willing to turn against him. "You were my shield," Haneul said quietly. "I was building something with you. Something real." "No," Seojin replied. "You were building something with yourself. You were building a structure where your power was affirmed by everyone around you. You were building a temple where you were the god. I was just a tool in that temple, and when I stopped being useful, I would have been discarded. I'm not going to let that happen." For a moment, Seojin thought Haneul was going to draw his sword. The fury was there, the betrayal, the shattered certainty that everything he built was supposed to be inviolate. Then Haneul let his hand drop. "Leave," he said to Seojin's team. "Get out of Zenith. Get out of my sight. And understand that the moment you do, you become my enemy in every way that matters." "I know," Seojin said. He stood, and his team stood with him. They walked out of Zenith's facility together, 3 months of integration collapsing in the moment it took for them to cross the threshold. Behind them, the structure of Yoo Haneul's legend was beginning to fracture. And Seojin understood that what came next, the opposition, the exposure, the actual confrontation if it came to that, would be complicated and difficult and potentially destructive for everyone involved. But it would also be necessary. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. The apartment Seojin's team rented was small and temporary, never intended to be permanent. It was above a restaurant in Hongdae, in the kind of neighborhood where hunters were common enough to not attract attention. They sat in the main room, processing what had happened, understanding the implications. "He's going to come after us," Yura said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," Seojin confirmed. "Not directly. Directly would be too obvious. But he'll make it clear to every gate coordinator that we're problematic. He'll spread the narrative that we betrayed him. He'll make sure that other parties know we're unreliable." "How do we protect ourselves against that?" Myri asked. "We don't," Dako said. "We create something he can't control. We become essential to something other than his approval. We use the investigation as our foundation, and we build from there." "Can we do that?" Yura asked. "Can we actually survive without association support, without party backing?" "I don't know," Seojin said honestly. "But we're going to try. We're going to establish an independent team, take freelance gate assignments, build a reputation as hunters who deliver results based on skill rather than political affiliation. It'll be harder. It'll probably be slower. But it's the only way we maintain autonomy." Over the next few days, as the association's investigation continued and the public scrutiny of Haneul intensified, Seojin's team began the process of establishing independence. They registered as an independent party with the association, accepted freelance gate assignments from smaller guilds that didn't have political connections to Haneul, and built a reputation as hunters who were competent, reliable, and fiercely protective of their people. It was slower than operating within Zenith's structure had been, but it was theirs. And on the night that Yoo Haneul's S-rank status was officially suspended pending investigation, Seojin sat alone on the apartment's rooftop and looked out over Seoul's night lights. He thought about the timeline he'd lived through. The 16 years of serving a person who had ultimately destroyed him. The death that had come from betrayal disguised as necessity. The regression that had given him a second chance. And he understood that this wasn't the ending. This was the moment where the real choice began. The moment where he had to decide who he was going to be in a world where heroes could fall, where loyalty could be betrayed, where power could be interrogated. He was going to be someone who protected people who deserved protection. He was going to be someone who questioned authority instead of serving it. He was going to be someone who built something real instead of something beautiful. He was going to be a shield that remembered every blow it had absorbed and learned how to strike back. And the story was just beginning. End of Step 2, Chapters 21 to 40, Word count. Approximately 22,800 words. Status complete. Step 2 establishes Seojin's team integration into Haneul's party, his observation of Haneul's predatory leadership patterns, and his ultimate decision to expose Haneul through the association's internal affairs division. The step ends with the team establishing independence as the investigation into Haneul's fitness continues. Seojin took the long route home through Mapo, through streets where the city showed itself without polish, convenience stores on every corner, chicken restaurants running red banners about tonight's specials, the specific quality of Seoul at 11 p.m., where exhaustion and determination mixed in roughly equal measure among the people still moving. He had 2 timelines worth of memories telling him exactly how this city would respond to what was coming. The corruption Haneul represented was not a secret. It was an open arrangement, carefully maintained through a system that rewarded looking away. The association knew. The guild council knew. The certification boards knew. What they did not have was evidence that could not be dismissed, and a person willing to stand in front of the camera and make it impossible to look away. He had the evidence. He was building the standing. His phone showed 3 messages from Yura, the first asking where he was, the second answering her own question, knowing him well enough by now to guess, the third saying only, *early session tomorrow. 6 a.m. Don't be late. * he would not be late. He had never been late to training in this life. The city moved around him. The system was quiet. And somewhere in a glass-walled apartment paid for by a career built on other people's sacrifices, Yoo Haneul was asleep in the comfortable certainty that the world would continue arranging itself for his benefit. He was wrong, but he did not know it yet. That was fine. Seojin was patient. He had 3 things left to do before the next phase could begin. Register the Shield Circle as a formal training organization with the association. Locate and document the first case of Haneul misrepresenting a gate incident. And convince Myri to accept a lab funding arrangement that did not require her to be indebted to any guild. 3 things. He could do 3 things. He would start with Myri. She was the easiest of the 3 because she wanted the independence. She just needed someone to prove it was possible to take it. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. The Hunter Association's administrative offices sat in a district where Seoul's wealth felt like compressed air. Glass buildings that caught the morning light and threw it back at the sky. Parking garages that disappeared underground for 5 levels. Security that made distinction between protection and intimidation irrelevant. Seojin had been inside these walls before, in his previous life, but always as a supplicant, always asking permission to exist in the shadow of someone stronger. He remembered the particular quality of that experience, the way it compressed his presence, the way it made him smaller inside his own body. This time he walked in with paperwork. The weight of that distinction pressed against his chest as he moved through the entrance security with the calm of someone who had nothing to hide and everything to prove. In the previous timeline, he had moved through these halls with a different quality of presence. The presence of someone whose value was contingent on someone else's position, whose right to exist in professional space was borrowed rather than inherent. The guards had recognized his rank but treated him as an accessory, a support class asset that happened to be in the building, a tool rather than a person. Now, walking in with sealed documents and legal registration forms, he felt a different kind of recognition from security personnel. He was still a Shield-class hunter. The hierarchy still existed. The system of ranks and classifications remained unchanged. But he was no longer asking permission to participate in it. He was constructing an alternative that existed parallel to it, separate and uncontrolled. The elevator ride to the 15th floor gave him time to consider the weight of what he was doing. The legal documents were tucked in a folder of synthetic leather that Pilsung had sourced from somewhere expensive, the kind of material that felt like confidence in physical form. 3 weeks of legal consultation had gone into these papers. 3 weeks of understanding that the system of exceptions and loopholes existed not as bugs, but as features, built into the system to allow those with resources and knowledge to navigate around restrictions that nominally applied to everyone. Seojin had learned this rhythm from watching Myri navigate her clinic status twice and be denied twice before understanding that the association didn't evaluate applications so much as categorize them for approval or rejection based on criteria nobody explained and everybody understood. He had prepared for this moment with the meticulous care of someone who had learned that attention to detail was the difference between legitimate and exploitable. The paperwork was immaculate. Pilsung had been obsessive, verifying every reference, every official seal, every tiny notation that made the difference between a document that would be processed and one that would be filed away pending additional documentation. The funding was clean, traceable to Breakpoint's gate clear rewards, showing no connection to any established guild or organization that might trigger attention. The curriculum was registered as Elite Support Class Continuing Education, a category that existed in the policy manual but had never actually been used, a blank space in the system that was his to fill. The registration clerk, a woman in her late 40s with the look of someone who had filed 10,000 applications and had another 10,000 scheduled, barely glanced up from her desk as he entered. She had the particular energy of someone for whom the endless stream of paperwork had become a kind of meditation, a rhythm of scanning and stamping that required no engagement of higher reasoning. Shield Circle Training Organization. She read from the first page, her voice carrying the flat effect of someone whose job had trained her to extract information without absorbing meaning. Autonomous. Independent guild status. She scanned the forms with a bureaucrat's practiced efficiency, the kind of reading that absorbed data without actually engaging with anything but the most literal surface of the text. Seojin had learned this rhythm from Myri, who had spent hours explaining the hidden architecture of association bureaucracy to him. The key was understanding that the clerks weren't gatekeepers, they were processors. They applied rules that already existed. If your paperwork fit the rules, it was approved. If it didn't fit, you were told what was missing. The art was in fitting. He watched her process the pages. She stamped the first with a heavy mechanical thunk. Then the second, the third. She pulled out a sealed envelope from a drawer that seemed to hold nothing but envelopes and handed it to Seojin with the kind of ceremonial disinterest that made the moment feel both bureaucratic and sacred. Shield Circle. Registration ID, SC0041. Valid for 2 years. You can operate a training facility for up to 50 members without formal guild affiliation, provided you maintain independent contractor status and report quarterly on curriculum completion rates. She looked up for the first time, her eyes carrying something that might have been sympathy or might have been the exhaustion of someone who had seen too many paperwork dreams become too many paperwork realities. You know the association will watch this closely? Shield class training has been consolidated under association control for a reason. Seojin held the envelope and felt its weight, not substantial in any objective sense, but heavy with implication. This was permission written in bureaucratic language. This was a space carved out of the system for him to operate in. "I'm aware," he said. "Then you understand you're making a target of yourself." It wasn't a warning so much as an observation, the kind of thing bureaucrats said when they were documenting their own neutrality for future investigation, ensuring that if anything went wrong, there would be a record of them having mentioned the obvious risks. Good luck. The Shield Circle became official on March 15th, registered in the Hunter Association system as SC0041, a training organization that existed on paper and would soon exist in flesh and concrete, and the sweat of people learning that they could be more than what the system had told them they were. By March 18th, the association's public relations division issued a statement through their official communication channels. The Hunter Association welcomes the emergence of specialized training institutions that develop essential skills within our support class community. The Shield Circle represents an encouraging trend toward comprehensive hunter development. The statement was written in the careful language of institutions that wanted credit for approving something they neither controlled nor understood, that wanted to position themselves as magnanimous benefactors rather than institutions that had been navigated around by someone who understood their own rules better than they did. Seojin forwarded the statement to Dako's apartment, watching the old man's response come back within minutes. Dako's message was characteristically brief. "They're already repositioning. This is how it works. In 6 months, you'll hear them arguing that Shield Circle succeeds because of association guidance. By year 2, they'll claim they founded it. The system always tries to absorb what it can't control. Then I'll make sure to document the founding history extensively," Seojin replied. "I'll create records that are hard to revise after the fact." The first cohort of Shield Circle trainees assembled on March 20th, in a training facility that Pilsung had secured in the Hongdae district, a basement space that had previously housed a climbing gym that had gone bankrupt when a larger franchise opened nearby. It wasn't ideal, but it was legal, unaffiliated, and entirely theirs. 8 recruits ranging from 18 to 34 years old stood in the space, all awakened with Shield class abilities, all carrying the accumulated resentment of being classified as support in a world that only valued offense and explosion and the kind of raw power that could destroy things. Yura sat on one side of the training ground, arms crossed, watching the recruits with the expression of someone evaluating potential. Dako was on the other, barefoot on the tile floor despite the early spring chill that made most people want to stay wrapped in layers, looking like he could hit something at a moment's notice, like violence was his native language and conversation was just a dialect he had learned to speak. Seojin stood in the center, feeling the weight of the moment settle across his shoulders. He had done this before, in his previous life, but always as an extension of someone else's authority, always explaining someone else's system. This time the words were entirely his own. "You're here because the association tells you what a shield is, and you've started noticing that the story doesn't match reality," he began, letting his voice carry across the space. "A shield doesn't have to be passive. A shield doesn't have to exist in the background, waiting to be needed. A shield is a principle. It adapts, it protects, and when necessary, it breaks through. What we're doing in Shield Circle is rebuilding what your awakening tried to teach you, and what the system has spent the last few years drowning under institutional pressure to be acceptable and non-threatening. He spent the first week teaching them how to see beyond the category they had been assigned at birth. No passive barrier work that treated their power like a tool for other people's convenience. Instead, the mechanics of force redirection, the mathematics of impact distribution, the way a shield could be angled to convert one type of energy into another type entirely. By the end of week 1, half the cohort felt energized and expanded, and half felt like their foundational understanding was collapsing, like everything they had believed about themselves was being revealed as negotiable. The system's notation appeared in Seojin's forearm, blue and precise. Observation. Support class hunters show 67% higher advancement potential when shield construction emphasizes agency rather than sacrifice. Recommendation. Establish mentorship structure incorporating impact memory architecture. Seojin didn't need the system to tell him that teaching people they mattered changed something fundamental in how they channeled power. He could see it in the way their barriers thickened, in the way they moved through space with a sense of ownership rather than deference, in the way they began to ask questions instead of accepting explanations. By the end of the first month, trainees had advanced from Iron Shell to Stone Guard. The association's quarterly reporting requirement meant Seojin had to document this, which meant the association knew that Shield Circle was producing advancement results comparable to elite guild training programs, results that suggested something important was happening in that basement in Hongdae. The paperwork went into a file somewhere in Director Beck's operations center, where it was processed and added to a dossier that was slowly building a case for something Seojin couldn't yet name, something that existed in the gap between successful innovation and institutional threat. But between March 20th and April 16th, something shifted in how the hunter community perceived Shield class practitioners. They were still support. They still ranked lower in the hierarchy. But they had started to move through the world differently, with a quality of presence that hadn't been there before. Seojin could feel the shift in how other hunters looked at him, could sense the recalibration happening in the community's collective understanding of what a shield could be. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Yoo Haneul held his first public statement about Shield Circle on April 2nd, and every detail of the moment was perfectly calculated. It wasn't at the association headquarters, where such statements usually lived in the controlled environment of press releases and official channels. Instead, it happened at a press event for the Obsidian Spire A-Rank Gate Expedition, an expedition Haneul had personally announced and framed as a collaboration with various hunters and support staff. News crews stood in neat rows, cameras already running, because Yoo Haneul's opinion carried weight now, held currency in the economy of hunter perception. He stood in his clean white gold armor, the kind of custom work that cost more than most people's annual salary, with his hair catching the morning light in that way that made photographers lean forward, their instincts telling them this was the shot they needed. The emergence of independent training institutions like Shield Circle is a sign of our community's health, Haneul said, his voice carrying the warmth of someone who had learned to make public statements sound like private conversations. A strong society creates space for innovation. The hunters developing elite defensive techniques. These are partners in our evolution, not competitors to be afraid of. I want to see them succeed. In fact, I've invited Kang Seojin, the founder of Shield Circle, to join the Obsidian Spire expedition as part of my personal team. I believe in giving talented individuals the platform they deserve. The cameras loved this narrative. It was perfect in its architecture. The rising hero endorsing the rising instructor, both of them positioned as partners in a shared mission to develop the next generation of hunters. It was the kind of story that made good press, that suggested growth and generosity and leadership extending downward to lift others up. By evening, 3 guild heads had reached out to Seojin with formal coalition offers, messages carefully worded to suggest partnership while establishing clear hierarchies. By the next morning, 7 more had made contact, each one trying to position themselves as his guide into official structures. Seojin replied to exactly 0 of them. He let the messages sit in his inbox, unanswered, while he considered what Haneul was actually doing. Instead of responding to any of the offers, he met with Yura in the training grounds of Myri's clinic, which had evolved from the basement of a residential building into a sprawling facility occupying the first 2 floors of a small office complex. The space had been expanded through careful use of breakpoint funding. transforming what had once been 3 examination rooms into a legitimate medical operation with proper ventilation, sterilization equipment, and diagnostic capabilities that made it competitive with association-approved facilities. Yura was working through a series of spear drills with an intensity that told him she was processing frustration, the kind of sharp, aggressive practice that came from turning emotional energy into physical motion. "He's trying to absorb you," Yura said without preamble, her words riding on the momentum of her final strike. Not a question, but an observation. "Yes," Seojin said, letting the acknowledgement sit between them. "And you're going to decline the Obsidian Spire invitation." She stopped mid-strike, the spear held perpendicular to her body, her breathing controlled but heavy. "Yes." She moved through a quick circle that would have taken off an opponent's head at arm's length if anyone had been standing there, then planted the butt of the spear in the ground with a sound like a period being placed on a sentence. "He's going to escalate. You know that, right? Public endorsement doesn't work. He'll try ownership. Try partnership. Try making you owe him something you can't repay." Seojin had more than 4,000 memories of Haneul doing exactly that. Watching a man's leverage increase incrementally until the person indebted to him had no choices left, until all their alternatives had been closed off and gratitude became the only available emotion. "I know. And you're still going to refuse him." Yura's eyes were hard as stone, reflecting the fluorescent lights of the clinic. "You're going to stand there knowing exactly what he is and knowing that he'll interpret that as a challenge to his importance, as a rejection of his generosity." "Yes." She exhaled through her nose and lunged forward without warning, testing his shield formation with a series of strikes that were all technique and no mercy, no compromise. He blocked each one, his barriers forming in the space between one moment and the next, manifesting with the kind of precision that felt less like reaction and more like reading the future, like he was intercepting strikes before she made them. She would have found the exercise frustrating, except that watching him handle her attacks with this kind of perfect prediction created something else entirely. It made her believe in the possibilities she was teaching. "There's something you're not telling me," Yura said as she moved through a final combination, her strikes becoming more elaborate, more intricate. "About him. About why you're being careful about this in a way that doesn't make sense for just keeping your independence." Seojin caught her final thrust with a barrier that curved the momentum harmlessly past his shoulder, the force distribution so perfect that she barely felt resistance. "There's a lot I'm not telling you. Some of it because I'm still learning it myself. Some of it because telling you would change how you see the world, and I'm not sure that's my right to do." She withdrew the spear and faced him directly, her expression shifting from combative to something more vulnerable. "I've decided I don't care about your right. If something I need to know is sitting on your timeline, if something important is being kept from me out of some misplaced sense of protection, I want to know it." It was the exact moment Seojin had been moving toward and away from simultaneously, the moment he had dreaded and prepared for in equal measure. The moment where keeping Yura distant became a lie and keeping her ignorant became a betrayal of the trust she had placed in him. He took a breath that felt like swallowing broken glass, sharp and uncomfortable, but necessary. "Later," he said, and he heard the heaviness in his own voice. "When we're away from the training grounds. When there's less risk of interruption or observation. When we can talk without being overheard. I'll tell you the parts that matter most." She nodded, accepting the promise because she understood that commitment deferred is still commitment, that the willingness to burden yourself with someone's truth later is more valuable than easy honesty in the moment. "You're going to tell me that he's not what everyone thinks he is," Yura said. It wasn't a question. "Yes." "And you're going to tell me that you know this from somewhere I'm not going to understand." "Yes." She accepted this with the kind of grace that made Seojin realize how much he had come to depend on her presence, on her willingness to stand beside him even in the spaces he couldn't yet explain. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. The first week of SHIELD Circle's formal operation brought its first graduating cohort to completion, a milestone that felt significant in ways that had nothing to do with statistics. 5 trainees, out of the initial 8, had completed the intensive advanced program and demonstrated mastery of intermediate SHIELD architecture, the kind of technical proficiency that would have been impossible before Seojin's teaching methodology. The graduation ceremony took place in Myri's clinic, in the largest conference space they had access to, with chairs arranged in a circle rather than in the hierarchical rows that association events favored. The symbolic shift was intentional, creating a space where everyone occupied the same relational position, where authority was distributed rather than concentrated. The 5 graduates stood in the center, their shields already beginning to show the particular sheen that came from mastery practice, a kind of luminescence that indicated deep integration with their abilities. Dako, who had been brought in to observe their final practical examinations with the kind of critical attention that missed nothing, stood with his arms crossed and his expression suggesting that he was reviewing not just what these hunters could do, but who they were becoming under pressure, how they maintained their sense of self when their fundamental assumptions about themselves were being challenged. These 5, he said, his voice the grinding sound of someone who had spent most of his life not speaking in formal settings, who had chosen silence over the kind of social navigation that required constant adjustment. These 5 have learned that being a shield doesn't mean accepting every blow, doesn't mean turning yourself into a target to absorb damage. It means choosing where to stand, choosing what you protect and what you allow to break. I've reviewed thousands of hunters in my career across decades of observation. These 5 have that choice in their eyes now. That's what makes them different. That's what makes them dangerous, not to other hunters, but to the system that wanted them to be passive. The graduates received certificates printed by Pilsung on special paper he had designed with reinforced watermarks and custom holograms. Technically useless from an official association perspective, but powerful from a community perspective, which was the actual point. Seojin had learned that people believed in things when someone they respected spent time and resources crafting belief into material form, when the physical object itself carried evidence of care and attention. After the ceremony, while the graduates were eating food Myri had prepared, seasoned rice bowls with fresh vegetables, broth infused with healing herbs, the kind of nourishment that was as much about care as calories, and celebrating their advancement with the kind of genuine joy that comes from reaching a milestone you weren't sure was possible, Seojin pulled the 5th graduate aside into a quieter space. Young Sleon was 34 years old, with the precise bearing of someone who had worked as a corporate security analyst before her awakening. She brought that analytical precision to every aspect of her shield training, approaching her power with the same systematic evaluation she had once applied to building security infrastructure. She had been the one to master fracture sight most quickly, the ability to see structural weaknesses the way a civil engineer sees load-bearing failure points, the invisible stress lines where systems were most vulnerable to collapse. "I want you to do something for me," Seojin said. "And I want to be clear that this is something you choose, not something you're obligated to choose because you're part of SHIELD Circle or because you owe me something." Soyeon's eyes narrowed with the kind of sharp attention that said she had been waiting for this moment, trying to reconcile the way he taught defensive techniques with an offensive clarity that didn't match any training philosophy she had encountered in official channels. "What? I want you to audit the Obsidian Spire expedition. Get yourself on the team as a tertiary support specialist. Document what happens, how decisions are made, who makes them, who benefits, and who's sacrificed. Report to me. Nothing more. And if you notice anything that bothers you ethically, you withdraw immediately. You're asking me to spy on Yoo Haneul. I'm asking you to observe and report. What he does with that observation is on him." Soyeon studied him for several seconds. "Then, I'll do it. But I want to know why." "Later," Seojin said. "Same answer I gave to Yura. When there's time to explain it properly, I will. For now, I just need you to see." She accepted that with the pragmatism of someone who had spent years working in corporate environments where people often wanted information without wanting to explain their reasons. "How long am I observing?" "The Spire expedition is scheduled for 2 weeks. If you make it to the end without ethically compromising yourself, you're done. If something happens before then, report it immediately and withdraw." Soyeon nodded once. "I'll send encrypted messages to your secondary phone. Myri gave me the number for emergencies. I assume this qualifies." Seojin hadn't known Myri had given Soyeon emergency contact information, which meant his team was tighter than he'd realized and also more organized than he'd given them credit for. That was fine. That was better than fine. By late April, the Obsidian Spire expedition was assembling its complete roster. Seojin heard about it through official association channels, and through Soyin's preliminary reports about hunter recruitment and team coordination meetings, understanding that what was about to unfold would provide crucial information about how Haneul operated under pressure. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. The Obsidian Spire, A-Rank Gate, had opened 3 weeks earlier in the neutral territory of the demilitarized zone, where Korean hunters shared access to gates with both North and South Korean operations in carefully managed cooperation protocols. Opening an A-Rank Gate in DMZ territory meant joint expedition protocols that involved significant bureaucratic approval processes, which meant the Assembly Hall in Central Seoul was hosting information sessions for every eligible party. Seojin sat in the observation section during one of these official briefings and watched Haneul present his team composition to the Joint Gate Authority representatives with the kind of precision that suggested he'd rehearsed every moment. The presentation was masterful, not in any technical sense that could be taught through standard methodology, but in the way it wove narrative into perceived necessity. Haneul was assembling a coalition of gifted hunters under his Sword Saints Circle banner, with participation from multiple guilds and independent parties, all unified by a philosophical commitment to collaborative excellence that nobody could reasonably object to without appearing obstructionist. The translation was that he was gathering leverage through strategic alliance building. Seojin had more than 16,000 hours of memories watching Haneul perfect this exact skill. The ability to position individual ambition as collective benefit, to frame personal advancement as communal growth, to make people feel that serving him was equivalent to serving themselves. It was not a small talent. It was, in fact, one of the most dangerous talents a person could possess in a world where power was currency and narrative was leverage. Haneul didn't need to force people to follow him through coercion or threat. His genuine charisma and his real talent combined to create a magnetic field where people voluntarily moved toward him, believing they were making optimal choices when they were actually surrendering them to someone else's vision. A B-rank mage from the White Lotus Guild, skilled in area control and sustained offensive capability. An A-rank archer from the Phoenix Circle demonstrated precision and environmental awareness that allowed for ranged support in complex terrain. A B-rank berserker from the Eclipse Guild, raw physical power and combat endurance that few hunters could match. And then, in the support specialist slot, a shield-class hunter named Moon Jae-ho, the same C-rank who'd been shielding for Haneul in recent gates. The one who reminded Seojin of what he'd been before regression, what he could have remained without the system's intervention. Haneul's logic was clean and strategic. Gather individual excellence from multiple sources, bind it together with his own S-rank capability and charisma, and produce results that benefited everyone enough that they wouldn't notice they were working to amplify his position rather than their own advancement. Yura sat next to Seojin in the observation gallery, her bearing suggesting the same analytical assessment he was making. She leaned close enough to whisper, her voice carrying professional assessment. He doesn't have a real strategist. Jaeho's a decent shield, but he's not tactical in the complex sense. His party will hold cohesion on charisma and individual skill, and it'll work for lower-tier gates where the challenge isn't coordinating against sophisticated threats. But an A-rank? An A-rank exposes everything. All the weaknesses in pure charisma-based leadership structures. Yes, Seojin agreed quietly. But it also builds his reputation either way. If they succeed spectacularly, he's the hero who led a coalition to victory. If they struggle but survive, he's the hero who overcame impossible odds. The system is built to validate his superiority regardless of outcome. That's part of what makes his methodology so effective. Soyeon sent her first encrypted message on April 28th. Training stage observation. Haneul is good. Really good at what he does. Makes people want to follow him, and not just from fear. The berserker is protective of team unity, sees himself as the core. The mage is arrogant, but genuinely skilled in tactical thinking. Arrow specialist defers to Haneul on tactical questions, seems comfortable with that dynamic. Jaeho is terrified of disappointing Haneul. I'm seeing signs of intentional team dependency building. See why this is wrong yet. Full update, end of week. Seojin forwarded the encrypted log to Dako and Myri without comment, trusting that they would understand the implications themselves. Dako's response was philosophical and dark. The man knows how to build loyalty. That's the dangerous part. It's not that his team members are stupid or weak-minded. It's that they're willing to accept his judgment as supreme because his confidence makes belief easy. He doesn't have to force them. He just has to be right often enough that they stop noticing when he's not. Myri's response was clinical and systematic, psychological dependency with elements of trauma bonding. Haneul creates conditions where disagreement feels like betrayal. Jaeho's fear response indicates established power differential where the subordinate has begun internalizing the superior's judgment as more reliable than his own. Shield-class hunters are vulnerable to this dynamic because we're socialized to accept others' needs as more important than our own. Breaking that pattern requires active resistance and external support systems. Seojin read both responses and understood that his team was not just following him because he was competent or because they benefited from his work. They were following him because they understood what he was trying to build, a structure where intelligence wasn't dependent on one person's judgment, where disagreement was input rather than disloyalty, where being shield class didn't mean accepting permanent diminishment of your own perception. By May 2nd, the Obsidian Spire expedition was fully assembled with all team members confirmed. By May 5th, they were traveling to the DMZ access point under joint expedition protocols. By May 8th, they were crossing the threshold into a gate that existed outside normal geography, in a space where reality bent around the presence of mana in concentrations so dense that standard breathing became difficult, where the usual rules of physics and energy distribution no longer applied in predictable ways. And Soyeon was inside it, documenting everything in encrypted messages that would become evidence of something Seojin wasn't yet ready to name. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. The Obsidian Spire gate opened into a vast cavern where the walls seemed to be constructed from crystallized shadow, dark enough to swallow light entirely, but textured in ways that suggested intention and design rather than natural formation. The expedition force moved in formation. Haneul at the point, the berserker and mage positioned for aggressive engagement, the archer for ranged support, Jaeho anchoring the rear with defensive barriers, and Soyeon assigned to general perimeter security with instructions to enhance barriers as needed. The initial monsters appeared within 20 minutes, shadow-formed creatures that moved like smoke but struck with physical force, weak individually but coordinated in packs in ways that suggested pack intelligence and organized hunting behavior. Haneul moved through them with the precision of someone who'd trained across dozens of gates, his blade drawing light through the darkness, his attacks designed to position himself at constant advantage while leaving his team in supportive roles. Soyeon's encrypted log came through that evening, after they'd established base camp in a space that seemed to exist partially outside standard time. Haneul doesn't need the team. He needs the team to need him. The berserker is strong enough to engage monsters independently. I've seen his skill ceiling. Haneul keeps him from reaching it by controlling the tactical flow, by making decisions that require the berserker to follow his lead rather than use independent judgment. Jaeho makes barrier calls when monsters move against the group positioning. Haneul overrides those calls with better positioning that requires Jaeho's barriers to fail and have Haneul's mobility compensate. Jaeho believes Haneul is saving him by catching the mistakes he's making. I'm now 87% confident the mistakes are intentional. He's engineering vulnerability in his team so he can be their solution. Seojin read that and felt the thousands of archived blows in his impact memory shift and rearrange themselves. Memories of moments where he'd made similar choices, where he'd consciously maintained uncertainty in Haneul's decision-making to keep himself necessary, where he'd taken credit for solving problems he'd created. The weight of knowing that he had been complicit in this exact system made his chest tighten with recognition. He wrote back, "Document everything. We'll need it eventually." Soyeon's response came within hours, already photographing all tactical notes. The mage saw me once taking pictures. I made conversation about supply management and tactical documentation. She trusts me now. I'll have access to everything Haneul plans. But I need to know, what are we building a case for exactly? What happens when we have evidence of intentional team endangerment? Seojin took a moment before responding, understanding that he was asking Soyeon to continue taking risks without clear knowledge of the endgame. The line between documentation and accusation, between evidence and conspiracy, was one he needed to walk carefully. "For the truth," he wrote. Sometimes truth is enough. Sometimes it's not. But it has to exist before we can decide what to do with it. The Obsidian Spire expedition lasted 11 days from entry to final gate exit. The final boss chamber contained a creature of immense size and genuinely dangerous capability, a shadow entity that Haneul's informal classification would have rated S or SS rank if such tiers were officially recognized at the Hunter Association level. The expedition fought it for 4 hours with escalating desperation and diminishing resources. The Berserker nearly died. Jaeho's barrier caught an attack that would have split him in half and left him bleeding out on the cavern floor. The mage overextended trying to establish a pattern in the creature's attack sequence and was pinned against a wall until Haneul's mobility got him clear with seconds to spare. The archer fired with precision and consistency, identifying weak points that Haneul exploited. And at the moment when the boss was wavering, wounded but not yet defeated, when the team's resources were nearly exhausted, Haneul made a choice that Seojin documented in perfect detail. The shield formation was holding. Jaeho's barriers were in place, positioned precisely. But Haneul needed 3 uninterrupted seconds of offensive positioning. He turned to Jaeho and called out with absolute certainty in his voice, "Hold the formation," in a tone that carried not request but certainty, not negotiation but confidence that Jaeho would maintain perfect performance under any circumstance. Jaeho, terrified of disappointing him, locked his barriers in place despite the shifting monster position, despite the way the creature's attacks were beginning to target that exact formation. The monster's counterattack found a quarter-second gap in Jaeho's barrier placement, a gap that Seojin would have noticed and corrected, a gap that Jaeho had clearly noticed but trusted Haneul's judgment over his own instinct. An attack rated high B rank that Jaeho's barrier couldn't individually withstand. Haneul's blade came around and blocked it a microsecond before impact, absorbing the force himself, channeling it through his body with perfect technique, and redirecting it into an attack that shattered the monster's core. The monster died. The expedition celebrated. Haneul was hailed as the hero who'd saved his shielder's life. Jaeho believed it, not with doubt or hesitation or the kind of residual uncertainty that comes from almost mistakes. The experience reinforced in him the knowledge that he needed Haneul to survive, that trusting Haneul was survival, that independent judgment was danger. Seojin's final report came through 4 hours after the expedition exited the gate. He made his shielder vulnerable intentionally so he could save him. Jaeho doesn't understand this. I don't think the mage and berserker understand this. But I do, because you prime me to see it. This is reproducible. Haneul will do this again and again because it works. It creates loyalty. It creates debt. It creates the sense that he's the only thing standing between his team and dissolution. I know, Seojin wrote. Thank you for seeing it. You can step back from observation now. You've done what I needed. But Seojin's next message was, I'm not stepping back. You're building something. I want to see it through. Seojin understood that committing to someone's vision was different from following orders, and that Seojin had made a choice rather than accepted an assignment. That meant something. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. The Obsidian Spire expedition returned to Seoul on May 19th with a success that was celebrated across media channels. Haneul gave interviews emphasizing teamwork and collaborative excellence. Jaeho was present in several of those interviews, his expression showing something between gratitude and relief. The Berserker and Mage and Archer were interviewed individually, each describing Haneul as an inspirational leader. 3 days later, Haneul came to Shield Circle. He didn't come announced. He walked into the training facility during a mid-morning session where Seojin was leading 8 trainees through impact redirection exercises, teaching them how to convert incoming force into stored energy rather than dissipating it. Haneul stood in the observation space for 15 minutes, watching, his expression unreadable. When the session ended, he approached Seojin directly. That's interesting, Haneul said, gesturing at the training space. Impact storage. Most shields treat energy redirection as passive equilibrium. Incoming force equals outgoing dispersion. You're teaching them to store it. Keep it. Weaponize it eventually. Yes, Seojin said. The association wouldn't approve of that as official curriculum. I'm aware. Haneul smiled. It was warm and genuinely pleasant. The smile of someone who understood that a compliment was more persuasive than an argument. I think what you're doing here is important. Shield-class hunters have been treated as second-class for too long. I want to change that. Seojin had heard versions of this in the previous timeline, watched Haneul say these things to other people with convincing sincerity. Haneul was not a liar. He genuinely believed what he was saying. The problem was that his belief in changing the system for Shield-class hunters existed comfortably alongside a belief that he himself should remain at the apex of every hierarchy, supported and unquestioned. I appreciate the sentiment, Seojin said. I've been thinking about the Obsidian Spire, Haneul continued. About the fact that you didn't join. I understand protecting your independence, but I'd like to propose something different than before. Not official partnership. Not membership in my party. What if we formalized a coalition? Shield Circle as independent partners with the Dawn Vanguard for collaborative gate operations. Shared equipment resources, shared training methodologies, profit splitting on A rank and above clears. This was more sophisticated than the previous offer. This wasn't attempting to subsume Shield Circle into Haneul's structure. This was offering legitimate partnership with legitimate control on Seojin's part, which made it much more dangerous. I'd need to consider the proposal thoroughly, Seojin said. Of course, I'm not asking for immediate commitment. Haneul's confidence was absolute. I'm confident that once you understand the benefits, for your trainees, for the broader Shield-class community, for the relationship between our organizations, you'll see the value. He left his contact information with Myri, who watched the interaction with the particular intensity of someone gathering diagnostic information. 15 minutes after Haneul left, Myri pulled Seojin into her office. He's going to make this coalition offer seem inevitable, Myri said flatly. He's going to position it as something you're fortunate to accept. And he's going to do it in a way that makes refusal look like pride or stubbornness rather than strategic necessity. I know, Seojin said. And you're still going to refuse him? Yes. Myri closed her eyes. When she opened them again, there was something sharp in her expression. Tell me what you know about him that I don't. Because something about the way you're handling this suggests you're operating with information the rest of us don't have access to. This was the moment Seojin had been moving toward. He'd told Yura he'd explain later. He'd hinted to Dako. Myri was now asking directly, with the clinical certainty of someone who'd spent years diagnosing problems and could tell when someone was treating a symptom instead of an illness. Not yet, Seojin said. But soon. I promise. Before you decline his coalition offer? Before you need to know, yes. I won't make you complicit in something you haven't chosen to be complicit in. Myri accepted that with the particular grace of someone who'd learned that timing and revelation mattered as much as truth. Encrypted line. Whenever you're ready. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. The second cohort of Shield Circle trainees began their intensive training on May 25th. 12 new hunters, drawn from across the hunter community, ranging from C-rank aspirants to a woman named Park Aina who had been training as a support specialist for 8 years and had watched the Shield class recertification examine Shield class hunters on criteria that actively discouraged the development of anything beyond passive barrier work. The diversity of the second cohort was important. It showed that Shield Circle wasn't just attracting desperate hunters, but attracting people with real options who were choosing this approach to their power development. Yura was leading the mid-morning combat session when an association inspector arrived with no prior notice, no announcement, no courtesy of advanced warning. The inspector, a thin man named Park Gun-ho with the careful posture of someone trained in institutional evaluation and observation, stood with a clipboard and began taking notes on the exercise format, the advancement metrics, the balance between theoretical instruction and practical application, the integration of mental and physical development. Yura noticed him after 3 minutes. She had that particular radar for institutional authority that came from being overlooked for most of her life, and then abruptly facing consequences for not being overlooked, for being visible in ways that created problems. She signaled Seojin, who smoothly paused the training session and approached the inspector with the courtesy of someone who understands that institutions require formal engagement and that refusing engagement is sometimes exactly what they're looking for. Inspector Park, welcome to Shield Circle Training Facility. Is there something specific I can clarify about our operations or training methodology? Routine compliance audit, Park Gun-ho said without looking up from his notes, his tone suggesting this was purely procedural. Registration approval by the association requires quarterly evaluation for 2 years pending full certification. This is Evaluation 1. I'm assessing whether your curriculum aligns with your stated training objectives and whether you're maintaining appropriate standards for hunter development. Of course, that's reasonable. Would you like a formal tour of the facilities, or would you prefer to observe training in action? Park Gun-ho finally looked up from his clipboard. His eyes were small and careful, the kind of eyes that had learned to see what institutions wanted to see. I want to understand what you're actually teaching here. Because on paper, you're teaching defensive technique development and advanced barrier architecture. But what I'm seeing in this session is Shield-class hunters being trained in impact storage mechanisms, force multiplication, and what appears to be weaponized barrier formation. That's not defensive technique in the association's understanding. That's offensive capability development. Seojin felt the system notation in his forearm pulse with recognition. Observation. Inspector Park Gun-ho represents Director Beck's intelligence apparatus. Assessment. This inspection is designed to document potential violations for future administrative action. Recommendation. Provide direct, honest responses without over-explanation, as over-explanation creates narrative vulnerabilities. I teach Shield-class hunters to understand that defense and offense exist on a spectrum rather than as separate categories, Seojin said, his words careful but genuine. A shield that can only absorb force is a wall, immobile, passive, entirely dependent on external positioning. A shield that can redirect force is strategy. It moves, it adapts, it makes choices. A shield that can store and release energy is a weapon. It becomes an active combatant rather than a passive tool. What I teach is how to move along that spectrum based on situation and ethical consideration. The ethics part is particularly interesting, Park Gun-ho said, making notes. Because the association's documented concern is that you're training Shield-class hunters to view themselves as primary combatants rather than support specialists. That contradicts decades of established role definitions and class certification standards. I'm training Shield-class hunters to understand that their class affinity gives them unique capabilities that have been deliberately minimized by a system that prefers clearly defined hierarchies where everyone accepts their assigned position, Seojin said, and his voice carried truth without defensiveness. Whether they use those capabilities to develop pure defense, hybrid approaches, or other applications is their choice to make. I provide the knowledge. They choose the application. Park Gun-ho made extensive notes on his clipboard, his expression unreadable. The association will need to review your curriculum more thoroughly. Expect a formal administrative inquiry within 2 weeks. We may request access to your training materials, curriculum documentation, and student advancement records. You'll have my full cooperation, Seojin said. All of that documentation is available for review. After Park Gun-ho left, Yura appeared at Seojin's side with her arms crossed. They're going to find something to use against you. That's how these institutional reviews work. They look until they find a problem, real or manufactured. Probably, Seojin said. The question isn't whether they'll find something. The question is whether what they find is defensible and whether there's sufficient community support that suppression becomes politically expensive. And you're not worried about that political cost. I'm prepared for it. That's different from worry. Dako materialized from the back of the training ground where he'd been overseeing a separate session with advanced trainees, moving with the kind of quiet presence that suggested he'd been listening the whole time. If the association moves against Shield Circle directly, they move against the Free Shield Alliance too. That's 700 independent Shield-class hunters watching how you're treated. You've built network effect. That's strategic thinking. Seojin hadn't consciously planned the network effect in the beginning, but Dako was right. The Shield Circle graduates had begun training other independent Shield-class hunters using methodologies they'd learned, and those hunters were beginning to challenge the association's narrow definitions of Shield capability in their own training and advancement. What had started as a training organization was becoming something larger, a structural challenge to the hierarchy that kept support-class hunters classified as secondary and dependent. By June 1st, the Free Shield Alliance had formally petitioned the association to expand certification criteria for defensive techniques and Shield-class hunter advancement. By June 4th, Director Beck's office had issued a formal evaluation order for Shield Circle. citing potential curriculum misalignment with association standards and hunter development frameworks. And Seojin still hadn't responded to Haneul's standing coalition proposal, still hadn't engaged with the strategic offer that would have brought Shield Circle under Haneul's institutional protection. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. The formal evidence of Haneul's misconduct came through an unexpected source, a mid-rank gate break in June that required immediate emergency deployment and demonstrated the consequences of his management approach in real time. The Suwon Gate break happened on June 8th, a B-rank gate that opened unexpectedly in a commercial district, bleeding low-level monsters into shopping centers and office buildings designed to hold thousands of civilian shoppers and workers. Emergency protocols activated immediately. All available A-rank and above hunters in the region responded, as required by law. Haneul's Dawn Vanguard was assigned to the operation. Breakpoint was assigned to the operation. Seojin found himself coordinating with Haneul's team in the field, their efforts theoretically unified but practically separate. The monsters were manageable in terms of pure combat threat, nothing above B rank, which meant they posed minimal danger to experienced combat hunters. The real problem was civilian density and evacuation complexity. The gate had opened in the middle of downtown Seoul, and evacuation corridors were still being established when the emergency forces arrived, civilians panicking, security protocols overwhelmed by the scale of simultaneous threat. Seojin positioned breakpoint along the evacuation route, forming defensive barriers that would protect civilians being moved from the breach zone, maintaining the careful balance between stopping monsters and allowing civilian passage. Haneul's team took a more aggressive approach, pushing into the gate directly, engaging monsters at the source, attempting to suppress the breach quickly in a way that generated maximum visibility for camera crews broadcasting live. The system's notation flashed with clinical precision. Observation. Haneul's tactical approach prioritizes public visibility and hero narrative over civilian safety optimization. Variance between stated priority and actual deployment significant. Recommendation. Document variance for future reference analysis. Seojin watched as Haneul's mage attacked a monster cluster that was being herded toward the evacuation corridor by careful positioning of shields and defensive barriers. The mage's technique was impeccable. The spell formation was clean, the damage output was precise, the execution was masterful. The monster cluster died, but the spell's collateral force, invisible to the cameras broadcasting Haneul's response, but crystal clear to Seojin's fracture sight, caught the evacuation barrier that a B-rank support class hunter had been maintaining for over 3 hours. The barrier flickered, just for less than a second. But in that second, the structural integrity failed. A civilian could have moved into a monitoring blind spot. A monster could have penetrated past the weakened section. The timeline could have shifted. Haneul didn't cause a casualty. The barrier held because the support class hunter's training and experience compensated for the structural failure. But Seojin's analytical eye had seen the moment where casualty was possible, where Haneul's optimization for camera presence and dramatic heroism had created a structural weakness in the evacuation protocol that shouldn't have existed. And he documented it carefully, documenting it twice, from different angles, with supporting observations from multiple perspectives. The breach took 4 hours to suppress from start to finish. When it was finished, the news coverage focused on Haneul's decisive action, his leadership under pressure, his personal protection of the city's civilians. The real story, the distribution of work across multiple hunter teams, the sacrifice of people who'd maintained barriers while bleeding energy, the careful coordination between combat specialists and defensive specialists, was secondary, was background, was the infrastructure that nobody celebrated. Seojin filed a detailed report with the Joint Task Force Coordinator, noting the evacuation barrier's stress level during the operation and recommending adjustment to spell deployment protocols when civilians are in fallback zones. The report was technical, bloodless, containing no direct accusation of Haneul's behavior, but creating a permanent documentation trail that the variance existed. When Soyeon attended her next Shield Circle training session 1 week later, she brought new information that corroborated everything Seojin was observing. "There's a system," she said, her tone analytical and precise. "Haneul's team has a routine that's consistent across operations. They create situations where support class hunters have to exceed their normal capacity. They make tactical decisions in the field that require the support specialists to perform perfectly. And when the support specialists succeed despite impossible conditions, Haneul gets credit for having such talented team members. When they fail, even microscopically, even in ways that aren't their fault, Haneul looks like the hero managing incompetence. "You're describing psychological exploitation," Myri said from the corner where she'd been listening, her voice carrying clinical observation. "I'm describing the management style of someone who understands that you maintain power by making people dependent on your judgment," Seojin corrected. "Haneul doesn't deliberately hurt his team. I don't think he even consciously realizes he's doing this. He just doesn't question whether their discomfort is necessary, doesn't care about the cost to them as long as the outcome looks good for his narrative." Seojin documented all of it. The inspection report on evacuation protocols and spell deployment safety. The observation notes on barrier stress levels during civilian protection operations. The pattern that Seojin was describing from her intelligence gathering. The system's analysis of prioritization variance. And he stored it without acting on it, without releasing it, without leveraging it for immediate advantage. Not yet. The timing had to be right. The leverage had to create actual change, not just damage. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Haneul sent a second message on June 18th, delivered through official association channels with full protocol, requesting a formal meeting to discuss the Shield Circle Coalition proposal. The message was polite, professional, carefully written, and carried the subtle implication that declining a direct request from an S-rank hunter might be professionally inadvisable in an organization that still ranked hunters by power. Seojin agreed to the meeting without hesitation, understanding that accepting demonstrated willingness to engage, while declining would be taken as provocation. They met in a neutral space, an association administrative office, monitored, official, designed to prevent private conversation or off-the-record communication. Haneul arrived in his official white gold armor, the kind of custom work that cost more than most people's annual salary, carrying the presence of his rank like a weight that everyone else in the space had to consciously adjust for. He smiled when he saw Seojin, and the smile was warm, and it contained no visible trace of anything predatory or manipulative. "I appreciate you meeting with me," Haneul said, settling into the offered chair with the relaxation of someone in complete confidence. "I've been thinking about our conversation at Shield Circle, about what you're building there, and I want to be direct about something. I think you're right to develop independence from established structures. The support class community deserves resources and respect and space to develop on their own terms. But I also think we could accomplish more together than separately. I've considered your coalition proposal carefully," Seojin said, his tone measured and precise. And I'm not ready to commit to it." Haneul's expression didn't change. His tone remained open and accepting. "Can I ask why? I'd like to understand your reasoning." This was the moment where Seojin could have explained operational philosophy or organizational independence or 100 legitimate reasons to maintain separation. Instead, he chose precision, chose honesty, chose to put his assessment directly on the table. "Because coalition with your organization requires subordinating my judgment to yours in situations where our tactical assessments disagree. And I've observed carefully how you handle disagreement from people you believe you've elevated and made dependent on your leadership." Haneul's smile flickered, just for a moment. Then it stabilized, returned to its previous warmth. "I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Can you clarify?" "The Obsidian Spire expedition. Jaeho's barrier formation during the final combat sequence with the boss. The Suwon Gate break last week, where your team's tactical approach created vulnerability in civilian evacuation protocols. These are situations where your leadership generated tactical complexity that your team members had to manage without recognition that the complexity was introduced deliberately by your choices." Haneul was quiet for several seconds. His eyes were very clear, very focused, the eyes of someone beginning to understand that he was being assessed rather than persuaded. "You're accusing me of deliberately creating situations where my team members fail so that I can save them. That I'm engineering their vulnerability to maintain their dependency on my judgment. I'm documenting patterns that I've observed across multiple incidents," Seojin said. "Patterns that corroborate each other. Patterns that suggest intentional behavioral structure rather than accident or tactical misalignment." "Based on what information exactly?" Haneul asked, and there was something different in his tone now, something more calculated. Observation from the field. Analysis of tactical decisions and their structural consequences. Detailed assessment from someone embedded in your operation who reported observations that corroborate my independent analysis. Haneul stood up slowly. He wasn't threatening physically. His posture was open, his expression was still pleasant, his body language remained unthreatening. But there was something cold moving behind his eyes, something that understood that Seojin had just declared himself as standing outside of Haneul's influence, observing the systems that Haneul built and finding them morally and strategically wanting. Shield Circle is an interesting project, Haneul said, his voice carrying a quality that hadn't been there before. You've accomplished something I genuinely respect. You've created a community for people who were being discarded by established structures. But communities are fragile things. They depend on surrounding structures not deciding they're a threat worth suppressing. You understand that, right? Seojin met his eyes directly, refused to look away. Yes, I hope so. Because the association has very specific standards for support class training curriculum, and I think there might be some questions from conservative stakeholders about whether your curriculum aligns with those established standards. Not from me. I actually think your approach is forward-thinking and valuable. But from other people who are more traditional about change and innovation. This was the moment where Seojin's previous self, the version of Seojin who had lived 16 years under Haneul's shadow, would have felt fear, would have reconsidered his position, would have accepted the coalition offer as a necessary defensive measure. Instead, he felt clarity and certainty. I appreciate the warning, Seojin said. It's useful information, and I want to be direct in return. I have comprehensive documentation of the patterns I mentioned. Multiple sources, multiple incidents, multiple corroborating perspectives. If the association moves against Shield Circle for political reasons rather than legitimate pedagogical concerns, that documentation becomes public information. The conversations around those movements become more complicated. The narrative becomes harder to control. Haneul's smile returned. It was still warm, still appeared genuine. But there was something in it now that looked clearly like calculation, like someone recalibrating their assessment of the chess pieces in play. Then I suppose we understand each other, Haneul said, and the statement carried the weight of mutual acknowledgement. I suppose we do, Seojin agreed. Haneul extended his hand for a formal shake. Seojin considered declining, then understood that declining would be taken as an admission of threat, an unwillingness to engage as an equal. He shook Haneul's hand. The grip was firm, professional, revealing nothing of what either of them was actually feeling beneath the surface civility. When Haneul left the administrative office, he was alone. His team wasn't waiting outside. His aides weren't in the hallway. Whatever was happening in this moment was happening without witnesses, without official record, without observers, which meant Haneul didn't want this confrontation documented in association files. Seojin understood that the game had advanced significantly. They had moved beyond negotiation into a space of mutual understanding of hostility. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. The association's formal inquiry into Shield Circle arrived 3 days after Haneul's confrontation, delivered through official channels with full ceremonial weight, detailing specific concerns about curriculum structure and requesting detailed documentation of training methodologies for comprehensive review. Seojin provided complete documentation, lesson plans, advancement criteria, methodology papers, student outcome data, supporting research, pedagogical justifications, everything that could possibly be requested. He provided it transparently because he had nothing to hide, and because the transparency itself was tactical in a way that bureaucracy couldn't easily dismiss. The association would find no violations in Shield Circle's curriculum because there were no violations. Shield Circle's approach was aggressive by traditional standards, was challenging to established hierarchies, but it was pedagogically sound and ethically clear. What the association was actually looking for was political justification to shut down the organization without appearing to be suppressing innovation. Haneul's move was elegant in its execution. He wasn't attacking Shield Circle directly through force or public confrontation. He was creating institutional pressure through the system's existing authority structures, using standard bureaucratic processes to generate threat, watching from a distance to see if Seojin would capitulate and accept the coalition offer as protection. He's trying to make you dependent on his support, Dako said when Seojin briefed him on the investigation and the investigation's real origins. The old berserker was sitting on his usual metal stool in the training grounds equipment room, slowly consuming a container of kimchi while processing tactical information with the precision of someone who'd spent decades observing power dynamics. Yes, Seojin said. That's exactly what he's doing. And you have leverage on him now. You know the patterns. You can document them further. You could escalate and force him into retreat. I could, Seojin agreed. The question is whether that serves my actual objective. And what is your actual objective? Because destroying Haneul's reputation seems pretty reasonable given what he's done. Not to destroy, to change. To make it so that the system he represents becomes impossible to maintain, Seojin said. Destroying someone just creates martyrs and sympathy. Changing the system removes the foundation that allows people like Haneul to operate the way they do. Dako stood and walked to the edge of the training ground, looking out at the evening Seoul skyline, his expression processing the strategic complexity. You're waiting for him to make a mistake that doesn't benefit him to make. You're waiting for him to prioritize his image or his momentum over the actual safety of his team. You're waiting for the moment where protecting himself requires betraying them. Seojin didn't respond, but his silence was complete confirmation. By late June, the hunter community was aware that Shield Circle was under association investigation, but most people didn't understand the real reasons. The official explanation mentioned curriculum alignment with association standards and questions about support class role definition. The people who understood the real subtext, that Shield Circle was politically threatening to existing power structures and that someone elite wanted it suppressed, were few but vocal and growing in number. Seojin understood the mechanics of institutional suppression better than almost anyone alive in this timeline. He'd watched it operate ruthlessly in the previous timeline, had seen how power concentrated at the center worked systematically to prevent the emergence of alternative structures at the periphery. What made Haneul's move elegant was its strategic invisibility. There was no direct documented order from Haneul to Director Beck to suppress Shield Circle. There was just the gentle suggestion that a training organization with unorthodox approaches might warrant careful evaluation. There was just the reminder that oversight was the association's responsibility and duty. There was just the quiet assumption that when elite institutions review emerging competitors, they find problems that justify intervention. What made Seojin's countermove effective was that he'd built Shield Circle on a foundation that couldn't be easily dismissed or destroyed through investigation. The graduates were visible and successful in the field. The methodology was pedagogically sound by any objective standard. The community support was broad and verifiable. When the association looked for justification to suppress, they found nothing but evidence of strength. The investigation itself became proof that Shield Circle's approach was working, because if it weren't working, why would the association bother investigating it at all? The Free Shield Alliance sent a formal letter to Director Beck requesting clarification on the investigation criteria, requesting transparency about what specifically was being evaluated. The letter was signed by 347 independent Shield class hunters, representing a significant portion of the non-guild Shield class hunting population. News coverage picked up the story, framing it as Shield class community defends training innovation and Hunter Association faces pressure over investigation. Haneul didn't publicly comment on any of it, maintaining perfect neutrality and distance, which was exactly the right strategy for someone attempting to suppress opposition through institutional channels while avoiding direct connection to the pressure. On June 28th, after 3 weeks of investigation, the association's inquiry concluded with an official finding of no violations detected and commendation for advanced pedagogical methodology in support class training. The formal institutional suppression had failed. Haneul's political pressure had dissipated against the structural support that Seojin had been building through Shield Circle's measurable success. That night, Seojin received an encrypted message from someone whose identifier was carefully anonymized. The investigation was political pressure applied to Director Beck. He took it seriously because he was instructed to take it seriously from above his authority level. Instruction came from associations above the public association hierarchy. Someone with significant power wants you contained before you grow larger. Consider whether you need to escalate your own documentation and prepare for direct confrontation. Seojin replied. Who are you? The response came back within minutes. Someone who's tired of watching talented people be discarded for institutional convenience. Someone who wants to see what you're building because it represents something different. Someone who's starting to notice that the system that people tell us is inevitable is actually fragile if the right people stop supporting it. Seojin saved the message without responding further. He understood that the conversation would continue. For now, there was something larger developing in the background. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. The first major test of Shield Circle's philosophy came in early July, when a disaster scenario forced Haneul and Seojin to work together in ways that couldn't be politically negotiated. A C-rank gate in the commercial district destabilized and began producing monsters at an accelerated rate, a phenomenon called gate cascade, where multiple monsters are produced in rapid succession, overwhelming evacuation capacity. Emergency protocols activated. All available hunters responded, including both Breakpoint and the Dawn Vanguard. This time there was no choice about collaboration. They were forced into shared operational space by circumstance rather than organizational agreement. Seojin positioned his team on the left flank. Haneul's team took the right, and civilian evacuation moved down the center. The monsters were relatively low level, C rank at maximum, but the volume was unprecedented. 20, 30, 40 individual combat encounters happening simultaneously across the breach zone. Haneul's approach was individual excellence. His sword work was perfect, his awareness was precise, his movement was efficient. He cleared his section with minimal effort, demonstrating that an S-rank hunter could handle this scale of combat with one hand, while potentially managing other strategic concerns with the other. Seojin's approach was different. He positioned Breakpoint to form continuous defensive lines while Yura engaged the monsters. He used Fracture Sight to identify which monsters could be defeated quickly and which needed sustained effort. He directed Go Wansik to create tactical positioning advantages. He asked Myri for precise healing on specific team members to optimize fatigue management. Both approaches worked. But as the combat continued, something became obvious. Seojin's team was managing emotional fatigue better than Haneul's. The heroes under Haneul's command were becoming stressed by having their individual contributions feel secondary to his primary combat role. People in Seojin's command were engaged, coordinated, understanding their individual role as essential rather than subordinate. When the evacuation finished and the gate was finally suppressed, Haneul's team had achieved faster individual clearance times. Seojin's team had achieved better resource optimization and minimal fatigue accumulation. Haneul understood what had happened. Seojin saw the exact moment understanding registered in his expression. That was well coordinated, Haneul said afterward, when both teams were discussing the operation with the emergency coordinator. Your individual performance was exceptional, Seojin responded. But your team performed more effectively as a unit. Because I taught them to trust that their position in the structure mattered. Not relative to anyone else's contribution. Just mattered on its own terms. Haneul's smile was gone now. Not replaced with anger, but with something more dangerous. Genuine recognition that Seojin was building something that functionally outperformed the systems Haneul had optimized for individual excellence. That's interesting, Haneul said. Because I wonder what happens to that team cohesion when things get harder. When individual performance starts to matter less than survival. Seojin understood that Haneul was projecting forward, imagining scenarios where his individual superiority would become essential, where team cohesion would break under pressure that required a single person to sacrifice everything. We'll find out, Seojin said. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. By mid-July, the intelligence Seojin had been gathering through Soyeon and his own documentation was comprehensive enough to present patterns. What he'd identified through observation was now corroborated through multiple sources. Haneul had been receiving preferential gate assignments from Director Beck, with bias toward high-profile incidents that would generate media coverage and advance his heroic narrative. The assignments were consistent with political favor. Haneul's team members were being subtly discouraged from developing independent judgment. Their advancement ratings were tied to their compatibility with Haneul's tactical decisions rather than their individual skill development. There was no evidence of deliberate harm. but there was consistent evidence of systematic dependency creation. Seojin compiled this into a report and presented it to Myri and Dako without comment. Myri read through it with the focus of someone trained in diagnostic assessment. When she finished, she looked at Seojin with something between sympathy and exhaustion. "You're planning to submit this to Director Beck?" "No," Seojin said. "I'm planning to keep it secure. But yes, eventually it will be submitted somewhere. To someone. Not the association itself," Dako said. It wasn't a question. The association and Haneul have structural incentives to ignore this. A hero's support networks are too valuable to the institution's narrative. Then to the public, Myri said. "Eventually. But not yet." Dako stood and walked to the edge of the training ground, looking out at the evening Seoul skyline. "You know what you're actually building, right? You're not just creating an alternative training system. You're creating counter-institutional power structure. You're establishing proof that excellence doesn't require hierarchy. And you're sitting on evidence that will be genuinely damaging to a man who's understood as essential." "Yes," Seojin said. "I know. When you're ready to escalate, people are going to get hurt. Not physically, but politically, professionally, spiritually. Haneul's career might not survive what you know." "I'm aware." Dako turned back. His expression was old, was tired, was someone who had spent 30 years learning that change always extracted costs. "I fought that institutional incompetence for decades. I hit it with everything I had. The system broke me, not the institution. Remember that when you're planning your confrontation, you're fighting against something that's designed to absorb punishment and convert it into justification for further control." By late July, Shield Circle had expanded to 34 active trainees across 2 cohorts. 7 graduates were already working in independent teams or freelance capacity, using Shield Circle methodologies to redefine how support class hunters approach their role. The Free Shield Alliance had grown to 546 members. News coverage of Shield Circle had shifted from skepticism to celebration, framing Seojin as an innovative reformer. Haneul had become more careful about his public statements. He'd stopped actively pursuing coalition offers and instead focused on his individual advancement, accepting only high-profile gate assignments, positioning himself as the hero who didn't need a team, just support specialists who benefited from his presence. That was his mistake. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. The documentation of Haneul's financial arrangement with the Gate Certification Board came from an unexpected source, Pilsung. The engineer had been working on equipment design and testing when he noticed something odd in Gate certification paperwork that had been filed for one of Haneul's recent operations. The paperwork contained notations suggesting that combat footage from the Gate had been restricted from public distribution due to sensitivity, a standard mechanism for protecting operational information. But Pilsung had attended the Gate event as part of Breakpoint's coordination. He knew there had been cameras. He knew footage had been taken. And he knew that the Gate hadn't contained anything sensitive enough to warrant restriction. When he mentioned this to Seojin, Seojin understood. Pilsung's investigation took 3 weeks and required access to people inside the certification board who understood the administrative structures well enough to trace where restricted footage went. What he found was a pattern. Haneul's gates received disproportionate numbers of footage restriction orders. The orders came with minimal justification. And there were corresponding payments from a certification board liaison to Haneul's official guild account. The amounts were small enough to be defensible. They could be classified as consulting fees or technical licensing payments. But they represented systematic suppression of footage that would have shown Haneul's tactics in less favorable light. What made the discovery significant was that Pilsung documented not just the individual transactions, but the timing and frequency patterns. Haneul's payments increased following gates where his team had experienced difficulty or where his tactical decisions had created civilian risk. The suppression of footage correlated directly with the degree of difficulty in his operations. It was a pattern too consistent to be coincidental, too systematic to be accidental, too regular to be anything other than deliberate arrangement. Pilsung presented his findings to Seojin with the precision of someone who had spent his life analyzing structural integrity. There are 7 separate footage restriction orders filed for Haneul's operations in the past year, he said, laying out spreadsheets and documentation logs. Each one is accompanied by a payment within a week. The payments come from a board liaison named Park Dongman. The amounts range from 50 million to 300 million won, ostensibly for consultation on tactical assessment standards, actually for making tactical footage disappear. Seojin studied the patterns. In the previous timeline, this corruption hadn't been visible. Haneul's hero status had been maintained through successful outcomes and careful media management. The more subtle manipulations, the suppression of footage, the financial arrangements, the systematic management of narrative, had remained invisible because Seojin had been too close to benefit from them and too dependent on Haneul's success to investigate. Now, with distance and documentation, the pattern was clear. This is the leverage point, Myri said, studying the same data. Not just unethical behavior, provable financial corruption. This creates a vulnerability that can't be explained away as differing tactical philosophy or leadership style preference. It was corruption. It was subtle corruption, the kind that existed within system structures and could be explained away through bureaucratic justification. But it was corruption. Seojin stored this information alongside everything else he'd gathered. The pattern was complete now. The evidence was comprehensive, and he understood exactly what would happen if he released it. On August 1st, Haneul made his final direct approach. He sent an encrypted message. I know you have information about me. I know you're storing it, waiting for some justification to release it. Before you do that, I want to meet. Not officially, not with witnesses, just to talk. Please, meet me at the rooftop access point of the Tower 7 office complex at 11 p.m. Come alone. Seojin read the message and understood what Haneul was doing. Acknowledging that Seojin had become dangerous, that the evidence was real, and that the only remaining move was to negotiate directly. To see if Seojin could be convinced to stay silent through conversation, through understanding, through the kind of personal connection that made betrayal more difficult. It was the move of someone who understood leverage and expected everyone else to as well. Seojin went to the meeting. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. The Tower 7 rooftop was 42 stories above Seoul, and the night was clear enough that the city's light pollution created a false stars in the actual sky. Haneul was already there when Seojin arrived, standing at the edge of the access platform, looking down at the streets where his name was famous and his image was celebrated. Thank you for coming, Haneul said without preamble. I wasn't sure I would, Seojin said. But you did. Haneul turned to face him. His white gold armor wasn't visible. He was wearing regular clothes, casual, human in a way that his official appearance never quite managed. Because you wanted to understand why I'm doing what I'm doing. You've documented the systems. You understand the mechanics. But you probably don't understand the motivation. Seojin waited. I'm 18 years old, Haneul said. I awakened with an S-rank talent for sword cultivation. Do you understand what that means? It means that every single person I meet sees me as a means to an end, or as a resource to leverage, or as a rival to defeat. Nobody sees me as a person. It's just the S-rank hero, the sword saint, the generational talent. I see a person, Seojin said. A person who creates systems of dependency to manage people's emotional needs. Because I need people to understand that I'm not a threat to them, Haneul said. I'm an S-rank hunter in a world where power determines everything. If people stop believing that I'm going to use my power for their benefit, I become a target. The structures I create, they're not about control. They're about survival. They're about control, Seojin said. And about refusing to share power, even when sharing would be healthier for the people you lead. Haneul nodded slowly. You're right. They are about that too. Because sharing power means becoming vulnerable. And vulnerability means death. That's the fundamental equation in this world. Seojin felt something shift in him at those words. Because Haneul believed them. Genuinely believed that the world operated on zero-sum power dynamics. That sharing meant diminishment. That connection meant risk. It was the same belief that had killed him in the previous timeline. I'm not going to accept your coalition offer, Seojin said. I'm not going to stay silent about the patterns I've documented. And I'm going to eventually release the information about your financial arrangements with the certification board. I know, Haneul said. He didn't sound surprised. He sounded sad in a way that was almost genuine. I was hoping you would. Because as long as you have leverage on me, you have something to protect. And as long as you're protecting leverage, you're still thinking of this world in terms of power and position. You haven't actually transcended the system. You're just fighting within it. Maybe, Seojin said. But I'm fighting to change it. You're fighting to maintain it. No, Haneul said. I'm fighting because the alternative is being destroyed by it. That's all any of us can do. Seojin understood then what Haneul was, and what Haneul would always be. Someone so caught in the belief that power and violence were the only real languages that he'd never learned to speak anything else. And that understanding was almost painful, because it meant recognizing that Haneul wasn't evil in any meaningful sense. He was just operating within a framework where kindness looked identical to weakness and generosity looked identical to vulnerability. I'm going to change this framework, Seojin said, and you're going to resist it. And eventually, we're going to have to confront that incompatibility directly. Haneul smiled, and it was sad and genuine and devoid of hope. I look forward to it, he said, because at least then someone's fighting back instead of just tolerating my existence. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. The confrontation on the Tower 7 rooftop marked a turning point that neither Seojin nor Haneul fully acknowledged, but both understood entirely. Haneul had essentially confessed to understanding that Seojin was dangerous. Seojin had confirmed that he had comprehensive evidence and planned to use it strategically. And both of them had accepted that the next phase of their conflict would be direct rather than political. The system's notation in Seojin's forearm shifted. Observation. Target relationship has transcended deniability phase. Recommend comprehensive documentation of all future interactions. Current stored impact memory archive from this encounter, 1 new entry. Combined total, 4,219. By mid-August, Seojin convened what he was beginning to think of as his strategic council, Yura, Dako, Mairi, and Soyeon. They gathered in the basement training facility of Mairi's clinic, where the walls were thick enough to defeat standard audio surveillance, and where everyone understood that the conversation was off the record. I'm going to tell you the story, Seojin said. All of it. Not just observations about Haneul's behavior patterns. The entire context for why I'm building Shield Circle, and why I'm documenting Haneul, and why I'm planning to eventually release information that will damage his career and possibly his freedom. And over the course of 4 hours, Seojin told them about the previous timeline. About 16 years of service. About the Abyss Gate. About dying in an explosion that Haneul could have prevented. About the system that appeared to give him regression. About coming back to this moment to make different choices. When he finished, there was silence. Yura spoke first. So you're not from the future. You're not from another dimension. You're from a timeline where you lived 16 years past where we are right now. Yes. And you died protecting someone who allowed you to die. Yes. And now you're building a structure specifically designed to prevent that pattern from repeating, and you're going to eventually need to choose between protecting him and protecting the people he's going to hurt if you don't. Yes, Seojin said. Dako was processing silently. When he finally spoke, his voice was rough. The old berserker in the previous timeline. Was I, did I? You drank yourself to death. The association forced you into retirement after an incident where your team members died, and you were blamed for excessive collateral damage. They never told anyone that the incident wasn't your fault. You spent your remaining years believing you'd killed your own people. Dako absorbed that. Good thing I'm not doing that this time. Mairi's expression was analytical. The shield breaker system. It's real. It's responding to your experiences and providing information. It's not an hallucination or a regression delusion. It's real, Seojin confirmed. And it's making it clear that the next phase of confrontation with Haneul is inevitable. What's the endgame? Soyeon asked. What are you actually trying to achieve? Is it Haneul's destruction? No, Seojin said. It's structural change. I want to build a world where Shield-class hunters aren't classified as support, where power isn't the only currency, where collaboration is built on mutual respect rather than hierarchy. Haneul is an obstacle in that world, but he's not the only obstacle. He's just the most personal one. Yura leaned forward. When you release the evidence about his corruption, he's going to counterattack. And he's going to do it in a way that damages Shield Circle, damages the Free Shield Alliance, damages everything you've built. Probably, Seojin said. But that's okay. Because by the time I release the evidence, I'll have built enough structural support that the attack doesn't destroy the system. It just costs him. And what cost do you expect? Mairi asked. I don't know yet, Seojin said. The timeline is clearer in some aspects and murky in others. I know some of what's coming. I know nothing about how people I care about will be affected by it. Because in the previous timeline, I didn't have people I cared about. I had people I served. This is different. That distinction hung in the air. The recognition that Seojin had people who chose to be with him rather than people who served him because he was necessary. "We're in," Dako said. "Whatever's coming. We're standing with you." Yura nodded agreement. Soyeon acknowledged with her characteristic pragmatism. And Mairi looked at Seojin with eyes that had seen enough human suffering to understand that sometimes you had to fight systems to protect people, and that the fighting would cost something. "Then we prepare," Mairi said. "For what's coming. We document it. We understand it. And we're ready when the system responds." Chapter 56. Chapter 56. The mid-rank gate anomaly occurred on August 24th in the neutral zone of Incheon. A registered B-rank gate in the industrial district opened normally at dawn, and a prepared exploration team entered to assess and clear it. The team included Haneul's party, deployed by the association as the highest-rated hunters available. The initial monsters were consistent with B-rank designation. But halfway through the gate, something happened. The gate destabilized. The monster spawn rate accelerated. And at the deepest section of the gate, the exploration team encountered a boss that registered as S-rank on their detection equipment. An S-rank boss in a B-rank gate was unprecedented. Seojin was monitoring the situation from association headquarters, where Breakpoint had been placed on standby status as emergency backup. The reports came through real time. Haneul engaging the S-rank boss. The boss being significantly stronger than any individual combat capability Haneul possessed. The team being pushed back, suffering wounds, their formations breaking under pressure. For the first time in this timeline, Haneul was genuinely threatened by something he couldn't individually overcome. Seojin's team was given emergency deployment authorization. They moved into the gate at maximum speed, arriving at the boss chamber within 18 minutes of the first crisis notification. What they found: Haneul's team was already being overwhelmed. The mage was unconscious, bleeding from multiple wounds. The berserker was fighting the boss in single combat, his health slowly depleting. The archer had repositioned to provide ranged support, but was running out of ammunition. Jaeho's barriers were cracking under the boss's sustained assault. And Haneul was trying to engage the boss directly. But the creature's attack pattern was sophisticated enough that even an S-rank swordsman couldn't maintain perfect defense. The system's analysis flashed. Critical observation. Haneul will die if boss engagement continues for 3 more minutes. Party members will cascade fail within 5 minutes. Recommendation: immediate tactical intervention with maximum prejudice. This is timeline deviation point 4. Seojin made a decision that felt like breaking something inside himself. He didn't position Breakpoint to optimize tactics. He positioned them to save Haneul's life. Yura charged the boss with her full offensive power, drawing its attention. Go Wansik created escape routes that the mage could be carried through. Mairi began emergency healing on everyone simultaneously, distributing her power across the team. And Seojin stepped forward with barriers that absorbed the boss's attacks with the kind of defensive mastery that shouldn't exist in anyone shorter ranked than A-rate. He was channeling impact memory archives that spanned 16 years. The boss turned its attention to him, recognizing him as the greater threat. Seojin held its attacks for 7 minutes while Haneul recovered, while the mage was stabilized, while the party could regroup. And in those 7 minutes, something broke in Haneul's expression. Recognition. Specific, painful recognition that Seojin had just sacrificed his own tactical advantage to save Haneul's life. That Seojin was doing exactly what Seojin had always done, choosing to protect someone who was irreplaceable to the system, even though that someone represented everything wrong with the system. The timeline was moving differently than the previous one. In the previous timeline, Seojin had died here. In this timeline, Seojin was actively choosing to not let Haneul die, even though Seojin could have watched it happen and let it happen and changed nothing about his strategic position. By the 8-minute mark, all parties were stabilized. Yura and the berserker had coordinated a secondary attack pattern. Dako, who'd followed Seojin through the gate as unofficial backup, had arrived and engaged the boss from a different vector. The boss, facing multi-directional assault from hunters of elite skill level, began to retreat. It fled deeper into the gate, disappearing into sections that the exploration team couldn't pursue without risking the whole group. The gate stabilized. The monster spawn rate returned to normal. The crisis was over. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. The aftermath of the gate incident was complicated. On the surface, it was a victory. Haneul's party survived. Breakpoint's intervention was credited with saving lives. The S-rank boss was driven back, and nobody had died. News coverage praised the collaboration between the two teams, framing it as an example of elite hunters working together under pressure. But underneath that narrative, something had shifted. Haneul came to Seojin in Myri's clinic, where Seojin was allowing Myri to assess injuries from the extended barrier work. Yura was present, arms crossed, expression alert, ready to intervene if Haneul attempted anything that looked like a threat. "You could have let it happen," Haneul said without preamble. "The boss could have killed me. You could have watched it happen. It would have solved your entire strategic problem." "Yes," Seojin said. "But you didn't." "No." Haneul sat down without being asked. He looked like someone who had just realized that his entire framework for understanding how the world worked had a foundational flaw. "Why?" "Because protecting someone and changing the system that person corrupted aren't mutually exclusive," Seojin said. "I can keep you alive and still document your corruption. I can save your life and still expose your manipulation. These things don't contradict each other." "But they do," Haneul said. "They have to. If you keep me alive, you're validating the system where I'm essential. If you save me, you're proving that I'm worth saving, which proves that the hierarchy is justified." "You're worth saving because you're a person," Seojin said. "Not because you're an S-rank hunter. And the hierarchy isn't justified because I saved you. The hierarchy is still broken. I'm just refusing to break it by becoming like you." Haneul stood up and walked to the window of Myri's clinic, looking out at Seoul's evening light. "I went through the gate expecting to die," he said quietly. "I was running calculations for how long I could hold the boss before my team could escape. I had accepted that I was going to die there, and I was making peace with that. And then you appeared. And abruptly, I didn't have to die. And I felt—" He paused. "I felt relief. And gratitude. And also something that felt like shame, because I realized that the reason I felt grateful was because I'd been expecting to be alone. I'd been expecting that nobody would save me because nobody was obligated to save me." Seojin listened. "I'm going to change," Haneul said. It wasn't a question. It was a statement, but it sounded fragile. "I'm going to have to change because you're going to force me to change. You're going to release the documentation of my corruption, and that's going to destroy everything I've built, and I'm going to have to reconstruct myself from the foundation." "Probably," Seojin said. "And I'm not going to resist," Haneul said. "Because you've just shown me that the alternative to change is having someone stand alone against a boss-rated S-rank. And I don't want to be that person. I don't want to get to the moment where the only thing I have is myself." Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Haneul's party departed the Incheon Gate incident with a new narrative. The S-rank boss was an anomaly, a corruption of gate structure that warranted association investigation. Haneul positioned the incident as a discovery rather than a failure, maintaining his hero status while acknowledging that even he had limits. Seojin allowed this narrative to develop unchallenged. There was no strategic benefit to undermining Haneul's post-incident framing, and there was something interesting about allowing a man to maintain his dignity while preparing to document his corruption. By early September, the investigation into the S-rank boss incident was officially opened. The association deployed hunters and engineers to study the gate anomaly. Dako, who had followed Seojin through the gate with unofficial authorization, filed an after-action report that contained detailed information about the boss's combat patterns and capability levels. On September 8th, Director Beck requested a formal meeting with Seojin. The meeting happened in Beck's administrative office, and it was framed as a standard intelligence debrief on the gate anomaly. What it actually was, a fishing expedition, an attempt to understand whether Seojin had become too threatening, and an assessment of whether Shield Circle warranted suppression. "Your intervention in the Incheon incident was valuable," Beck said without preamble. "You stabilized a situation that could have been catastrophic. The association appreciates that level of commitment to the broader hunter community." Seojin waited for the other shoe to drop. "However," Beck continued, "we're concerned about Shield Circle's influence on the broader support class community. The Free Shield Alliance's growth has been exponential. The rhetoric about class hierarchy is becoming more prevalent. And we're seeing support class hunters challenging assignment protocols in ways that are creating administrative complexity. Support class hunters are finally understanding their value, Seojin said. That creates administrative complexity because the system was built assuming they wouldn't understand their value. The system was built on efficiency, Beck said, on clear hierarchies that allow rapid decision-making during emergencies. Your challenge to those hierarchies creates decision paralysis. Your hierarchies create dependency, Seojin said. They make entire categories of hunters believe their worth is contextual rather than intrinsic. That's not efficiency. That's institutional predation. Beck's expression was calm. He was a man accustomed to opposition, accustomed to people challenging his authority, accustomed to resolving that opposition through institutional power. I'm going to make you an offer, he said. Formalize Shield Circle as an association subsidiary. Maintain operational control, but coordinate on curriculum through the association's educational division. You get legitimate institutional standing and resources. The association gets oversight on a training program that's destabilizing our support class management. This was exactly the move Seojin had expected. Beck was attempting to absorb Shield Circle the way institutions always absorbed resistance, by formalizing it, containing it, draining its radical potential. No, Seojin said. Shield Circle exists specifically to develop hunters outside institutional frameworks. Formalizing it would destroy what makes it valuable. Then we're at an impasse, Beck said. And when institutions are at an impasse with something they perceive as threatening, they tend to act defensively. I'm aware, Seojin said. Shield Circle won't be shut down formally. That would create too much negative attention. But its members will face assignment complications. Its graduates will find gate access challenging. The infrastructure that makes independent hunter operations feasible will encounter subtle administrative friction. Beck smiled slightly. Or you can accept the subsidiary offer, and all of that disappears. It was the moment where Seojin understood that political conflict had become personal for Beck. The director wasn't just trying to maintain institutional order. He was trying to prevent Seojin from fundamentally disrupting the power structures that gave him authority. I'm prepared for the administrative friction, Seojin said. When he left Beck's office, the game had changed again. The institutional pressure was coming now, not just through Haneul's individual influence, but through the full apparatus of association authority. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. That evening, Seojin consulted the shield breaker system directly. He'd learned over the months of regression that the system could be accessed through intentional meditation. By focusing his attention on the network of hairline cracks across his left forearm and allowing his consciousness to sink into the space between mana and matter. It was a strange sensation, like stepping into water that was simultaneously liquid and solid. The system's interface appeared as a three-dimensional structure of silver light. The impact memory archive cataloged in geometric patterns, fracture site overlays showing the structure of everything around him, cultivation progress mapped as a series of ascending rings, and quest objectives glowing with particular intensity. He focused on the highest priority objective, breaking point, divergence with Yoo Haneul. Choose, protect or break. The timeline offers two paths forward. Path 1. Accept institutional pressure, maintain Haneul's position, preserve systemic stability at the cost of transformative change. Path 2. Release documentation, force systemic rupture, accept collateral damage in service of structural transformation. Current assessment. Path 2 offers 73% probability of lasting institutional change. Path 1 offers 91% probability of personal safety for all individuals in your immediate network. Seojin understood the choice the system was presenting. In the previous timeline, he had protected Haneul. He had maintained the system. He had stayed safe within established hierarchies, which meant he had never had the capability to transform them. In this timeline, he could choose to force change, but forcing change meant accepting that good people would be damaged by that change. He sank deeper into the system space. Ethical assessment. Yoo Haneul represents simultaneous victim and perpetrator of systemic hierarchy. His trauma created his need for control. His control damaged his dependence. Protecting him maintains his trauma response. Breaking the system that created his trauma requires breaking the structures he depends on. This creates paradox. Saving Haneul as a person requires destroying Haneul as an institution. Seojin focused specifically on Haneul's position. Observation. Current timeline divergence. Haneul demonstrates capacity for change when confronted directly. Previously, he was incapable of recognizing systemic flaws. Now, he is capable of recognizing them but constrained by institutional position and systemic incentives that reward his current behavior. Release of documentation will force confrontation between his capability for change and institutional pressure to maintain behavior. Outcome probability. Haneul accepts change or doubles down on institutional position. Secondary outcome probability. Haneul becomes ally or adversary depending on primary outcome. The system provided one final assessment. This is the moment of choice that defines your second timeline. The shields you carry in your impact memory archive were absorbed in service of a man who did not deserve them. Release them now. Convert them to force. Use what was meant to protect to transform what is broken. Or maintain them. Carry them forward. Accept that some battles are won through endurance rather than assault. Seojin withdrew from the system space. He understood then what he had to do. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. On September 18th, Seojin held a press conference at Myri's clinic. The event was small by news standards. Just the major Hunter's publication outlets, a few broadcast reporters, and some internet journalists who covered Gate Hunter community developments. Nothing that would be mainstream news in the way Haneul's announcements reached mainstream channels. But it would be documented. It would be recorded. And it would create a record that couldn't be erased through institutional pressure. Seojin presented the documentation of Haneul's financial arrangements with the Gate Certification Board. He presented the analysis of tactical patterns where team members were subtly encouraged toward dependency. He presented the observation notes from the Suwon Gate break, where Haneul's team's approach had created civilian evacuation vulnerabilities. And he presented it all without hatred. Yoo Haneul is an exceptional hunter, Seojin said to the assembled reporters. His skill and dedication are real. But skill and dedication can exist alongside systematic manipulation. I'm releasing this documentation not to destroy Haneul's career, but to force conversation about how we build hunter teams. We've created systems that reward individual excellence at the cost of collective health. Haneul is a product of that system. He's also, in many ways, perpetuating it. These two things don't contradict. They explain each other. The press conference lasted 47 minutes. The documentation was comprehensive. The evidence was clear. And by the time it was over, Haneul's status as the unchallenged hero of the hunter community was fundamentally complicated. The association launched an investigation into the financial arrangements within 4 hours. Director Beck held a press conference of his own, positioning the association as vigilant against corruption, already investigating these exact issues, and confident that the matter would be resolved transparently. And Haneul, 6 hours after Seojin's press conference, held his own response announcement. He stood in front of cameras and acknowledged the documentation. He admitted to accepting payments from the certification board. He explained that he had understood them as consulting fees for his expertise in tactical assessment, and that he had believed the arrangement was transparent and approved. He committed to cooperating with the association's investigation, and he resigned from all active Gate operations while the investigation proceeded. But the most significant part of his statement came at the end. I want to acknowledge Kang Seojin directly. What he said about me is true in ways I'm still understanding. I built systems where people's value became dependent on my judgment. I created situations where team members were uncertain whether their failures were actually failures or whether they were failings in my expectations. That was wrong. Not from a legal perspective. From a human perspective. I'm going to spend time understanding how to be different. I'm grateful to Seojin for making that necessary. It was a confession. It was an acceptance of accountability. It was also the beginning of Haneul's own transformation. And Seojin, watching from his office at Shield Circle, felt the impact memory archive shift one final time. The 4,219 blows that he'd absorbed across his previous timeline were still there. But they were different now. They were no longer resentment compressed into mana. They were energy that had been transformed into purpose, into teaching, into building something where shields were not classified as secondary. The shield didn't need to break things anymore. The shield had already broken the system that required its breaking. The implications of that shift would unfold across months and years. The investigation into Haneul's financial arrangements would expand into a broader examination of how the association managed hero narratives and protected powerful hunters from accountability. Director Beck would face pressure from multiple angles, from Seojin's supporters, from the Free Shield Alliance, from other hunters who abruptly understood that the corruption they'd suspected was documented and verifiable. But more importantly, Shield Circle would transform what it meant to be a support class hunter in Korea. By the end of this month, 7 additional graduates would be training independent teams. The Free Shield Alliance would have grown to nearly 700 members. And in gate operations across the country, Shield-class hunters would begin standing at the front of formations instead of the back, would begin making tactical calls instead of receiving them, would begin understanding their position in a team as foundational rather than supplementary. The system would resist. It always resisted. But the resistance would itself prove the point, that something was breaking, and what was breaking was something that had needed to break all along. Seojin stood in the Shield Circle training facility on the evening of September 18th, watching 8 new trainees move through impact redirection exercises. Their movements were uncertain, their barrier formations still weak, their confidence still fragile. But their eyes had the quality he'd learned to recognize, the quality of people beginning to understand that the categories they'd accepted as permanent were actually negotiable. Yura approached with 2 cups of tea. She handed one to him, and they stood together in silence, watching the trainees work. "He's going to try to rebuild," Yura said quietly. "Haneul, after the investigation concludes, he's going to attempt to reconstruct his position." "Probably," Seojin said. "But the foundation has shifted. He can rebuild what he wants, but it won't operate the same way anymore. Too many people are watching. Too many people now understand the pattern." "And what about you?" Yura asked. "What happens now that the immediate crisis is resolved?" Seojin considered the question. The timeline ahead was less clear than it had been in the previous life. The shield breaker system had brought him forward with knowledge of specific events, specific people, specific pressure points. But the future after this moment was murky. He'd changed variables that the system hadn't accounted for. He'd built structures that didn't exist before. The next phase of his life would be shaped not just by his regression knowledge, but by the choices of people he actually cared about. "Now," he said, "we keep building. The Shield Circle expands. The Free Shield Alliance becomes mainstream. We push the association to expand role definitions for support class hunters. We make it so that the next person in my position, the next Shield class hunter who gets buried in the shadows of a more powerful person, has options that I didn't have." "And Haneul, you're oppressed. Do you trust him?" "I trust his current trajectory," Seojin said. "People can change when they understand they're being watched, and when they understand that the cost of maintaining their old pattern is higher than the cost of accepting transformation. Whether that transformation lasts, whether it's genuine or performative, whether it survives the kind of pressure that comes from being dethroned, that's something we'll find out over time." Yura nodded. She understood the distinction between trust and strategic assessment. "When you're going to tell me the full timeline story?" she asked. "Not the version you gave the council, but the parts you're still processing. The parts that frighten you." Seojin met her eyes. In the previous timeline, he'd never had conversations like this. In the previous timeline, people served him or he served them, and there was no space in between for the kind of mutual vulnerability that real connection required. "Soon," he said, "when I understand them better myself. I'm still learning what parts of the previous life are certainty and what parts are fear masquerading as knowledge." The tea was hot and carefully made, the kind of small attention that meant Yura had spent time thinking about what he might need. He drank it slowly, watching his team train, understanding that everything he'd built and everyone he'd gathered around him represented something far larger than personal redemption. It represented a crack in a system that most people accepted as permanent. And cracks, given the right pressure, could become fractures. And fractures, given the right movement, could become ruptures. The shield was no longer passive. It had learned to strike. And what it struck at was the fundamental architecture of a world that made heroes into gods and support into servitude. End of Step 3, Chapters 41 to 60, Word count. Approximately 21,850 words. It was a gentle investigation. It was also, Seojin understood, one that was designed to protect Haneul as much as to investigate him. The association was invested in heroes being exceptional, was invested in the mythology that exceptional strength required exceptional ruthlessness. Admitting that their greatest hero had built systems specifically designed to exploit people who had trusted him was not something they wanted to do. But the damage was done. The doubt had been planted. And while Haneul worked through the official process, his influence was quietly being redirected toward other hunters who hadn't been subjected to public questioning. The association's leadership was managing the transition carefully, making it possible for Haneul to step aside without it looking like he was being pushed out, without it looking like the organization had failed to notice what he was doing. Seojin's team, meanwhile, had become something that the association couldn't quite categorize. They weren't part of the established party structure. They weren't independent operators in the traditional sense. They were hunters with demonstrated capability operating outside of traditional channels, which made them interesting to certain organizations that didn't fit the association's standard categories. They were becoming a kind of third option, neither institutional nor fully independent. The first formal inquiry came from Min Kyung-han, a hunter in his mid-30s who led a loose alliance of mid-tier hunters that focused on mid-range gate operations. Kyung-han ran his operation like a business rather than a military hierarchy, which meant that hunters within his network could maintain independence while also having access to group resources and coordinated assignments. He had built something that was profitable, sustainable, and that didn't require people to sacrifice themselves for organizational advancement. The meeting took place at a coffee shop in Gangnam, neutral territory where they wouldn't be noticed. Kyung-han arrived alone, a signal of respect. He wasn't trying to intimidate them with backup or position. He was treating Seojin as an equal, not as someone he was trying to recruit. "I've heard good things about your team," Kyung-han said, setting his coffee aside. "Reliable, competent, willing to work within alternative structures. Not desperate, not corruptible. I'm wondering if you'd be interested in becoming part of my network. Not under me, with me. What would that entail?" Seojin asked, evaluating the man across from him. Kyung-han was straightforward, neither aggressive nor obsequious. He spoke like someone who was confident in his position but not arrogant about it. "Very simple. You work with me on operations I coordinate. You get 60% of the profits from those operations. I coordinate the logistics and handle the business side. You maintain complete independence in everything else. You can do freelance work, you can train, you can refuse any assignment that doesn't fit your standards." "What's the catch?" Dako asked directly. The old man understood the pattern of predatory offers well enough to be suspicious of generosity. "No catch," Kyung-han said, and his sincerity was evident in his tone and body language. "Just networking. I prefer working with hunters who have demonstrated integrity rather than hunters who are desperate. You've shown both. Desperate people make mistakes. Hungry people do good work. People with integrity don't cut corners on safety to maximize profits." Recommendation: Kyung-han's model represents a viable alternative to both association hierarchy and pure independence. His willingness to negotiate suggests genuine interest in mutual benefit rather than extraction of value. It was, Seojin realized, an entirely different model from what Haneul had offered. Kyung-han wasn't trying to absorb them, wasn't trying to make them dependent on his resources for identity or meaning, wasn't trying to control how they thought or operated. He was trying to create a mutual arrangement where all parties benefited from cooperation, where success was shared rather than hoarded. "We'll do it," Seojin said. "But with one condition: we maintain final decision-making authority on all operations. If we think something is too risky, we refuse, no questions asked." "Agreed," Kyung-han said without hesitation or negotiation. "That's actually what I prefer. Hunters who refuse risky operations are hunters who survive to take future operations. Dead hunters don't repeat business with me. Cautious hunters do." It was a simple agreement, but it fundamentally changed the team's trajectory. Through Kyung-han's network, they had access to consistent work. Through consistent work, they had capital. Through capital, they had the freedom to choose carefully instead of accepting anything available. Within a month, they had established themselves as one of Kyung-han's preferred teams, known for reliability and clean operations. Within 2 months, they had the financial foundation to think about more than immediate survival. Chapter 61. The Iron Throne dungeon sprawled across a collapsed kingdom's worth of architecture, crumbling stone columns, fractured bridges suspended over bottomless chasms, and walls etched with the unmistakable patina of 1,000 years of monster occupation. Seojin's breath formed small clouds in the cold air as his team descended through the entrance shaft, while across the chamber, a golden silk banner unfurled behind Yoo Haneul's Dawn Vanguard team. The strategy briefing had been transparent. Haneul's team was ranked 3rd in Korea. Breakpoint was climbing, dangerous, unpredictable. Director Beck had orchestrated this encounter as a test, supposedly a collaborative run, but everyone understood the subtext. Knock Breakpoint down a peg, remind them of the pecking order, establish dominance. Seojin could read it all in the way Haneul's eyes tracked him as they approached the first barrier guardian. The expectation was suffocating in its clarity. Seojin was the support. He would shield. His team would position themselves around him. Haneul and his 2 S-rank DPS hunters would carry the weight, while Seojin absorbed damage and shielded his own people. That was the natural order. That was how shields were supposed to function. Seojin had spent 5 months destroying that expectation one raid at a time. The barrier guardian erupted from the shadow between 2 pillars, a creature composed entirely of layered crystalline barriers, each one reinforcing the next. It was the perfect encounter to establish dominance. A shielder would naturally play defense. But Seojin activated Fracture Sight, and everything changed. The barriers weren't unbreakable. They were fragile in their perfection. Every shield had a point where the geometry became unstable, where the mana flow twisted against itself, where impact at exactly the right angle would cascade into structural failure. Seojin saw them all at once, a constellation of weaknesses laid bare by his ascended perception. He advanced. The movement was shocking enough that Yura blinked, her spear already angled for a flanking position that suddenly became irrelevant. Seojin's first barrier bash struck the Guardian's primary shield not at its strongest point, but at the fissure where its geometric perfection was merely symmetrical arrogance. The crystalline layer shattered into fragments that sang as they scattered. The second layer was next. Seojin read the momentum of the falling pieces and used them as reference points. The Guardian tried to reposition, tried to extend new barriers from its core. Seojin was 3 moves ahead. He'd absorbed the impact memory of similar creatures 147 times in his previous life, and he accessed that archive now with the casualness of opening a drawer. Behind him, Haneul's eyes narrowed. Doyen released his fortress beasts, 3 of them, massive quadrupedal creatures with hides of living granite. They moved in coordinated assault, creating zones of chaos and collateral destruction. The Barrier Guardian, designed to counter ranged and careful approaches, faced instead a cyclone. Yura's spear wove between the beasts, each thrust perfectly timed to catch the Guardian in moments of instability. Hillsung, from the team's rear, wasn't attacking at all. He was watching Seojin's barrier patterns, sketching notations on an enchanted pad that glowed with mana-reactive ink. Seojin could feel the engineer's attention like a weight. There was something in his combat rhythm that demanded documentation, analysis, understanding. The Barrier Guardian dissolved into scattered mana under the coordinated assault. But the deeper revelation came when Haneul stepped forward and their eyes met across the dispersing crystal fragments. For the first time since Breakpoint began climbing, they faced each other directly. Haneul had organized the next chamber encounter specifically, Seojin realized. He'd positioned his team to intercept. The move was subtle, not aggressive, just opportune. They could move deeper together or split. Haneul's hand gesture suggested something collaborative. 3 team leaders deciding the optimal approach. Seojin understood. This was the moment of confrontation Haneul had been maneuvering toward. Not a fight that would be sanctioned or analyzed, but something direct and honest. Shield against sword, in a space where such things could be decided. The ice shard passage opened before them. A massive corridor where the walls and floor were composed entirely of a blue-black ice that never melted, fed by constant mana from the dungeon's core. Their breath crystallized before their faces. The temperature dropped until every exposed bit of skin burned. Seojin moved first. He projected a void aegis barrier between his team and Haneul's, not as a wall, but as a series of curves, geometric shapes that hung in the ice-laden air like a series of shields, each one slightly offset from the others. The pattern was complex, too complex for a support class hunter to execute. But Seojin held all 7 curves simultaneously, each one vibrating with barely contained impact energy. Haneul drew his sword. The transcendent edge sang as he moved. It was a technique that had evolved far beyond the standard swordsman's repertoire. There was an almost feline grace to it, a willingness to contort the laws of physics in pursuit of perfect cutting geometry. The sword moved through angles that shouldn't have existed, struck at points where defense became impossible. Seojin's barrier curves dissolved them one by one. Each intersection was a moment of pure, articulate testing. Haneul's blade hit Seojin's barriers and the geometry held, until suddenly it didn't, and Seojin shifted the curve a fraction of a degree, and the sword found nothing but empty air. The motion was economical, refined, the product of someone who had studied hundreds of thousands of barrier interactions. Because he had. The exchange lasted perhaps 30 seconds. By the end, Haneul's blade had struck Seojin's barriers 9 times. 9 separate, powerful cuts, each one designed to break shield structures that should have been destroyed by impact 3 or 4 strikes in. Each one caught, redirected, or dissolved into non-existence by Seojin's flawless geometric counterplay. Haneul stepped back. His expression hadn't changed. His breathing was controlled. His hand gripped his sword with the same absolute certainty it had maintained throughout. But something in his eyes had shifted. The calculation behind them had recalibrated. The assumption that had driven his interaction with Seojin, that this was a young hunter of extraordinary potential, but ultimately still bound by 5 months of actual awakening. That assumption had fractured. Interesting, Haneul said, and his voice was exactly the same as it had been 5 minutes ago. Warm, encouraging, the voice of a mentor addressing a promising student. But the word itself was an acknowledgement. He'd seen something in that exchange that shouldn't exist. Seojin kept his expression level. Inside his chest, anger burned. Ancient, hot, suffocating anger. 16 years of it. 16 years of serving this man. 16 years of having his mana consumed, barrier after barrier, breakthrough after breakthrough. 16 years of believing that sacrifice was honor until the moment in the Abyss Gate, when Haneul's expression had shifted and Seojin realized the sacrifice had always been calculated. He had died shielding Haneul. The temperature's dropping, Seojin said, his voice steady. The dungeon's core is accelerating mana distribution. There's a monster wave incoming from the deeper passages. We should consolidate. It was a perfect statement. Tactically sound. Professionally neutral. It acknowledged nothing of what had just happened. Haneul smiled. Of course. Let's proceed together. The wave came from 3 directions simultaneously. The dungeon had recognized their presence and had begun the scripted encounter sequence. The monsters poured from passages like water through broken dams, crystal-backed serpents, armored centipedes, flying hunters composed entirely of ice and void energy. And here, finally, was where Seojin's revolution became apparent. He didn't shield Haneul's team. Instead, he shielded his own, and positioned those shields not as individual protection, but as geometric structures that shaped the flow of the monster wave. The barriers became walls and channels, funnels and focal points. The monsters crashed against them and were redirected into kill zones where Doyen's fortress beasts waited, where Yura could position for armor-breaking strikes, where Pilsung's defensive equipment could be leveraged into offensive geometry. Haneul's team had to adapt. They couldn't rely on breakpoint shielding them. They had to defend themselves, coordinate independently, work as a true team rather than appendages of a support class anchor point. It was, Seojin realized, the most honest way to fight beside them. Not supporting them, but standing alongside them. Equals, not hierarchy. Yura caught the implications immediately. Her spear work shifted. Instead of protecting Seojin's position, she began to move more aggressively, knowing her flanks were covered by his barriers. The confidence in her strikes deepened. She began to dance between the monster waves like a living weapon rather than a hunter anxiously positioned for survival. Doyen's fortress beasts became more tactical, less defensive. They moved to isolate targets, to create prey lines rather than protection zones. And Seojin began to fight like someone who had been doing this for 16 years. Because he had. Every impact memory in his archive became a tactical tool. The 847,293 impacts he'd absorbed in his previous life crystallized into pattern recognition, into the ability to predict where each monster would strike, where each barrier would fracture, where each opening would emerge. By the time the wave cleared, 17 minutes had elapsed. Every monster was dead. Haneul's team had taken minimal casualties. They'd adapted, learned, survived. And they'd done it while Seojin stood as an equal rather than a crutch. Haneul wiped monster blood from his shoulder. The cut was minor, barely worth mentioning. But he'd been wounded because he'd had to fight his own battles. Because Seojin hadn't traded his team's safety for Haneul's comfort. That was different, Haneul said. The observation was sharp, calculated. He was studying Seojin with an intensity that suggested recalibration, reassessment. In most collaborative runs, the support class hunter shields both teams, reduces total casualties, maximizes efficiency, shields both teams at once, and becomes a liability when the support is overwhelmed, Seojin replied. Shields only their own team and creates redundancy, independence. Harder to implement, but more sustainable, more honest. Haneul smiled. It was exactly the same smile he'd worn for 17 years of television interviews and public appearances. But something beneath it was different now. Something that suggested he was looking at Seojin and seeing, perhaps for the first time, not potential, but competence. Not someone who would become dangerous. Someone who already was. We should reach the throne chamber within the hour, Haneul said, his tone shifting back to the casual mentor voice. The final boss will likely test coordinated offense. We should discuss positioning before. My team will handle their own sector, Seojin interrupted. Not aggressive, just clear. If there's an area where our defensive structure would overlap, we can coordinate. But breakpoint won't be integrated into your formation. The silence that followed was perhaps 5 seconds long. In those 5 seconds, Haneul's smile never wavered. His hand remained relaxed at his side. His breathing continued at exactly the same rate. But his eyes recalibrated again, and Seojin could see the precise moment when his previous assumption, that he could structure the final boss encounter to position Seojin as an absorbed target, allowing Haneul to extract maximum breakthrough potential from casualties that would be heroically memorialized. That assumption shattered completely. I see, Haneul said finally. Then I look forward to seeing how you've grown. They proceeded deeper into the Iron Throne dungeon, toward the final chamber and the confrontation that would ripple through the hunter world for months to come. And in the distance, echoing through the ancient passages, the sound of something vast shifting on a throne that hadn't held a living creature in 1,000 years. Chapter 62. The Iron Throne itself dominated the final chamber, a structure so massive that it made the cathedral-scale ceiling seem intimate by comparison. It was carved from obsidian flecked with veins of mana-reactive crystal, and upon it sat the boss creature that would end this encounter, the Iron Throne Golem, a thing of animated metal and wrath that existed purely as a manifestation of the dungeon's concentrated mana. It stood perhaps 8 meters tall when it rose to meet them. Its construction was pure geometric efficiency, sharp angles and interlocking plates that suggested medieval armor more than organic creature. When it moved, the sound was hydraulic hissing mixed with screaming metal. When it attacked, the force was such that the floor itself cracked beneath each impact. This was the moment where the traditional raid structure asserted itself. In a normal encounter with a high-level dungeon boss, the support class hunter would establish position, usually elevated slightly, always behind the DPS team, and would begin absorbing area of effect attacks while maintaining shield coverage for critical allies. The support was, quite literally, support. The scaffolding upon which actual damage dealers built their assault. Die to an area attack that was supposed to be absorbed? The support had failed. That was the framework. Seojin had spent the last 2 months systematically destroying that framework. As the golem began its opening sequence, an area blast of pure kinetic energy that expanded in concentric waves designed to damage everyone simultaneously, Seojin did something that made Haneul's entire team freeze. He projected a barrier that covered both teams. Not a small barrier. Not a shield held at mid-range. A barrier that expanded to encompass nearly 30 meters in all directions. A dome of void Aegis energy that absorbed the golem's opening attack and held firm. Fall back to your secondary positions, Seojin commanded, not to his own team, but to Haneul's. The tone carried absolute certainty. The second wave hits in 3 seconds. Haneul's second-in-command, a veteran A-rank named Choi Myong, actually looked to Haneul for confirmation. The message was implicit. This was a shield-class hunter giving tactical commands to an S-rank swordsman's team. "Follow the barrier," Haneul said quietly. But his eyes didn't leave Seojin. The calculation behind them had shifted again, not recalibration now, but something more complex. Something that suggested the emergence of patterns Haneul had seen before, in context he wasn't immediately comfortable accessing. The golem's second attack came as promised, a focused beam of energy that cut through the dome but found no target. Seojin had positioned the expanded barrier with internal geometry that created safe zones, redirect channels, and null spaces where incoming fire simply ceased to exist. The barrier was, in effect, a moving structure with architecture built into its mana field. Yura understood immediately. With both teams sheltered by Seojin's barrier, she could be pure offense. No need to maintain positioning for retreat. No need to watch angles for monster attacks coming from unexpected directions. She pushed forward, her spear moving in attack patterns that seemed to assume she had infinite resources for positioning, because she did. Seojin was controlling the entire spatial environment. Doyen released all 4 of his fortress beasts into the barrier simultaneously. The creatures moved through the golem's guard. It was strong enough to break barriers, but not fast enough to kill creatures that had evolved across 7 generations of stone-form defense. Pilsung was still sketching, still documenting. But now he was writing notations for something that had never existed in shield-class theory, a support structure that didn't create dependency, but instead created freedom. A barrier that made allies more lethal, not merely safer. And Haneul was fighting the golem without any protection from Seojin beyond the general dome coverage. He was relying on his own dodge timing, his own defensive instincts, his own ability to avoid disaster. It was, in a perverse way, exactly what Seojin had spent 16 years training him to do: stand as a fundamental, independent force. Not someone who required a shield to function, but someone who used a shield as a tool, not a crutch. The golem's assault pattern shifted. It was designed to overwhelm through sheer force, through waves of damage that would stress-test any support-class hunter's capacity. But Seojin was no longer trying to absorb all the damage. He was distributing it, redirecting it, making it irrelevant through geometry and precision rather than through bulk resistance. His concentration narrowed to a single point of absolute focus. The barrier had to hold. The internal architecture had to be flawless. Every curve, every angle, every moment of spatial interaction had to function perfectly, because if it fractured, if it failed, both teams would be exposed to the golem's unmediated assault, and people would die. 16 years of impact memories crystallized into this moment. Every barrier Seojin had held against this exact type of creature. Every time he'd pushed his shield to the edge of failure and held firm. Every lesson Dako had beaten into him through savage training and bleeding knuckles. The golem's third attack came as a sustained beam, a line of pure destructive energy that cut horizontally across the chamber. Seojin's barrier shifted. The beam hit the curved surface and split, angling away into null spaces built into the barrier's geometry. The energy dissipated into harmless radiation that faded against the stone walls. "Now," Seojin said. Yura understood. She'd been waiting for this. The moment when the golem would pause to reset its primary attack mechanism. Her spear shot forward with absolute precision, striking a joint in the golem's armor that Seojin had identified through fracture sight. The impact destabilized the creature's balance. Doyen's stone tortoise, the largest of his fortress beasts, charged into the opening. The impact shattered 3 of the golem's primary mobility structures. It crashed to one knee. Haneul moved. His transcendent edge caught the light as he accelerated forward, the blade angling in toward the golem's core in a strike that would, in normal circumstances, be defended by a support-class hunter positioned to absorb the counterattack. But there was no counterattack. The golem was pinned beneath Doyen's creatures. Haneul's blade drove through the weakened armor and into the thing's power center. The golem's frame collapsed. Mana dispersed. The boss was dead. For a moment, there was silence in the chamber. The kind of absolute quiet that follows major violence. when the adrenaline begins to clear and the reality of survival sinks in. Haneul rose from his kneeling position, his sword already sheathed. He looked directly at Seojin. "Thank you," he said, "for extending protection to both teams." The words were perfectly chosen. Sincere enough to be appropriate. Professional enough to be acceptable. But Seojin could hear the layers beneath them. The acknowledgement that this was different. The recognition that Seojin had chosen to shield Haneul's team, not because the traditional hierarchy required it, but because Seojin had decided to. Not out of obligation. Out of choice. Seojin approached as Haneul moved toward him. For a moment, they were simply two hunters in a chamber with a dead boss. The air was thick with dungeon mana beginning to crystallize into drops of pure essence. The economic base of the hunting economy. The reason people risk death in places like this. Haneul extended his hand. It was the gesture of equals, or as close to it as Haneul had ever offered to anyone. A handshake that acknowledged partnership, mutual respect, shared understanding of what it meant to be strong. Seojin took it. Haneul's grip was firm and controlled, exactly what Seojin would have expected. But it was also something else, something carefully measured and intentional. The contact lasted perhaps 3 seconds, maybe 4. During that time, Seojin could feel the precise pressure of Haneul's hand around his fingers. The grip was meant to communicate something. It was meant to test something. It was meant to contain, within the space of a handshake, the essence of their entire relationship. And Seojin channeled 16 years of suppressed rage into a response that matched Haneul's pressure with absolute precision. Not aggressive, not breaking the social contract of the moment, but firm enough that Haneul would feel it. Firm enough that Haneul would understand. "I know. I remember. I have not forgotten a single moment." Haneul's pupils dilated fractionally. His hand wavered for just a moment, a half-second of instinctive response before his conscious control reasserted itself. But that moment was enough. Seojin had felt it. The moment where Haneul understood that the pressure in that handshake was not coincidence. "You're strong," Haneul said, his voice exactly as warm as it had been before. "I'm genuinely glad you made the hunter rank so successfully." He released Seojin's hand. The moment had passed. The public narrative was set. Two hunters, competitive but respectful, shaking hands after a successful dungeon run. No one who hadn't been holding that grip would see the communication that had occurred beneath the surface. No one would understand that Seojin had just confirmed something that Haneul had been wondering since their first direct exchange. Seojin was no longer a subordinate. No longer someone Haneul could simply shape according to his needs. Seojin was a threat, and far more dangerous, Haneul now understood, not because of what Seojin might become, but because of what he already was. Chapter 63. Breakpoint's headquarters occupied the top 3 floors of a building in the Gangnam district, paid for through careful management of dungeon drops and a strategic investment by Dako, who had connections in the Korean hunter elite dating back to the early days of the system. The space was organized into training areas, an equipment workshop where Pilsung conducted his engineering experiments, briefing rooms, and a residential floor where team members could sleep when they were on rotating availability. Today, it was a war room. Seojin sat at the conference table while Yunseo distributed printed photographs, physical stills from the dungeon run, time-stamped and cataloged by her personal intelligence system. Yura was present, along with Doyen and Pilsung. Myri was handling a minor injury rotation at the clinic below, but her essence was implicit in every medical assessment they discussed. Dako watched from the doorway, arms crossed, expression unreadable. "Here," Yunseo said, pointing to a frame frozen during the wave encounter in the ice shard passage. "Moon Jae-ho. He's positioned in the center of that monster wave. That's a kill zone. A deliberate kill zone." The photograph was clear enough. Moon was standing in a position where the monsters would strike if the barrier coverage failed. Not accident. Not poor tactical awareness. The position had been chosen. Moon was a competent A-rank hunter. He wouldn't position himself that way unless someone was directing him to. And here, Yunseo continued, moving to the next photograph. The final boss chamber. Moon again. He's in another kill zone. Third one during that entire engagement. Yura leaned forward, studying the images. "You think Haneul is deliberately positioning him there?" "I don't think," Yunseo said coldly. "I know. The question is why. And I think I have an idea." She distributed another set of photographs, these ones showing Haneul's energy signatures during the run. It was specialized intelligence, the kind that required multiple scans from her detection system, analyzed by equipment that most hunter organizations would consider borderline illegal to use on allied hunters during collaborative runs. Every time Moon takes damage, specifically, every time his barrier breaks under monster attack, Haneul's mana signature spikes, Yoo Haneul said. Look, here, during the first wave, Moon's shield fractures. Half a second later, Haneul's mana reading increases by 6%. Again here, Moon takes a direct hit. Haneul's mana increases by 5.2%. And here, in the boss chamber, Moon is almost killed. Haneul's mana spike is 12%. That could be coincidence, Doyen said, his voice the careful tone of someone who didn't believe what they were saying. Mana fluctuations during intense combat are normal. Not in this pattern, Yoo Haneul replied. I've analyzed 17 of Haneul's previous collaborative runs. The mana patterns are consistent. When his current shielder takes damage, Haneul's mana signature increases. When his shielder is shielded, his mana doesn't spike. Pilsung was pale. That's impossible. That's not how mana transfer works. If Haneul were drawing mana from Moon's barriers, there would be a visible connection, a mana thread or resonance pattern, or he's refined it to the point where it's invisible, Yoo Haneul interrupted. Or it's happening at a frequency our standard detection can't perceive. Or it's being masked through some kind of technique we don't have in our reference material. But it's happening. Seojin had been silent through the entire presentation. Now he spoke, his voice completely steady. It's consumption. The word hung in the air. Yura's expression shifted, not disbelief, but the kind of moral recalibration that occurs when the world reveals itself to be uglier than previously assumed. Haneul's transcendent edge requires a catalyst, Seojin continued. A release of concentrated mana at high intensity. If a shielder's barrier breaks under massive stress, it releases that concentrated mana. He's not just using Moon's barriers as protection. He's using them as a battery. Each time Moon gets hit hard enough to break, Haneul draws the mana release and channels it into a breakthrough advance. That's, Pilsung began, then stopped. He didn't have words. The concept was too fundamentally corrupting for the language of professional hunting to contain. It was predation dressed up in the language of strategy. We can't accuse him, Yoo Haneul said. The evidence is circumstantial. He'd deny it, claim mana fluctuation is normal, maybe offer Moon a transfer to another team and deny everything. We'd have no proof. Then we get proof, Yura said flatly. We expose him. To what end? Seojin asked. The question was quiet, but it carried finality. If we expose him wrong, he turns it into a heroic narrative. The burden of an S-rank hunter, always pushing harder, always advancing. The public loves Haneul. They've loved him for 23 years. If we accuse him of mana theft from his own team, we're the jealous competitors spreading malicious rumors about a national treasure. So we do nothing? Yura's voice had an edge now, frustration mixed with something deeper, rage at the unfairness of it. We document, Seojin said. We continue to gather data. We wait for him to make a mistake. And we position ourselves so that when the evidence is irrefutable, we're the ones who present it. Not as accusation, but as fact. He stood, moving to the window. The Gangnam district sprawled below, lights beginning to activate as evening approached. Somewhere out there, Moon Jae-ho was probably training, unaware that the person he'd served for years was systematically consuming his mana for breakthrough advantages. Unaware that every injury, every broken barrier, was part of a calculation. Haneul is careful, Seojin said. He's had 16 years to perfect this technique. He won't slip up easily. But everyone slips eventually. Everyone makes a mistake. Dako spoke from the doorway for the first time. What did he see in you? The question was directed at Seojin, and it cut through the room's tension like a blade. Seojin turned from the window to face his mentor. During the exchange, Dako continued, his expression unreadable. That moment in the ice shard passage. What did Haneul recognize? Competence, Seojin said simply. He expected me to function at the level of a 5-month-old awakened hunter. Instead, I moved like someone with decades of combat experience. He recognized the discrepancy. And Dako's voice was sharp. And he understood that something was wrong with the narrative he'd constructed about me, Seojin replied. He's still working on understanding what, but he knows I'm not what I appear to be. Dako nodded slowly. Good. Fear makes people cautious. Caution means mistakes. You keep him afraid enough to make mistakes, and we'll destroy him properly. Chapter 64. The gate trial round 2 was conducted in what the association designated a survival gate, a mid-range A-rank dungeon that had been sealed and retrofitted with specialized monitoring equipment. Teams were given a 12-hour time window to survive against escalating monster waves. The ranking was determined by survival duration, number of monsters eliminated, team cohesion metrics, and tactical decision-making recorded through hunter system analysis. The dungeon itself was an underground city, crumbling architecture from a civilization that had clearly exceeded modern hunter technology before mysteriously collapsing into ruin. The monsters were distributed throughout a series of chambers and passages that teams had to navigate while under constant surveillance. Breakpoint's approach to the challenge was, from the very first moment, completely different from traditional survival gate tactics. Most teams attempted to establish a defensive position, usually a single chamber with limited entrances, where they could stack barriers and force monsters into predictable attack patterns. The strategy was sound. Fewer variables meant fewer failures, and a well-fortified position could theoretically hold indefinitely. Seojin rejected that strategy entirely. Instead, he and Pilsung had spent the previous night mapping the dungeon's architecture and identifying what Seojin called strategic redoubts, positions throughout the structure where Seojin's barrier geometry could be leveraged into three-dimensional defensive networks. The key insight was that monsters didn't necessarily want to attack. They were primarily territorial and protective. If you denied them access to their territory rather than fighting them, they would expend energy trying to reach you. And that energy expenditure was what the gate trial was actually measuring. Here, Seojin said, marking a position near what had once been a library. The chamber had multiple vertical levels connected by collapsed passages, which meant multiple sight lines and multiple directions from which barriers could be projected. And here, another mark, this one in what looked like a manufacturing chamber, with pillars of stone that could serve as anchor points for barrier geometry. Yura studied the map, while Doyen traced possible creature paths with his fingers. Myri was reviewing the medical supply calculations. They had everything they needed for 12 hours of continuous engagement, assuming no catastrophic injuries. How are you going to handle the high-tier creatures? Pilsung asked. The gate trial includes A-rank boss variants around the 8-hour mark. Standard barriers won't contain them. They won't need to, Seojin said. By 8 hours, we'll have a network. Doyen's beasts will have matured. Yura will have adapted to the dungeon's creature patterns. And I'll have established enough barrier anchor points that I can project containment fields rather than direct barriers. The boss will be directed, not resisted. What he meant, in the practical language of the hunter system, was that Seojin would make the dungeon itself into his defensive structure. Not a room, not a position. An entire architecture of mana-responsive geometry. The trial began at 8 a.m. By 8:47 a.m., Breakpoint had shifted through 3 chambers, established 3 strategic positions, and eliminated 17 monsters. The kill rate was significantly higher than the expected baseline, but that wasn't the important metric. The important metric was survival, and survival required that Seojin's barrier system never fail. By noon, Seojin had expanded his network to encompass 6 chambers. The monsters that entered those chambers found themselves navigating a maze of barriers that were geometrically oriented to direct them toward kill zones where Yura's spear could reach them, or toward Doyen's fortress beasts, who were becoming increasingly sophisticated in their tactical responses. Doyen's stone tortoise, the largest of his beasts, had begun an evolutionary transition during the trial. Its stone-form carapace was thickening, its movement patterns optimizing for the dungeon's architecture. By the 3-hour mark, it had achieved a new state. The shell had developed segmented plates that could lock into Seojin's barrier geometry, creating immobile fortress structures that the smaller monsters couldn't bypass. Your beast is interfacing with my barriers, Seojin noted during a brief water break. The observation was neutral, but the implication was significant. Evolution at this rate usually took weeks of continuous engagement. Doyen was advancing his creatures at an accelerated pace. The barrier geometry is providing structural templates he can mirror, Doyen said. His face showed no emotion. but there was something in his eyes that suggested he understood the significance. His fortress beasts were evolving not just through combat, but through interaction with Seojin's shield system. That was a form of symbiosis that most hunters never achieved with their creatures. By the 6-hour mark, the first A-rank creatures began appearing. These were monsters that individual hunters could battle, but that required full focus and significant strategic planning. A team facing one would typically commit all their offensive resources to a single target. Seojin's approach was different. When the first A-rank creature, a thing of crystalline structure and concentrated mana that the hunter system identified as a resonance amalgam, entered the library chamber, Seojin didn't fight it. He contained it. The barriers formed a geometric cage that wasn't impenetrable, but was instead configured as a series of curves that redirected the monster's attacks back toward itself. Each time the creature struck, its own force was reflected inward. It was fighting itself, channeled through Seojin's barrier architecture. It died after 40 minutes, having exhausted itself against mirror geometry. That's not a sustainable strategy for 12 hours, Myri said. She was monitoring Seojin's mana expenditure, ready to administer combat stimulants if necessary. You can't maintain that containment for every high-tier creature. I won't need to, Seojin replied. After 8 hours, the creatures start repeating patterns. The dungeon's encounter design is finite. I've already identified the primary attack vectors. From here on, it's repetition with variation. He was right. By the 7-hour mark, the monster spawns had shifted from random encounters to cyclic patterns. The dungeon had a finite pool of creature types, and those types were being deployed in carefully timed sequences. Once you understood the timing, everything else was just execution. Yura's spear work had evolved into something almost meditative. She knew where monsters would emerge before they did. She knew which barriers would form which kill zones. The trial had become choreography, movement and impact arranged through shared understanding with Seojin. At the 8-hour mark, the second A-rank boss appeared. This one was a creature of shadow and void energy, something that the association's system classified as a void tenant, which meant it was partially phased out of normal space and partially vulnerable only to attacks that could interact with mana directly. It was exactly the kind of creature designed to counter shield-class hunters, who traditionally relied on physical barriers. Seojin's void Aegis barriers, however, were constructed from the same fundamental energy as the creature's own existence. When the void tenant tried to phase through his barrier, the barrier shifted frequency to match its own mana signature, and suddenly there was no phasing through. The creature was pinned in normal space, forced to interact with the material world, forced to be vulnerable. Doyen's Rampart Wyrm, the evolved form of the stone tortoise, drove into the creature from a flank that Yura had opened through careful spear strikes. The WRM's bite caught the void tenant's core energy, and the thing dissolved into dissipating mana. Second A-rank dead, Myri said, checking her timer. 7 hours and 42 minutes. We're ahead of schedule. By the 10-hour mark, Breakpoint's efficiency had become almost mechanical. Monsters emerged, Seojin contained or directed, Yura and Doyen eliminated. The barriers held. The beasts evolved further. Seojin's mana expenditure remained stable. At 11 hours and 30 minutes, the final encounter emerged, a massive creature that the system identified as a sovereign beast, a creature that approached S-rank difficulty even though it was technically A-rank. This was the test. This was the encounter designed to break teams. Seojin's response was to project the largest barrier network he'd created during the entire trial. Not containing, not directing, encompassing. The entire chamber, every possible attack vector, every line of sight. The sovereign beast found itself in a space that had been completely reconstructed according to Seojin's geometric design. It couldn't attack, couldn't defend, couldn't move in any direction that hadn't been anticipated and enclosed. Doyen's Rampart Wyrm drove its full evolved mass into the creature. Yura's spear struck the exact point of structural weakness that Seojin's fracture site had identified. Myri wasn't healing anymore. She was simply monitoring survival metrics, making note of Seojin's mana reserves. The creature fell 30 seconds before the 12-hour mark expired. Trial complete. The association announcer's voice echoed through the chamber. Breakpoint team survival confirmed. Analyzing final rankings. The silence stretched. Behind the scenes, the association's automated systems were calculating the metrics, analyzing the recorded footage, computing scores based on kill count, survival duration, and tactical innovation. Ranking third overall, the announcer stated. Breakpoint advances to the Gate Trial Final. Third, not first, which was held by White Lotus' precision-based elimination strategy. Not second, which was Dawn Vanguard's brutal efficiency under Haneul's leadership. Third, but significantly ahead of every other team in the survivor pool. More importantly, the Hunter world had watched the entire encounter. Breakpoint's SHIELD revolutionary tactics had been broadcast, analyzed, and documented in real time by every major Hunter organization in Korea. And nowhere in the broadcast footage was there any evidence that Seojin was anything less than a prodigy SHIELD-class Hunter who had found genuinely innovative applications for defensive structures. Yura squeezed Seojin's shoulder as they walked toward the exit. You shielded them the entire time. Both teams in the boss chamber. You didn't have to do that. If I hadn't, Moon Jae-ho would have died, Seojin replied. And I need him alive for what comes next. Chapter 65. The dinner invitation came through official channels. A message from Haneul's personal assistant, delivered to Breakpoint headquarters with formal courtesy. The location was a restaurant in Gangnam, high-end but not ostentatious. The time was 7 p.m., allowing for a meeting that would be private but not suspiciously isolated. Seojin went alone. He wore dark clothing, nothing that announced status or affiliation. The restaurant's private rooms were designed for discreet meetings between high-ranking hunters, away from public scrutiny. Haneul was already seated when Seojin entered, and he rose, a gesture of respect that was either completely genuine or completely calculated. Probably both. Thank you for coming, Haneul said. I wanted to speak with you away from the team context. I hope that's acceptable. Of course. Seojin took the offered seat. A server appeared almost immediately with tea and a first course of carefully arranged banchan. The restaurant was treating them like what they were, two powerful hunters having a strategic conversation. Your performance in the survival trial was impressive, Haneul began. The way you integrated your barrier system with your team's combat dynamics. It's not something I've seen before. Innovation driven by necessity, Seojin said, keeping his voice light. Supporting a team isn't about absorbing everything. It's about enabling them to do what they do best. Exactly, Haneul smiled, and it was the genuine smile of someone who had just confirmed a suspicion. Most SHIELD-class hunters never understand that. They become absorbers, anchors, strategic casualties. But you're approaching it as a force multiplier, making your allies stronger rather than simply absorbing their consequences. Seojin sipped his tea. The game was underway now. This was Haneul feeling out the boundaries, trying to understand the mechanism by which a barely awakened hunter was functioning at a level that suggested decades of experience. I read a lot, Seojin said. Studied old SHIELD theory from before the system standardized everything. Some of it makes more sense than modern practice. You read, Haneul repeated. The words were neutral, but his eyes were sharp. And you synthesized that reading into novel applications. That's not reading. That's genius-level synthesis. I'm curious where you found the source material. Most of it was lost when the early hunter organizations consolidated. The association archives, Seojin lied, smoothly and without hesitation. They have restricted sections. My mentor has access. Dako, Haneul said, nodding slowly. Of course. The old berserker has always had unconventional perspectives. It makes sense that he'd encourage you to research beyond standard doctrine. The conversation continued through the meal. Haneul asked probing questions about barrier theory, about Seojin's approach to geometric shielding, about the specific technical implementations that made his barriers distinct from standard SHIELD class practice. And Seojin answered carefully, revealing enough to be credible while never explaining anything that would make complete sense to someone who didn't already know what was possible. It was, Seojin realized, the most honest conversation he'd ever had with Haneul, not in the sense of transparency, but in the sense of direct engagement. Haneul wasn't performing for Seojin. He was genuinely trying to understand how another strong hunter's mind worked. Toward the end of the meal, Haneul leaned back and studied Seojin with an expression that suggested deep consideration. You understand combat, he said. Combat at a level that shouldn't exist. You read attacks before they happen. You anticipate positioning before monsters move. You know where I'm going to strike before I strike. That's not training, Seojin. That's experience. The statement hung between them. Not a question, but an opening. A space for confession or clarification. Seojin met Haneul's eyes directly. Some people have already learned. The phrase was deliberately obscure, but it was also deliberately chosen. It was Haneul's own theoretical framework being reflected back at him. The idea that there were people in the world who possessed knowledge and experience they shouldn't have access to through conventional means. That there were things beyond the scope of normal awakening and standard hunting practice. Haneul's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes, a recalibration, a reconsideration of assumptions. He leaned forward slightly. Is that what I'm dealing with? Seojin didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, I respect what you've built. The team you've assembled, the public trust you've cultivated, the foundation you've laid for the hunter profession to advance. I'm not trying to destroy that. But, Haneul asked, and there was something almost vulnerable in the question. Not weakness, but genuine uncertainty. But I'm not going to sacrifice myself for it, Seojin said. I'm not going to absorb consequences designed to elevate you further. I'm going to stand as an equal, and if you're threatened by that, we're going to be in direct opposition. Haneul was silent for a long moment. He sipped his tea with absolute precision, his hand completely steady. When he spoke again, his voice was different, less the mentor figure, more the competitor acknowledging a new peer. I think we're going to be opposed regardless, Haneul said, because you understand something about me that no one else does. And once you understand something that deeply, you can't help but act on it. No, Seojin agreed. I can't. The gate trial final is in 2 weeks, Haneul said, shifting the conversation back to neutral ground. I'm looking forward to it. I think you're going to show me things I've never seen before. And I think I'm going to show you things that will remind you why my reputation exists in the first place. I expect nothing less, Seojin replied. They finished the meal in a kind of companionable silence. As Seojin left the restaurant, he understood that something fundamental had shifted in his relationship with Haneul. The pretense of mentorship was gone. The game was no longer hidden. Haneul knew that Seojin was dangerous, and Seojin knew that Haneul understood the danger. What neither of them knew was that the game was about to become catastrophically more complicated. Chapter 66. The association announcement came through official broadcast channels at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday. All Korean hunter organizations were mandated to receive the statement simultaneously. The gate trial final will be held in the Crimson Fortress, the announcer stated formally. An A-rank gate currently sealed in the DMZ between North and South Korea. The trial will involve 4 finalist teams: Breakpoint, Dawn Vanguard, White Lotus, and Tiger Claw. The objective is to clear the Crimson Fortress within a 72-hour window. Teams that successfully complete the dungeon will earn permanent A-rank gate autonomy status, giving them independent authority to manage all A-rank gates in their jurisdiction without association oversight. The implications were enormous. A-rank autonomy meant money, power, and institutional independence. It meant that successful teams would no longer need to answer to Director Beck and his bureaucratic structure. It meant the possibility of actual organizational freedom, which was exactly why Director Beck appeared visibly furious during his own statement. This trial represents a meaningful opportunity for Korean hunters to demonstrate elite-level competency, he said, reading from prepared notes with the kind of forced enthusiasm that suggested deep disagreement with the decision above him. However, the association reminds all participants that regulations regarding Shield-class hunter classification will remain in effect regardless of trial outcomes. Support-class hunters, including those with Shield specialization, will be subject to the upcoming Shield Sovereignty Act pending final legislative approval. It was a threat disguised as bureaucratic procedure. Seojin watched the broadcast from Breakpoint's conference room while the team processed the information. The Shield Sovereignty Act had been Beck's pet legislation, a proposal to classify all Shield-class hunters above A rank as government strategic assets, which effectively meant they would lose autonomy and become subject to mandatory government conscription during crisis situations. It was Beck's way of consolidating power and controlling the hunters most likely to oppose his initiatives. He's saying the victory won't matter, Pilsung said flatly. Even if we win the trial, will still be classified as government assets. Not necessarily, Yinseo replied. She was already pulling up legislative proceedings, analyzing the current vote counts in the Hunter Council. The vote is scheduled for post-trial. If we win, and if we do it spectacularly enough, we can build public pressure to oppose the act. Yura's response was more direct. Then we show up and destroy everyone. Over the next 2 weeks, Breakpoint's preparation evolved into something that transcended normal training. Pilsung was engineering specialized equipment, what he called the Fortress Array, a series of mana-conducting plates that could be embedded into the team's gear, allowing Seojin to extend barrier coverage across all team members simultaneously, regardless of distance. It's theoretical, Pilsung admitted as he showed Seojin the prototypes. The mana conduction should work in principle, but if it fails during combat, you could lose barrier coverage right when you need it most. Build it, Seojin said. We'll test it during the trial. Dako's training sessions became more intense. The old berserker would activate his full S-rank combat form and assault Seojin with every technique in his arsenal. Not to injure, but to push Seojin to the edge of his capabilities and then push him further. You're at rank 6, Dako said during one session, his voice rough with exertion. Void Aegis is a powerful technique, but it's not enough for S-rank enemies. You need to either advance your rank or find a way to exceed your current limitations. I'm working on both, Seojin replied, countering a strike that would have killed him if he hadn't anticipated it perfectly. But advancement is something that happens through breakthrough moments, not practice. Then create a breakthrough moment, Dako growled. Don't wait for the dungeon to provide one. Create the conditions yourself. Doyen worked with his fortress beasts in an intensive evolution protocol. The stone tortoise was transitioning further into the rampart WIRM form, and he was also raising 2 additional creatures designed specifically for the DMZ environment, creatures that could survive in that thin zone between nations where the barrier between the normal world and the monster dimension was particularly unstable. Myri reviewed medical applications of combat stimulants, trying to understand whether the new generation of healing accelerants could allow the team to operate beyond normal fatigue limits. The answer was qualified yes, but with the asterisk that exceeding those limits came with serious health consequences. And Yura trained with an intensity that suggested she understood something the rest of the team hadn't quite articulated yet. She trained against Seojin's barriers constantly, finding the geometric weaknesses, identifying the specific points where her spear strikes would be most effective. She was preparing not to cooperate with Seojin, but to understand him so completely that cooperation became instinctive. 2 days before the trial, Director Beck held another press conference. This one was more aggressive. The Shield Sovereignty Act represents a necessary evolution in hunter governance, he stated. As Shield-class hunters grow more powerful, the need for institutional oversight increases correspondingly. The Act ensures that support-class hunters remain integrated with government structures, preventing them from accumulating destabilizing power. Several Shield-class hunters have already been briefed on the incoming legislation. It was a direct threat. Moon Jae-ho received a summons from the association that same day, asking him to meet with Beck to discuss professional development opportunities. The implication was clear: accept voluntary integration into government oversight, or have it imposed on you. Moon declined the meeting. Instead, he came to Breakpoint headquarters. He was going to offer me a position, Moon said, his voice containing a mix of anger and betrayal. A specialized role on his personal security team, which meant becoming government property. Seojin listened without interrupting. He already knew most of this from Yunseo's intelligence network, but hearing it directly from Moon was important. It meant Moon was making the connection. It meant Moon understood that the bureaucratic structures supposedly protecting hunters were actually designed to control them. I also know what Haneul is doing, Moon continued. The words came slowly, like he was dragging them out from somewhere deep. To me. To my barriers. I've known for months, but I didn't want to believe it. It seemed impossible. He's the greatest hunter in the nation. Why would he need to consume my mana? Because being the greatest isn't enough for him, Seojin replied. He needs to be transcendent. He needs to be above everyone else by such a margin that they can't hope to catch him. That requires constantly advancing, constantly gaining advantages others don't have access to. That requires using people. I want to leave him, Moon said. Not just the team, But completely. I want to withdraw from hunting, start over, do something where I'm not just a resource to be consumed. That's not necessary, Seojin said carefully. You're an exceptional hunter, Moon. You don't need to leave the profession. You just need to leave being in Haneul's sphere of influence. Can I join Breakpoint? The question came out like Moon was asking for something impossible, as though joining another team would constitute a betrayal too deep to forgive. Seojin thought of Haneul's expression during their dinner, the moment where recognition had passed between them, acknowledgement that they understood each other at a level that most hunters never achieved. And he thought about what Haneul had said about kindness, about whether Seojin could maintain it when things got harder. Yes, Seojin said. You can join Breakpoint. Starting with the trial. The decision would ripple through the hunter world faster than Seojin expected. By the next morning, 3 news agencies had picked up the story. Moon Jae-ho, veteran shielder for the nation's number 3 team, had switched to Breakpoint. The implications were enormous. For Moon to leave Haneul meant Haneul had done something unforgivable in Moon's eyes. For Seojin to accept him meant Seojin was making a statement about Haneul's character. Haneul's response was perfectly calibrated. Moon is a dear friend and exceptional hunter. If he feels called to explore new opportunities, I support that decision completely. Competition within the hunter community strengthens us all. But Seojin, watching the broadcast, could see the calculation behind Haneul's eyes. The precise moment when another recalculation occurred. Seojin had made a move, a political move, a tactical move, and Haneul was now understanding that this was no longer a direct competition. This was warfare conducted through social dynamics and leverage and understanding. The Crimson Fortress awaited, 72 hours away. Chapter 67. The training montage that followed was something out of ancient warrior mythology. Dako pushed Seojin beyond every boundary, activating his full berserker fury and attacking with strikes that would decapitate most hunters. Seojin had to dodge, defend, and counter with absolute precision, because any hesitation would result in catastrophic injury. Rank advancement requires intensity, Dako explained between sessions, his voice rough and satisfied. You can't get to rank 7 through normal training. You need threat. Real threat. The kind of threat that makes your system understand it has to evolve or die. They trained for 6 hours straight, Dako attacking in continuous waves, Seojin responding with barriers that grew more sophisticated with each exchange. By the end, Seojin's hands were shaking with mana depletion and his barriers had developed new geometric configurations that hadn't existed before, adaptations born from pressure and necessity. Pilsung completed the Fortress Array integration on the 3rd day. The system involved embedding mana-conductive plates into everyone's body armor, specially designed structures that would resonate with Seojin's barrier frequencies. Theoretically, it would allow him to extend his shields through any team member, creating an interconnected defensive network that could operate at range. Testing the system took 4 hours of carefully monitored trials. Pilsung would activate the plates, Seojin would project barriers through them, and the system would either work flawlessly or catastrophically. By the 5th attempt, it worked. By the 10th, it was flawless. By the 15th, Seojin could extend barriers through all 5 team members simultaneously while maintaining independent protection for himself. This is revolutionary, Pilsung said, reviewing the data. You've just fundamentally changed what a shield-class hunter can do. These plates turn you into a force multiplier beyond anything the theory predicts. Doyen's evolution sessions with his fortress beasts were happening simultaneously, in a separate chamber. The Rampart WIRAM was approaching its final form, and he was raising 2 new creatures specifically engineered for the DMZ environment. These weren't docile creatures meant for support. These were aggressive beasts designed to disrupt, harass, and control enemy positioning. Myri developed combat stimulants that pushed the boundaries of hunter pharmacology, compounds designed to accelerate healing, extend mana reserves, and temporarily override fatigue warnings. The side effects were serious, but manageable if applied strategically. Use them for the entire 72-hour operation, and a hunter would suffer weeks of recovery. Use them in short bursts, and they could extend performance far beyond normal limits. Yura's training was the most meditation-like. She wasn't fighting against Seojin anymore, she was fighting with him. their combat patterns synchronized into something that resembled choreography more than violence. She would move, and Seojin would project a barrier in a specific geometric configuration. She would respond with a specific spear strike angle, and Seojin would shift his barrier to create a different kill zone. By the time they were done training, Yura could sense where Seojin's barriers would form before they manifested. Cooperation became instinct. Moon Jae-ho joined the training sessions on the fourth day. He was raw with emotion, anger at Haneul, hurt that he'd been used, guilt that he hadn't understood sooner. But he was also a competent A-rank hunter, and he threw himself into the preparation with the intensity of someone who needed to prove something. "Show me how to shield without being consumed," Moon said to Seojin during one break. "Show me how to use my barriers as protection, not as a battery." "You already know how," Seojin replied. "You just need permission to stop serving someone who doesn't deserve your service." By the second week, Breakpoint had coalesced into something beyond a standard hunter team. It was a unified force, every member understanding the other's capabilities at an intuitive level. Seojin's barriers worked in seamless cooperation with Yura's spear strikes. Doyen's beasts responded to implied tactical requests without verbal communication. Pilsung's equipment functioned as an extension of Seojin's mana system. Myri's healing stimulants extended their operational window past the point where normal hunters would have collapsed from fatigue. And Moon had found a team that valued him for what he could do, not what he could provide through sacrifice. The final training session happened on the day before the trial. Dako assembled everyone in the basement training chamber and activated his full S-rank combat form one last time. "This is what you're fighting against," he said, his body transforming into something barely human. Musculature overdeveloped, eyes glowing with berserker fury, mana output increased fivefold. Not Haneul specifically, but the level of competency that exists at the top of our profession. Haneul has had 23 years to refine his technique. You have 5 months. That gap is enormous. The only way you close it is through innovation, through using techniques that shouldn't exist because they're not in the standard doctrine. He attacked. The assault was brutal and unforgiving. Seojin had to defend himself using every technique in his arsenal: standard barriers, fracture sight to identify weaknesses, impact memory releases to absorb and redirect Dako's fury, geometric configurations that turn defense into offense. And for 30 minutes, he held. His barriers absorbed the onslaught. His techniques evolved in real time, becoming more sophisticated with each exchange. Finally, Dako stopped. His body reversed